What's up everyone, how are you all? Today we are back with another amazing Naruto story. What if Naruto returned after 7 years part 2? If you enjoy then please like, share and do comments. And also check the description box to original creator of this beautiful creation. Kase no Kuni. The narrow stairs creaked faintly beneath Naruto's sandals as he followed Uru Shisho up yet another spiral carved into the stone walls. The air was cooler here than out in the desert, but it carried a dry, ancient scent of dust and stone that made Naruto's nose itch. He glanced up at his master, who was speaking animatedly, gesturing with one hand while the other rested lightly on his staff. Now, the old desert kingdom, Uru was saying, his voice bouncing off the smooth stone walls, was a marvel of ingenuity and desperation. They didn't carve their cities into these cliffs because they wanted to. Oh no, they were forced to. The sandstorms, like the one outside now, would obliterate anything above ground. He paused, his gaze flicking back toward Naruto with a sly grin. And they say there were monsters in the sands, too. But we'll get to that later. Naruto rolled his eyes but couldn't help the faint smile tugging at his lips. This was Uru's way. Every place they visited, every path they took, was a springboard for a history lesson or a tale. The trek out to this labyrinthine network of tunnels had been no different. They'd crossed the blistering desert sands, enduring heat that seemed to sear right through to their bones. They had passed oasis citadels, where the palms swayed lazily over cool waters but the streets bustled with warlords and mercenaries jostling for dominance. Even there, amidst the chaos, Uru had found time to tell stories about the rise and fall of these desert strongholds, about their intricate water systems and feuding clans. Naruto let out a breath as they rounded another bend in the staircase. You really know something about everywhere, don't you, Shisho? Know something? Uru laughed, the sound rich and light. My boy, I know everything. It's what keeps life interesting. Naruto shook his head but didn't argue. It was true in its way. His master seemed happiest with his feet on the move, the wind combing through his wild hair, and a story on his lips. Not even teasing some hapless merchant or outwitting a pompous government official seemed to bring Uru the same joy as wandering did. The lower tunnels had been monotonous, uniform, almost oppressively so. But as they climbed, the chambers began to change. Some were vast, cavernous halls with towering ceilings, their stone walls worn smooth by time. Others were smaller, more intimate spaces, filled with faint carvings or remnants of what must have once been furniture. The further they rose, the more varied the spaces became, each one hinting at a different use or purpose long forgotten. In one chamber, Naruto spotted a series of windows carved into the cliff face. He moved closer, curious, but as soon as he looked out, he was greeted by a wall of tan and gold. The sandstorm outside howled like a living thing, its ferocity turning the world beyond into a shifting blur of nothingness. Don't bother, Uru called over his shoulder. When the storms roll in, the desert hides itself. No sense in looking for something that isn't there. Naruto stepped back, squinting at the storm one last time before resuming his place behind his master. This place must have been miserable to live in, he muttered. Miserable? Uru stopped abruptly, turning to face him. No, Naruto, this place was a sanctuary. To its people, these tunnels weren't just walls, they were life itself. Without them, they would have been swallowed by the desert. He smiled, a glimmer of something deeper in his gaze. Never underestimate the resilience of those who have something worth protecting. Naruto frowned, mulling over the words as they continued their climb. He looked at the stone around him, the marks of hands long gone, the effort and pain it must have taken to carve out an existence here. For the first time, he felt a faint thread of admiration for the people who had made this place their home. The stairs shifted into a long, sloping passage, the light from their torches flickering off walls etched with faded murals. Naruto's feet ached, but he didn't complain. Uru's stories, for all their theatrics, had a way of making even the most grueling trek feel meaningful. Above them, the tunnel narrowed again, and Uru's voice dropped slightly, taking on a conspiratorial tone. We're nearly there. Keep your eyes open, Naruto. The old desert kingdom has secrets yet to share. Naruto smirked despite himself. You just want to see if I'll trip on the stairs. Ah, Uru said, his grin widening. And wouldn't that be a tale worth telling? The carved stone beneath Naruto's sandals had begun to feel like it stretched on forever, each step blending into the next as they ascended through the labyrinthine passages of the palace. The air was heavy, dense with the weight of history, and Yuru Shisho's voice carried a cadence that matched the rhythm of their climb. This place, Yuru said, gesturing to the walls around them, was more than just survival. The old desert kingdom mastered their environment, turning adversity into opportunity. Despite being buried in rock and sand, they developed an ingenious technique, chakra pulses, sent deep into the mountainside, to locate deposits of gold and other precious minerals. They didn't just endure, they thrived. Naruto tilted his head, intrigued despite himself. Chakra pulses? Sounds tricky. Must have taken a lot of control. Exactly. Yuru's eyes lit up, his enthusiasm bounding ahead of him like a stray leaf on the wind. They trained entire generations to harness that precision, which became the foundation of their wealth. And they didn't hoard it, no. Their emissaries traveled far and wide across the western continent, trading with kingdoms you've probably never even heard of, kingdoms that don't exist anymore, swallowed by time. His tone turned reverent as they passed another set of faded murals, these depicting caravans snaking through vast deserts and ships braving tumultuous seas. They were among the first pioneers of expansive exploration, not as conquerors, mind you, but as ambassadors of their culture. They believed in the power of connection, in stories and exchanges that tied disparate lands together. Naruto chuckled, a sly grin tugging at his lips. Why am I not surprised you admire that part of their history? Bet you'd have been right at home, running all over the place, poking your nose into every corner of the map. Seriously, Shisho, have you ever stayed in one place for longer than a week? Yuru paused, the light of his torch flickering against his thoughtful expression. He smiled, but it was tinged with something softer, something wistful. At one time, he murmured, his voice almost lost in the echoes of the tunnel. Naruto blinked at the unexpected response but chose not to press further. Instead, he followed in silence as Yuru resumed his steady climb, his staff tapping rhythmically against the stone floor. It felt like hours had passed, though Naruto's sense of time had long since been skewed by the unchanging atmosphere of the tunnels. Finally, they reached a vast chamber that was unlike any they had seen before. The ceiling arched high above, intricately carved with patterns that seemed to tell stories of their own. The air was cool, tinged with a faint metallic scent, and at the far end of the chamber stood a set of grand, sealed doors. Naruto stopped in his tracks, his breath catching. The doors were massive, their surface etched with ornate patterns that radiated a sense of ancient majesty. But what truly stunned him was the crest emblazoned at their center, a bold, unmistakable swirl. The Uzumaki crest, Naruto murmured, his voice tinged with disbelief. He turned to Yuru, his eyes wide with questions. Yuru smiled knowingly, leaning lightly on his staff. Ah, so you've noticed. Even though the old desert kingdom were pioneers in exploration, they were not the originators of the practice. The Uzumaki were. Naruto frowned, tilting his head. What do you mean? Yuru gestured toward the doors, his voice taking on the tone of a storyteller weaving his finest tale. Long before these cliffs were carved or these tunnels were dreamed of, the Uzumaki were the great negotiators of the world. It wasn't merely their skill with seals or chakra that set them apart, it was their wanderlust, their hunger for stories, for knowledge. They believed that understanding others, truly understanding them, was the key to peace. And so, it became a rite of passage for any aspirational Uzumaki to journey across the lands, collecting tales, forging bonds, and gaining wisdom. Naruto's gaze lingered on the crest as Yuru continued. To the Uzumaki, travel was not just a means of survival or wealth. It was a way of life, a cornerstone of their identity. They were the bridges between nations, the ones who could walk into a room of enemies and leave with allies. Perhaps, Yuru added with a wry smile, you've inherited some of that spirit yourself. Training Ground 13, Konohagakure. The air hung heavy with dust and the faint ozone of disrupted chakra as Inishishi observed Naruto from the shade of a tree bordering the testing ground. From his position, he had a clear view of the young Uzumaki clashing with Team 10, his movements unhurried but precise, almost mocking. Inishishi watched Naruto dodge the trio's attacks with the grace of a predator toying with its prey, his strikes landing just shy of critical as though testing their limits. Naruto's face, usually open and mischievous, had settled into something more intense, an edge of steel beneath the surface. The sight made Inishishi frown behind his boar mask. Chosen for his personal guard, he thought, and this is the guy I'm supposed to follow? He glanced at his two companions. Fox, silent and steady, crouched on a branch above, his mask tilted slightly as if scrutinizing Naruto's every move. Lion stood further back, arms folded, his broad figure like a fortress in the shadows. Neither had spoken much about their volunteering to the Uzumaki's guard. Then again, Anbu rarely exchanged pleasantries, even in the tight-knit cells that made up their core. Inishishi shifted his weight slightly, arms crossed, and let his mind wander. Being assigned to the personal guard of a noble wasn't unheard of for an Anbu operative. Bird, his old senpai, had spent years stationed under the Hyuga main branch, shadowing them like a ghost. Inishishi had always found the role distasteful, less a shinobi's calling and more of a glorified nanny service. Babysitting nobles meant endless vigilance with little autonomy, acting as both shield and sword but never allowed to stray from their master's side. And now here he was, shadowing Naruto Uzumaki. Yet, Naruto didn't fit the mold of a typical noble. There was something unpredictable about him, something sharp. It was in the way he moved, the way he spoke. Most nobles, even the shinobi, had the air of entitlement beaten into them by their upbringing, but Naruto carried himself differently. He wore the mantle of his clan not as a privilege, but as a challenge to himself. Inishishi's frown deepened. That was part of what made this assignment feel strange. He couldn't quite place the Uzumaki's intentions. What do you want, really? As the skirmish ended with Team 10 collapsing in various states of exhaustion and frustration, Naruto stretched lazily, his expression shifting to one of playful mischief as he bantered with Shikamaru. The tension broke, and the moment passed. Naruto turned on his heel and began walking, and Inishishi immediately fell into step, motioning for Fox and Lion to follow. The group trailed him silently, moving through the village outskirts toward the Uzumaki compound. Inishishi kept his gaze forward, his mind circling back to the briefing they had received. Their standing order was vague yet absolute: guard Naruto Uzumaki with the full authority of the Hokage's office, barring only acts that would directly harm the village. That was a broad mandate, one that gave Naruto near unchecked authority over them. It left a bitter taste in Inishishi's mouth. How could they swear loyalty to someone with such limitless sway? The thought left him uneasy. But maybe it's not about loyalty, he considered. Maybe it's about opportunity. He clenched his fists as a flicker of something stirred within him. For years, he had thrown himself into the Anbu Corps, believing that the third Hokage's network of shadows could give him a sense of identity, of purpose. He had sought knowledge, strength, and belonging within its ranks, hoping to fill the hollow spaces of his mind. But now, shadowing this strange Uzumaki, he felt the possibility of something else, a path not yet fully formed but promising in its mystery. They reached the Uzumaki compound, its gates towering and adorned with ancient swirling patterns. Naruto entered without hesitation, his steps purposeful as he led them to a tower in the southeastern corner of the grounds. The structure loomed like a relic of another time, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light. Inishishi hesitated for a moment at the threshold, glancing at the seals that lined the entryway. He could feel it now, the weight of something far older than the village itself. The sensation made his skin crawl and his heart race in equal measure. For a moment, his mask felt stifling, the air beneath it too thin. What is this place? Naruto turned, his expression calm but his eyes sharp, as though sensing the unease radiating from his guard. Without a word, he gestured for them to follow, disappearing into the shadows of the tower. Inishishi followed, his steps hesitant but steady, his mind a whirlwind of questions. He didn't know what lay ahead, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this mission, this Uzumaki, might hold the answers he'd been chasing all along. The room felt alive, pulsing with a weight that made Inishishi's skin prickle. Smoke curled lazily from braziers in the corners, filling the air with a heady mixture of sandalwood and something metallic. He tried to focus on the intricate seals painted onto the walls and floors, swirling patterns that seemed to ripple as though alive. Dragons and storm-wreathed figures loomed above them, their gazes sharp and judgmental, making him shift uneasily on his knees. He'd dismissed this whole thing as some antiquated noble tradition when he'd first heard about it, but now, sitting in the middle of the ceremonial room, his earlier scorn felt childish. Naruto stood in the center, wearing a crimson robe that seemed to bleed shadows in the flickering firelight. His usual carefree demeanor was gone, replaced by an intensity that made Inishishi's heart race. Kimimaro stood to Naruto's right, his pale armor gleaming like the bone it resembled, his presence unnerving in its stillness. Inishishi stole a glance at the other two Anbu. The operative in the fox mask sat poised, eerily silent, while the lion-masked shinobi radiated tension, his shoulders stiff. That made Inishishi feel slightly better about his own nerves. Naruto raised a hand, and the room seemed to hum with unseen energy. The seals on the walls and floors shimmered faintly, and the paper tags fluttered as though stirred by a ghostly wind. His voice, low and deliberate, cut through the heavy silence. This ceremony is as old as the blood that binds my clan. It was performed when the Uzumaki stood not as allies to the great shinobi villages, but as their equals or their predators. Inishishi frowned beneath his mask. He hadn't expected this kind of rhetoric. There was no boastfulness in Naruto's tone, only a quiet, unshakable conviction. As Naruto continued, his words began to paint a picture that made Inishishi's heart pound. In the days before the treaties, before the villages had names or banners, the Uzumaki were wanderers, exiles, and warlords. We were not given respect, we took it. Through cunning, through seals, and through loyalty. The room felt smaller somehow, as though the walls were closing in. Inishishi's fingers curled slightly, his gloves creaking softly as he listened. Naruto's eyes swept over them, piercing even through the masks. Those who would serve the Uzumaki did so before seals like these, seals that are not mere decoration, but part of a living network. Each shrine our clan built, whether in the land of whirlpools, across the continents, or in hidden enclaves, holds its own piece of this pact. The seals respond to one another, bearing witness to the oaths sworn beneath them, wherever they may lay. Those who knelt before these seals thousands of years ago trusted their fates to the Uzumaki, knowing their honor and devotion would ripple across generations. The seals beneath his knees seemed to pulse, as though responding to Naruto's words. Inishishi could feel his blood rushing, his earlier skepticism melting away. These shrines are the heart of our legacy, and the bond they represent is unbroken. To swear an oath here is to join that legacy, to leave your name etched alongside those who came before you. Kimimaro stepped forward, and Inishishi's breath hitched slightly. The pale warrior carried a black lacquered box with all the reverence of a priest bearing a holy relic. When Naruto opened it, the faint glow of the 3 silver bands inside seemed to fill the room. "This is the Uzumaki ritual collar," Naruto said, lifting one of the bands. The light caught the intricate spirals etched into its surface, making them shimmer. A symbol of the pact between master and vassal. These collars are not forged for control, but for trust. The seals bind our fates together, so long as they remain intact. Inishishi swallowed hard as Naruto turned the collar, showing the thin line down the center where the seals converged. But trust must be earned, and power must be tempered by responsibility. Once placed, the collar cannot be removed until it is broken by the one to whom the vow is sworn. It is a mark of loyalty, and of subservience. The room seemed to darken further as Naruto stepped forward, the silver band glinting ominously in his hand. His gaze bore into each of them, his voice softer now but no less commanding. "Once this collar is placed, you will swear your vow. In return, I will break it, sealing the pact in blood and chakra. From this moment forward, your lives will no longer be yours alone. You will be Uzumaki, in duty if not in name." Inishishi's heart was pounding now, not from fear, but from something else entirely. The air felt heavier with each passing moment, the weight of history and expectation pressing down on his shoulders. He tried to glance at the others, but his eyes were drawn back to Naruto, who seemed to radiate an authority that was almost palpable. "This is the moment," Naruto said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The first step on a path older than the great forests of Konoha and as unyielding as the tides. Do you kneel as individuals, or will you rise as vassals to the Uzumaki?" Inishishi felt a chill run down his spine. The seals on the walls shimmered again, their light pulsing in time with his racing heartbeat. The room seemed to hold its breath, waiting for his answer. For their answer. The room seemed to hum with tension, the weight of centuries pressing down on the 3 Anbu standing before Naruto. Inishishi felt the air grow denser, charged with something he couldn't quite name. His heartbeat quickened, though he kept his posture steady. This wasn't just a formality, he could feel it now. This ceremony, this oath, was alive, as though the seals and ancient symbols etched into the walls bore witness to their every move. Lion spoke first. His voice, calm and steady, cut through the charged air. "I have served in the Anbu for nearly 2 decades, he began, his tone measured but firm. "In all that time, I have rarely seen a shinobi who walks the path of the old ways, an existence rooted in service, loyalty, and the weight of tradition. It was something we once held close to our hearts, but as time passed, those values faded." Inishishi flicked his gaze toward Lion, surprised at the gravity in his voice. This was Kunugi, one of the most decorated veterans in the Corps, a high captain during the 4th Hokage's reign. The man's presence alone carried the weight of ANBU's history, his every word like a stroke against a monument of their purpose. "But then I heard of you, Uzumaki-sama," Lion continued. "Not through grand declarations or visible deeds, but through whispers, small acts, quiet gestures, a respect for a history that most shinobi have long since forgotten. Your words, your presence, they remind me of what we were meant to be. I cannot say I know where this path leads, but I see in you the possibility for a resurgence, a return to what was once strong." Lion took a step forward, his hands clenched at his sides. "For that, I will follow you. I will be your blade, Uzumaki-sama, in whatever form you deem necessary. My oath is yours." Inishishi's grip on his cloak tightened. Lion, ever the stalwart, that he, a paragon of the corp's history, would place his faith in Naruto based on glimpses and instinct. It wasn't just respect, it was belief. Then Fox spoke. "I've lived most of my life in silence," Fox said, his voice lighter, almost teasing, yet tinged with something deeper. "The Corps has its own code, its own culture. We live and die without faces, without names. We know only the mission and the shadows. And yet, even in that silence, I've heard whispers of you, Uzumaki-sama." Inishishi frowned behind his mask. Fox was always an enigma, even among the Corps, where secrecy was second nature. No one, as far as Inishishi knew, had ever uncovered his true identity, save perhaps the commander and the Hokage. That was no small feat. Fox was slippery, even for Anbu, and his allegiance often felt like a riddle wrapped in mischief. "I've heard faint echoes of your travels across the nations," Fox continued, his tone dropping into something more solemn. "Not of battles won or enemies felled, but of ideas. Respect for tradition, an understanding of what it means to be shinobi, not just tools, but warriors with purpose. It's rare to find someone who values those things. Rarer still to find someone who carries them so naturally." Fox tilted his head slightly, as though appraising Naruto. "You are a spark, Uzumaki-sama. I cannot say where the fire will lead, but I want to see it burn. If there is a place for a shadow like me in your vision, then my loyalty is yours. I will be your shield, your knife, or simply your ghost. This I swear." The room fell silent again, the weight of their words hanging in the air. Inishishi felt the other two ANBU's gazes shift to him. His pulse quickened, but not from nerves. No, this was something else, a mix of apprehension and exhilaration. "This isn't what I wanted," he thought. "And yet, it's what I need." He stepped forward, his voice steady despite the storm of thoughts swirling in his mind. "I have sought power and knowledge my entire life," he began. "To understand the world, to make sense of what lies within it and within myself. That search has brought me here, to the Corps, where I thought I might find clarity and service." He hesitated, the truth of his words settling over him like a shroud. "But clarity has eluded me. Instead, I found only more questions. More uncertainty. And now I stand here, in a place that feels older than the world itself, before a man who carries the weight of a clan, a legacy, and a history I cannot fully comprehend." Inishishi let his hand rest on the hilt of his blade, a gesture of resolve. "I don't know what I will find by following you, Uzumaki-sama. But I know this. You are unlike any other. You are not merely a noble or a shinobi. You are something more. And if walking in your shadow brings me closer to the truth I seek, then my loyalty is yours." He stepped back, his heart pounding as the room fell silent once more. Naruto's gaze swept over them, his expression unreadable, but the tension in the room seemed to deepen. Inishishi felt as though the seals lining the walls were listening, waiting, as if the ancient ritual itself were weighing their words. For now, the silence reigned, the air thick with anticipation. The room seemed to hold its breath as Naruto stepped forward, his ceremonial robe brushing the floor. The seals etched on the walls pulsed faintly, as though attuned to the moment. Inishishi knelt alongside Lion and Fox, his heart pounding as he tried to make sense of the weight pressing down on him. This wasn't just a symbolic act, it was something far older, steeped in the kind of history that shaped nations and destroyed them. Naruto reached into his pouch and withdrew a kunai. With deliberate precision, he sliced his thumb, the sharp edge leaving a crimson streak that stood out starkly against his skin. He didn't flinch, his gaze steady as he turned to face the three of them. "Remove your masks," Naruto said, his voice calm but commanding. Inishishi's breath hitched. Even someone like him doesn't have the right to order this, he thought. Anbu were bound by their anonymity, shadows serving the will of the Hokage. Their masks were not merely tools, they were identities in themselves, shields against the world. Yet, as Naruto's words settled over him, Inishishi found himself reaching for the straps of his mask. He hesitated, his fingers trembling. Why? He wondered. Why am I compelled to follow this? It wasn't duty. Naruto didn't outrank them in the traditional sense. It wasn't fear. Naruto's presence, though commanding, didn't inspire dread. No, it was something deeper. The gravity of the moment, the weight of the seals around them, and Naruto's unyielding gaze all seemed to strip away his doubts. He watched as Lion reached up first, unbuckling the straps and lowering the mask. Kunugi Mokume's face emerged, his features weathered and lined, a testament to nearly 2 decades of service. Fox followed, revealing a face that bore scars of battle and hardship. Only one dark eye remained, the other a hollowed socket, a stark reminder of the price Uchiha Shisui had paid. Inishishi hesitated, his hands trembling slightly as he removed his own mask, exposing himself fully to Naruto's gaze. Naruto stepped toward Lion first, holding a ritual collar in his uninjured hand. The collar was an intricate loop of cord marked with faintly glowing seals, its craftsmanship ancient and precise. He lowered it over Lion's head and onto his arm, letting the cord settle against the bicep before speaking. "Kunugi Mokume," Naruto began, his voice steady and resonant, holder of the lion mask. "I charge onto you the duty to run wild, to act with the ferocity and wisdom of a predator unleashed. Protect the old ways, honor the shadow that you are, and carry forth the legacy that time would see forgotten." He pressed his bloody thumb to Lion's forehead, marking a spiral in crimson, before taking the kunai and severing the collar in a single motion. As the cord fell away, the air rippled, and Inishishi's vision blurred. For a fleeting moment, he saw Uzushio at its height, towering gates adorned with spirals, bustling streets alive with purpose, and shinobi standing proud in crimson armor. Naruto moved to Fox, placing the collar onto Shishui's arm as his remaining eye glinted with unreadable emotion. "Uchiha Shisui," Naruto said, his tone unwavering, holder of the fox mask. "I charge onto you the duty to be my bulwark, my bludgeon, and my specter. Be the shield that deflects, the blade that strikes, and the shadow that watches. I vow in turn to remember your name, your history, and the blood that runs through your veins. You will never be forgotten." Naruto's bloody thumb traced the same spiral onto Shishui's forehead, and he severed the collar with a decisive stroke. This time, the vision that came to Inishishi was sharper. Uzushio's council chambers, their leaders united in purpose, their voices resonant with strength. Finally, Naruto stood before Inishishi, who knelt under the weight of the moment. "Kabuto Yakushi," Naruto said, lowering the collar onto his arm, holder of the boar mask. "I charge onto you the duty to pursue the truth of yourself, to seek the knowledge that shapes the world, and to forge an identity that cannot be undone. Be my seeker, my guide, and my enigma. I vow in turn to grant you the freedom to find who you are and the power to stand unshaken when that truth is revealed." Naruto's thumb pressed the spiral onto Inishishi's forehead, the blood warm against his skin. When the collar was cut, the vision that followed was brighter, sharper, Uzushio's elders debating, planning, their wisdom echoing through the ages. As the final collar fell away, the room seemed to exhale, the seals glowing faintly as though they had absorbed the oaths spoken within. Naruto stepped back, his gaze sweeping over the three of them, their unmasked faces still bowed. Inishishi's mind raced, grappling with the weight of the moment, the bonds that had just been forged, and the feeling that this was something far greater than himself. Naruto stood still, his ceremonial robe swaying gently in the air that seemed to hum with the resonance of the seals. The glowing patterns on the walls swirled and pulsed like living things, their light casting intricate shadows across the room. For a moment, he simply looked around, his faint smile betraying a sense of quiet satisfaction. The seals, still faintly aglow, seemed to recognize the weight of the ritual just performed. The past and present felt united, and Naruto allowed himself a moment to savor the connection to his heritage, to the Uzumaki who had stood in this same place centuries ago. Kimimaro stepped forward, breaking the silence, and offered Naruto a small roll of bandages and a salve for his thumb. "For your wound, Naruto-sama," Kimimaro said, his tone formal but carrying a warmth reserved only for Naruto. Naruto chuckled softly, accepting the offering and wrapping his thumb. "Thanks, Kimimaro. Always looking out for me, aren't you?" Kimimaro inclined his head. "It's my duty." Then, after a beat, he added, "You performed well. The ritual was flawless." Naruto's smile grew wider. "Flawless, huh? Don't let me get too big ahead, or I might start thinking I'm some kind of ancient sage reincarnated." Naruto turned his gaze toward Kabuto, who still looked slightly overwhelmed, kneeling and staring at the seals as though trying to decipher their meaning. "And you, Inishishi," Naruto said, his tone shifting into something distinctly playful. "You're looking awfully serious. Don't tell me you're crying under all that stoicism. Should I fetch you a tissue?" Kabuto snapped out of his daze, his expression somewhere between affronted and startled. "I'm not crying," he replied hastily, though his voice cracked slightly, betraying his confusion at Naruto's sudden change in demeanor. Kimimaro, ever the stoic, added without missing a beat, "If you are crying, we can make the tea strong enough to mask the taste of your tears." Shishui snorted softly, clearly enjoying the moment, and even Kunugi's lips twitched as though suppressing a grin. Kabuto blinked, glancing between them, struggling to process the abrupt shift from solemn ceremony to teasing banter. His mind raced. How could Naruto, who just moments ago carried the gravity of a clan leader performing an ancient ritual, now be making jabs at him with such ease? Naruto turned toward the door, gesturing for the others to follow. "Come on, then. We've got work to do. I'll walk you through your assignments, but it's a discussion that needs tea. Good tea. The kind that'll make even Lion here stop growling for a second." Kunugi chuckled softly, following Naruto with a nod of respect. Shishui, his single eye glinting with amusement, added, "You might want to make it extra strong if Inishishi's joining us." Kabuto, still kneeling, found himself the subject of sly grins from his companions as they filed out. He muttered under his breath, "What just happened?" Naruto turned his head as he reached the doorway, throwing one last comment over his shoulder. "Hurry up, Inishishi, or we'll drink all the tea without you. And trust me, Kimimaro's tea doesn't wait for slowpokes." With that, Naruto and Kimimaro strode toward the main house, their easy camaraderie filling the space behind them. Shishui and Kunugi fell into step, still smirking, leaving Kabuto to scramble to his feet, flustered and bewildered. As the door to the ceremonial room clicked shut, Kabuto sighed, the faintest of smiles creeping onto his lips. "Maybe this won't be as straightforward as I thought." Hokage's office. Konohagakure. The morning sun filtered through the wide windows of the Hokage's office, casting warm light across the room's occupants. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, leaned back in his chair, his pipe in hand, exhaling a trail of smoke that curled lazily upward. To his right stood Asuma, arms crossed, a faint scowl etched on his face. Across from them, Danzo Shimura sat with his ever-present air of disapproval, his one visible eye fixed on the Hokage with cold intensity. "You're too soft-handed with him, Hiruzen," Danzo said, his voice sharp and cutting. "The boy is a Jinchuriki, a tool of the village. Yet you allow him to parade around with this undeserved leniency." Hiruzen sighed, his expression remaining calm. "He is not merely the sum of what he contains, Danzo. Naruto is a human being, and I will not treat him otherwise. He's grown in ways few could imagine, despite the challenges placed before him." Danzo's lips thinned. "But he is not of your blood, despite your sentimental desire to treat him as though he were. Your coddling blinds you. For 7 years, you let him gallivant across the nations with that rogue Yurei, an unaccountable element with ties to no one and no nation. And now? You reward his reckless insubordination within our own walls. Hiruzen arched an eyebrow. Reckless insubordination? Do not play coy, Danzo said, his tone icy. His little stunt impersonating your secretary's guard for a week. He infiltrated the records division, accessed sensitive materials from the secretary's desks, and who knows what else. Yet, instead of punishment, you placed 3 Anbu operatives at his sole discretion. Tell me, Hiruzen, what message does that send to the rest of the village? Asuma interjected, his voice low but firm. It sends the message that the Hokage values initiative and capability. Naruto's actions may not have been orthodox, but he proved his skill and resourcefulness. Isn't that what we admire in a shinobi? Danzo gave Asuma a dismissive glance. There is a difference between resourcefulness and unchecked arrogance. The Uzumaki pup flaunts both. Hiruzen chuckled softly, his tone half serious, half teasing. You know, Danzo, I am reminded of the time I complained to Tobirama-sensei about your unchecked arrogance. You'd been conducting your little experiments in subterfuge. What did you call it back then? A tactical initiative. I was furious when sensei allowed you to build your private army from the shadows. Yet he told me that sometimes, loyalty and foresight come from unexpected places. Danzo's face remained impassive, though a flicker of annoyance passed through his eye. All that I have done, and continue to do, is for the good of the village. Nei exists to ensure Konoha's survival, not to indulge my whims. And yet, Hiruzen said, leaning forward slightly, his voice turning pointed, you think Naruto's actions are not for the village? He has faced danger, brought back knowledge, and proven his worth time and again. I trust him to lead, not because I am blind, but because I can see what he is capable of becoming. Danzo scoffed. Capable of becoming? He refuses to conduct himself as a Jinchuriki should. He eschews discipline for chaos, tradition for arrogance. Konoha cannot afford to let such a dangerous variable run unchecked. Hiruzen's gaze hardened, though his voice remained calm. Naruto's path may be unconventional, but it is his own. I will not turn him into a tool to be wielded as you would wish. He has earned his place in this village, and I will see to it that he has the freedom to prove himself further. Danzo's mouth tightened, and for a moment, silence hung in the room like a drawn blade. Finally, he rose, adjusting his robes. Your optimism is admirable, as always, Hiruzen. But one day, you may find that your trust has a cost. With that, he turned and left the office, his footsteps echoing down the hall. Asuma let out a low breath, shaking his head. You think he's right? Hiruzen exhaled another puff of smoke, his eyes softening. Danzo is a man of extremes. He sees the world in black and white. But Naruto exists in the gray. And that, my son, is where true strength lies. Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned back in his chair, watching the smoke from his pipe curl lazily toward the ceiling. Asuma, still standing nearby, rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his earlier scowl replaced by something closer to begrudging curiosity. You saw the testing last night? Hiruzen began, breaking the silence. Asuma grunted, his arms crossing over his chest. Hard to miss. Naruto didn't just spar with Team 10, he dismantled them. And the way he did it, it was almost theatrical. Not that I'm impressed, he added quickly, though his tone betrayed him. Hiruzen chuckled softly. It's all right to admit when you've seen skill, Asuma. Even when it's not easy to accept. Asuma sighed, shaking his head. I'll admit this much, I need to train my team harder. But it's not just about the techniques. I'm not sure they're willing to commit to something more strenuous. They've grown comfortable, maybe too comfortable, with their current level. Hiruzen tapped the edge of his pipe against the ashtray, his gaze thoughtful. Comfort is a dangerous thing for a shinobi. But it's also a challenge for a sensei to inspire the kind of hunger that drives true growth. You'll find the way. I have faith in you. Asuma didn't respond immediately. His eyes drifted to the window, watching the village below. After a moment, he said, Naruto's techniques, they were unorthodox. A lot of feints, layered traps. Not something I've seen often, even among Uzumaki. Hiruzen smiled faintly. His master had a hand in that, no doubt. That man's teachings were always unique. Asuma frowned. You mean unpredictable? Hiruzen laughed, a deep, warm sound. That too. But Naruto has taken those teachings and shaped them into something his own. He sees the role of a shinobi differently than most. His perspective is closer to the ideals our predecessors dreamed of. strength tempered with humanity, purpose married to compassion. It's rare to see that balance. Asuma raised an eyebrow. Closer to the ideals? I don't know about that. Look, I'm not siding with Danzo here, but the old man has a point. You've been lenient with Naruto. Too lenient, maybe. Hiruzen shook his head, his expression turning serious. You misunderstand, Asuma. The Uzumaki are a founding clan of Konoha, alongside the Senju and Uchiha. They have always walked a different path. Their youth, especially, are expected to wander the world, to learn from it, and to return stronger for it. Naruto's journey was not indulgence, it was tradition. And through it, he's come to remind me of the shinobi of my youth. Those who banded together against all odds and forced the world to take notice. That spirit burns brightly in him. Asuma mulled this over, scratching his beard. And the testing? What was the result? I'm guessing you didn't just let him walk away with a pat on the back. Hiruzen's lips curled into an impish smile as he reached into his desk and retrieved a scroll, holding it out to his son. Asuma took it with a wary look, unfurling the parchment. His eyes skimmed the text, and then they widened. He coughed, nearly choking as he looked back at his father. You old stump. You reward him with one hand and punish him with the other. Hiruzen chuckled, a twinkle of mischief in his eyes. Youth must constantly prove themselves against the high walls of experience. Naruto will rise to the challenge, as he always does. Asuma let out a huff of exasperation, rolling the scroll back up and shaking his head. You really think he's ready for this? Hiruzen's gaze turned soft, a rare flicker of emotion crossing his face. He's not just ready, Asuma. He's necessary. Duragashi Port, land of tea. Koyuki Kazuhana leaned against the wrought iron railing of her balcony, the cool breeze off the sea tugging at her silk robe. Below her stretched the bustling port town of Duragashi, the streets alive with merchants, sailors, and travelers. The mingling scents of brine, exotic spices, and fish wafted up to her, but Koyuki barely noticed. Her eyes were fixed on the horizon, where the late afternoon sun bled gold and red into the water, casting long shadows across the town. She huffed, brushing a strand of raven black hair from her face, her expression a mixture of bitterness and weariness. Her dressing room behind her was cluttered with the trappings of her life, gowns embroidered with jewels, cosmetic kits arranged with precision, and scattered scripts marked with hastily scribbled notes. Her life as Yukie Fujikaze, the movie star adored by the masses, had brought her here. A name as fake as the bright, carefree smile she wore for her fans. She was their Snow Princess, a title that felt like a cruel joke. Snow Princess. She tightened her grip on the railing. Once, that title had meant something. It had been hers by birthright, not by script. The bitter taste of memory filled her mouth. Her father, Sosetsu Kazuhana, the last legitimate daimyo of Yuki no Kuni, had been a kind man, a dreamer who believed in peace and prosperity. He had built wonders in their frozen land, weaving hope into the very fabric of their snow-covered villages. But dreams were fragile things. Her uncle, Dodo, had shattered them with the same cruelty that had extinguished her father's life. A sharp gust of wind made her robe billow around her, and Koyuki shivered, but not from the cold. She could still see it, the fire consuming the palace, the screams of loyal retainers, and the hollow echo of her father's voice as he sent her away to safety. His face, pale and resolute, lingered in her mind like a ghost. And now Dodo sat on her father's throne, a false daimyo ruling with an iron fist. Yuki no Kuni had become a land of fear under his reign, its beauty marred by his ambition and greed. She had heard the whispers of what he had done, of how he turned their home into a playground for his experiments and a weapon against those who opposed him. Koyuki felt the familiar pang of helplessness claw at her chest. She had fled that life, taken on a new name, and built a new identity far from the frozen north. As Yukie Fujikaze, she could control her image, her surroundings, her life. But no matter how far she ran, the weight of her past was a constant shadow. From her balcony, she could hear the calls of dockworkers and the hum of life in the streets below. These people knew nothing of her past. To them, she was a star, a distant, untouchable figure gracing their town for the filming of her latest movie. They didn't see the broken girl beneath the mask, the one who had lost everything to her uncle's betrayal. Koyuki pressed her hands to her face, drawing a slow, shuddering breath. She couldn't let them see. Not the director, not the crew, not the fans. They needed Yukie Fujikaze, the snow princess who charmed them with her wit and dazzled them with her beauty. But as she lowered her hands and looked back out at the horizon, the bitterness in her heart swelled. Yukie Fujikaze was a lie, and Koyuki Kazuhana was a prisoner in her own story. The sun dipped lower, its fiery reflection on the water fading into darkness. Koyuki turned from the balcony and back into her dressing room. There were lines to memorize, costumes to try on, and a role to play. If nothing else, she could bury the past in the bright lights of the stage and the hollow adoration of her audience. For now, that would have to be enough. Yakiniku Q Restaurant. Konohagakure. The savory aroma of grilling meat mixed with the low hum of conversation and laughter from other diners. In a corner booth at the bustling Yakiniku Q, Team 10 sat around the table, their expressions more subdued than usual. Plates piled with cuts of meat sat untouched, the sizzling from the grill a backdrop to the unspoken tension among them. Shikamaru Nara leaned back in his seat, arms crossed, his usual slouch even more pronounced. His sharp eyes were fixed on the ceiling, though his mind was clearly elsewhere. Beside him, Choji Akamichi picked at a bowl of rice, his chopsticks unusually still for someone who treated meals with reverence. Across from them, Ino Yamanaka drummed her fingers on the table, her lips pursed as she stared into her drink. It was Ino who broke the silence, her voice sharp and pointed. "Okay, is anyone else not okay with what happened yesterday?" Choji glanced up from his rice, hesitating. "You mean, how badly we lost?" Obviously, Ino snapped, though the bite in her tone lacked its usual energy. She sighed, running a hand through her hair. "We're supposed to be a team. We've trained together for years, and we couldn't even make him sweat." Shikamaru sighed, finally lowering his gaze. "It's not like we're the only ones. Naruto's not some average genin. He's been training outside the village, and if the rumors are true, it's not exactly normal training either." "Yeah, but we're not normal either," Ino shot back. "We're from the Ino Shika Cho formation. Our clans have worked together for generations, and this is how we represent them." "It's embarrassing." Choji nodded reluctantly, his chopsticks now resting on the table. "She's got a point, Shikamaru. We've always been told we're stronger together, that our formation is what sets us apart. But yesterday, it didn't feel like it mattered." Shikamaru rubbed the back of his neck, his brow furrowing. "It's not that simple. We underestimated him. I did, at least." His voice was quieter now, tinged with frustration. "I thought we could hold our own, but Naruto doesn't fight like other shinobi. He reads us, anticipates us. It's like he knows what we're going to do before we do it." "He does know," Ino said, her tone dropping. "Did you see the way he moved? The way he dodged? He wasn't just reacting to us, he was 10 steps ahead. I've never fought anyone like that." Choji shifted uncomfortably, his large hands gripping the edge of the table. "Do you think, maybe he was holding back?" The question hung in the air, heavy with implications. None of them wanted to answer it, but the truth was written on their faces. Ino broke the silence again, her voice softer now. "I just don't want us to be left behind, you know? He's our age, and he's leagues ahead of us. If we don't do something, we're going to be stuck where we are while he keeps getting stronger." Shikamaru's gaze dropped to the table, his mind racing. "Getting stronger isn't just about training harder," he said finally. "It's about training smarter. Naruto's been out there, seen things we haven't. He's got experience we can't match right now. But," he paused, searching for the right words. "But that doesn't mean we can't catch up." Ino looked at him sharply. "How, then? What's the plan, oh genius strategist?" Shikamaru didn't answer right away, his fingers tapping a slow rhythm on the table. Finally, he spoke, his tone measured. "We need to rethink how we train. How we fight. Maybe it's time we started looking at things differently." Before Ino could press him further, the waitress arrived with another platter of meat, breaking the tension for a moment. Choji's eyes lingered on the food, but even he didn't immediately reach for it. Instead, he let out a low hum of thought, finally breaking the silence. "Do you think this test of his was just to gauge his skills? Or could it be more than that?" Ino tilted her head, her fingers still idly drumming the table. "What do you mean?" "Well," Choji hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "I mean, with everything we've been hearing about him. Traveling the world, all those rumors about the places he's been and the things he's done. Maybe this wasn't just about where he ranks. Maybe they're testing him for something bigger? Shikamaru leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table and clasping his hands together. Could be. But rank still matters. It's how the village recognizes your capability. And based on what we saw. He trailed off, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly as he considered it. What? Ino pressed. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets promoted straight to Jonin, Shikamaru said bluntly. Ino snorted, though there was no humor in it. Jonin? Are you serious? That's a huge leap, even for someone like him. Think about it, Shikamaru replied, his tone calm and measured. The skills he showed against us weren't just advanced, they were on another level. He wasn't just strong, he was tactical, precise. He dismantled us like we were still at the academy. And we're not exactly pushovers. Choji frowned, his chopsticks now forgotten in his hand. But isn't it a little weird? Someone our age, jumping to Jonin right away. I mean, even the top geniuses didn't do that, right? Yeah, but Naruto isn't just anyone, Shikamaru countered. He's the village's Jinchuriki. That already puts him in a unique position. And if his skills are as sharp as they seem, the higher-ups might see him as more valuable in a higher role. Ino crossed her arms, her lips pursing as she mulled it over. Okay, but if he's so great, why test him against us? Why not someone like Kakashi or one of the other Jonin? Because it wasn't just about him, Shikamaru said. It was about seeing how he handles us. A team of genin, albeit a skilled one, was the perfect gauge for how he'd handle unexpected situations, adapt to team dynamics, and outthink a group. And let's be honest, he aced all of it. Choji's frown deepened. So, you really think he'll be made Jonin? Shikamaru shrugged, his expression unreadable. If not Jonin, then definitely High Chunin. Anything lower would be a joke, based on what we saw. Ino sighed, leaning back in her seat and staring at the ceiling. Well, whatever they decide, I just hope he doesn't let it get to his head. Last thing we need is another genius walking around, looking down on everyone else. Shikamaru smirked faintly, his gaze flicking to her. You're assuming he's like that. But from what I saw, he doesn't strike me as the type to gloat. He's confident, sure, but it's not arrogance. It's something else. What, then? Ino asked, raising an eyebrow. Purpose, Shikamaru said simply. Naruto fights like someone who's got something to prove. Not to us, or even to the village. To himself. The table fell silent at that, the weight of Shikamaru's words settling over them like a heavy blanket. Choji finally reached for the platter of meat, breaking the tension with the familiar sound of sizzling on the grill. Well, he said between bites, whatever happens, I just hope he remembers us little people when he's wearing that fancy flak jacket. Ino rolled her eyes, but she couldn't help the small smile tugging at her lips. Shikamaru, for his part, leaned back in his seat with a thoughtful look, already mentally dissecting what Naruto's promotion, or lack thereof, might mean for the village and for them. The conversation wasn't over, not by a long shot. Tazuna's house. Nami no Kuni. The house was small and worn, much like everything else Sasuke had seen in Wave Country. The walk through the town had been quiet, heavy with an air of defeat that seemed to cling to the streets and the people alike. Barefoot children played with makeshift toys in the dirt, their laughter faint and hollow. Shops, what few there were, barely had goods to sell, their shelves lined with scraps rather than stock. Even the wind felt weak, as if it had given up on blowing life back into the place. Sasuke glanced out the window of the cramped room he was sitting in, his hands resting lightly on his knees. He could see the water in the distance, dull and lifeless under a gray sky. It didn't shine or reflect like the rivers and lakes in Konoha, it just sat there, stagnant, like everything else here. His mind drifted back to the fight with Zabuza. The memory stirred a knot of frustration in his chest. He'd been outclassed. Completely. His technique wasn't enough. His speed, his jutsu. They hadn't mattered in the face of someone so utterly in control of the battlefield. He thought back to Kakashi, how their usually lackadaisical sensei had transformed into something terrifyingly precise and powerful. Sasuke had always suspected Kakashi's aloofness was an act, but seeing the real Kakashi in action was something else entirely. Then there was Yakumo. Quiet, unassuming Yakumo, who Sasuke had written off as the weakest member of their team. She'd proven him wrong in a way that still left him unsettled. Her genjutsu, twisting reality in ways that even Zabuza couldn't easily break, had turned the tide of the battle. Without her illusions disrupting Zabuza's water clones and confusing his movements, Kakashi might not have had the opening he needed. Sasuke had never thought much of genjutsu before, too indirect, too reliant on deception. But now, he saw its value. And hers. He exhaled sharply, annoyed with himself. He had underestimated them both, Yakumo and Kakashi. And Sakura too, for that matter. She had stayed sharp, watching their backs and relaying information, doing her part to keep the team together. It wasn't flashy, but it mattered. They all mattered, more than he had realized. A soft knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. The wooden frame creaked as it opened slightly, and a kind face peeked through. Tsunami, the bridge builder's daughter, looked at him with a small, polite smile. "Do you need anything?" she asked gently, her voice warm but tinged with weariness. Sasuke blinked, caught off guard. "No, I'm fine, thank you." He realized he sounded stiff and forced, and he shifted uncomfortably. Tsunami seemed unfazed, her smile widening just slightly as she stepped inside, a bit of sunlight spilling into the dim room behind her. "You've been sitting there for a while. Are you sure you're okay?" Sasuke nodded quickly, perhaps too quickly. "I'm fine, really." He cleared his throat, his gaze darting to the floor before sneaking back to her. There was something about her, her calm, her quiet strength, that unsettled him in a way he couldn't quite place. And then he felt it, the faintest heat creeping up his face. He looked away, pretending to study the chipped paint on the wall as if it held some deep secret. What was wrong with him? He didn't have time for this. "If you need anything, just let me know," Tsunami said after a moment, her tone gentle. She lingered in the doorway for a breath longer than necessary, her eyes soft but curious, before nodding and closing the door behind her. Sasuke sat there for a moment, frozen. His hand drifted up to touch his cheek, feeling the warmth there. He scowled, muttering to himself. "Get it together." His gaze drifted back to the window. The town was still lifeless, the water still dull. But somewhere, beneath his frustration and the weight of his thoughts, he felt a flicker of something else. A determination to get stronger. To matter. To protect. Not just himself, but his team. And maybe, just maybe, this place too. Sasuke's thoughts were interrupted by a faint groan from across the room. His eyes snapped to the futon where Kakashi lay, his sensei stirring for the first time since they had arrived. Kakashi's lone visible eye fluttered open, unfocused at first before settling on Sasuke. "Ah, good, I'm not dead," Kakashi muttered, his voice dry and hoarse. "That's always a nice surprise." Sasuke stood, his earlier reflections shoved aside by the sudden need for action. "Sensei, you're awake." "Brilliant observation, Sasuke," Kakashi said with a weak chuckle, his hand moving to press against his bandaged torso. "Now, catch me up. What's the situation?" Sasuke knelt beside him, his tone clipped and efficient. "The bridge builder, Tazuna, is safe. We escorted him here without further incident. Yakumo and Sakura are still unconscious but stable. I've set up a rotation to monitor the area for threats, and I've sent a message to the Shinobi Council requesting reinforcements." At that last part, Sasuke hesitated, his gaze shifting slightly. Kakashi caught it immediately. "You're second-guessing that decision," he said, his voice sharp despite the fatigue weighing it down. Sasuke began, but Kakashi cut him off. "Don't," Kakashi said firmly. "You made the right call. With me and Yakumo out of commission, and the mission already beyond its original scope, requesting backup was the only logical move. You assessed the situation and acted accordingly. Well done." Sasuke stiffened slightly, the praise catching him off guard. "I thought we were supposed to handle missions like this on our own." "Not when the parameters change drastically," Kakashi replied, his tone softening. "I probably shouldn't have accepted the mission in the first place. It was mislabeled as a C rank, but once Zabuza showed up, it was clear this was at least a B rank, possibly higher. That's on me." Sasuke frowned but nodded, filing the information away. "Wave country is grim," he said after a moment. "The town is barely holding together. The people are malnourished, and the economy seems non-existent. It's clear Gato's influence has strangled the area. Even the water feels wrong." Kakashi hummed thoughtfully, his eye narrowing as he processed the information. "Gato's network is extensive, but he's just one man. That level of oppression requires systematic control. It's no wonder Tazuna's risking so much for that bridge. It's likely the only hope they have left. The room fell silent for a moment, the weight of the situation settling between them. Kakashi then shifted slightly, wincing as he adjusted himself on the futon. "By the way," Kakashi said, his voice suddenly lighter, "I hear you've made quite an impression on Tazuna's daughter." Sasuke froze, his eyes narrowing. "What are you talking about?" Kakashi's visible eye curved into a playful crescent. "Tsunami. Sweet woman. Seems very attentive. Poking her head in to check on you, I hear." Sasuke felt the heat creeping up his neck again and quickly looked away. "She was just being polite." "Oh, I'm sure," Kakashi teased, clearly enjoying himself. "But, Sasuke, you should remember. No matter how charming you think you are, she's a bit older than you. And we have a mission to focus on." Sasuke scowled, his earlier embarrassment flaring into irritation. "You're impossible." Kakashi chuckled weakly, his voice still tinged with exhaustion but undeniably amused. "That's what they all say." Sasuke stood abruptly, folding his arms as he turned toward the window. "Get some rest. You're still injured." Kakashi sighed contentedly, settling back against the futon. "Don't worry, Sasuke. I'm in your capable hands." The younger shinobi rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath as he resumed his silent vigil by the window. 4 years ago. Desert Kingdom ruins. Kase no Kuni. Naruto watched in quiet amazement as Yuru bit his thumb, a bead of blood welling on the calloused skin. The gesture was deliberate, ceremonial, as if imbued with meaning that stretched back generations. His master approached the massive doors, their surface bearing the unmistakable Uzumaki crest. With a reverent motion, Yuru pressed his bloodied thumb to his forehead, leaving a small, crimson mark. He then placed the same thumb against the center of the crest on the doors. The faint bloody swirl it left behind seemed to pulse with life, glowing softly as if the very stone recognized the gesture. Naruto's breath hitched as the crest itself responded, shining with a reawoken power that rippled outward. The intricate carvings that adorned the chamber walls seemed to exhale, shaking off centuries of dust, revealing their hidden seals. The room came alive, glowing with a warm, golden light that illuminated the cavern in breathtaking detail. The massive doors creaked, their ancient mechanisms groaning as they slowly parted to reveal a steep staircase bathed in brilliant sunlight. Yuru laughed, a sound that echoed joyfully through the chamber. Without hesitation, he strode forward, his staff tapping lightly against the stone as he ascended the staircase. Naruto, still rooted to the spot in stunned silence, blinked several times before shaking himself free of his awe. "Wait up, Shisho," he called, rushing to catch up as his master climbed higher and higher. The sunlight grew stronger with every step, stinging Naruto's eyes, which had grown accustomed to the dim light of the cavernous palace. By the time he reached the top of the staircase, he had to shield his face with his arm, squinting against the brightness. When his eyes adjusted, Naruto found himself standing on a spire that pierced through the heavens. The air was crisp, clean, and utterly silent save for the faint howling of the sandstorm far below. He looked out and gasped. The sandstorm, so oppressive and all-encompassing on the desert floor, now appeared like a vast ocean of swirling gold and bronze. It stretched endlessly, a desert atop a desert, its sheer height unfathomable. Naruto leaned over the edge, his heart pounding at the sheer scale of it all. The spire itself was smooth and polished, carved with the same care as the palace below but bearing a sense of solemnity that made it feel apart, sacred. "Breathtaking, isn't it?" Yuru's voice broke the silence. He stood near the edge, gazing out over the storm with an expression of serene admiration. "It's incredible," Naruto managed, his voice almost lost in the vastness of the moment. Yuru chuckled, turning to face his student. "This shrine wasn't just an afterthought, Naruto. The people of the Desert Kingdom revered the Uzumaki. They admired your clan's wanderlust, your curiosity, your ability to forge connections across impossible distances. This spire, this pinnacle atop their greatest achievement, was built in your clan's honor." Naruto turned to look at him, wide-eyed. "They built this, for the Uzumaki?" Yuru nodded, his expression softening with a rare sincerity. The Uzumaki, in turn, were so moved by the gesture that they consecrated the shrine. They left their mark here, a promise to always be part of this place. Even though the Desert Kingdom is long gone, its people scattered to the winds, Their admiration for your clan echoes in these walls. Naruto glanced back toward the swirling ocean of sand below, his mind spinning with thoughts of history, legacy, and his place in it all. The weight of it felt almost too much, yet it was accompanied by a strange sense of pride. Yuru broke the silence again, his voice carrying the slightest edge of teasing. Well, don't let it go to your head. The Uzumaki were extraordinary, sure, but they were also known to be a bit stubborn. Naruto snorted, the tension breaking as he grinned at his master. Sounds like you're describing yourself, Shisho. Land of hot springs. The gate loomed ahead, its wooden surface carved with intricate designs of curling vines and blossoming flowers. The quiet hum of life beyond it was almost tangible, a subtle vibration in the still air. Naruto, arms crossed and frowning, stopped short as Kyoru rested a hand on his shoulder. She's different, Kyoru began, his tone carefully measured. But there's wisdom to her ways. You'll learn, even if it doesn't feel like it at first. Try to keep an open mind. Naruto snorted. You mean I don't have a choice, right? Kyoru smirked, but there was a seriousness in his eyes. Exactly. The gate creaked open, and Naruto stepped through. The sight on the other side was unlike anything he had expected. The sight beyond stole Naruto's words. The garden was vast, stretching farther than his eyes could see, a kaleidoscope of colors and life. Rolling hills covered in vibrant wildflowers gave way to winding rivers that glimmered like molten silver. Trees of every size and shape dotted the landscape, some bearing fruit that glowed faintly in the sunlight, others sprouting blossoms in colors Naruto couldn't name. Exotic plants with curling leaves and iridescent petals lined the narrow dirt paths that wove through the surreal expanse. In the center of this paradise stood a woman. She was tall and graceful, with a kind smile that softened her otherwise striking appearance. Her skin was covered in an elaborate tattoo of a skeleton, the ink overlaying her anatomy with eerie precision. It was unsettling yet mesmerizing, the way the tattoo seemed to emphasize her movements, as though the skeleton beneath her skin were alive. "Ah, you must be Naruto-kun," she said, her voice warm and melodic. "I'm Aimi. Welcome to the garden." Naruto hesitated, glancing at Kyoru, who merely smiled and gave him a small shove forward. "She'll take good care of you. Listen to her." With that, Kyoru turned and left, the gate creaking shut behind him. Naruto scowled and crossed his arms. "What am I supposed to do here? Pick flowers?" Aimi chuckled, the sound like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. "Not quite. You'll help me with the pruning and upkeep. It's simple work, but important." "Pruning?" Naruto echoed, incredulous. "You're joking, right? I'm a ninja, not a gardener." Aimi tilted her head, her smile never faltering. "A ninja, are you? Then surely you understand the value of discipline and patience. Even the strongest warriors must tend to their surroundings, or the weeds will overrun them." Naruto opened his mouth to argue but found himself at a loss for words under her steady gaze. Something about her presence made it difficult to refuse, even if he didn't understand why. Grumbling under his breath, he followed her into the garden. As they walked, Aimi gestured to the landscape around them. "This is a holy place, though not mine. I am merely its minder. Everything here grows in harmony, but only because someone tends to it. That's our task." "Who does it belong to, then?" Naruto asked, glancing at the vibrant flora. Aimi's smile deepened, but she didn't answer. Instead, she crouched beside a bush with tiny, vivid red flowers. "Here, start with this. Clip the dead branches, but be careful not to disturb the blooms." Naruto sighed but crouched beside her, taking the offered shears. The task felt tedious and unworthy of his time, but he couldn't shake the odd sense of reverence that clung to the place, or the woman who seemed to embody it. As the hours passed, Naruto's complaints grew quieter, replaced by a reluctant focus. Aimi worked beside him, her movements deliberate and graceful, speaking softly to each plant she tended. Her voice was gentle, yet it carried a sense of purpose that was impossible to ignore. The air within the garden felt different, thicker, heavier with the weight of something unseen yet profound. Each step Naruto took crunched softly on a path made of crushed gemstones, glowing faintly beneath his sandals. Aimi moved ahead of him, a serene figure amidst the chaos of life around her. Her skeleton tattoo shimmered in the dappled light that filtered through the canopy above, the intricate design moving with her every graceful motion as though it were moments from breaking through the confines of her form. Aimi knelt by a patch of peculiar flowers, their translucent petals refracting light like prisms. She tilted her head slightly, as though listening to their whispers. "They're thirsty," she murmured to Naruto, holding out a watering can shaped like a crescent moon. "Pour slowly. Each drop matters more than you know." Naruto rolled his eyes but complied, careful to follow her instructions. The water shimmered as it poured, pooling briefly on the petals before being absorbed. As he worked, Aimi began her quiet sermon. "Do you see how they lean toward the light, even when it's faint?" she asked. "They remind me of people. Most seek strength in one form or another, survival, love, pride. But strength takes many shapes. Even kindness can be a form of it." Naruto frowned, watching her fingers trail delicately along a vine that had crept too far onto the path. With a flick of a silver sickle, she severed it, leaving the plant whole but contained. "That doesn't feel like kindness," he muttered. Aimi turned her gaze to him, her eyes soft but piercing. "Kindness is not always gentle, Naruto-kun. Sometimes, the gardener must prune what grows wild, nurture what has potential, and recognize when to let something flourish on its own. Strength is in knowing which to choose." As they moved through the garden, the tasks became stranger. They painted the leaves of a tree with a golden liquid that smelled of honey and iron. They buried smooth stones beneath a sapling, and Aimi whispered words Naruto couldn't quite catch. At one point, she handed him a bundle of blackened roots to burn in a brazier shaped like a snarling beast. Naruto's hands worked, but his mind churned. He could see why Kyoru liked her. She talked in circles, always teaching, always nudging his thoughts in unexpected directions. "Even the smallest action," she said as they dug trenches for a vine that glittered with what looked like starlight, "should have purpose. Carelessness leads to chaos, and chaos, well, it has its place too, but only when invited." Naruto hesitated, brushing dirt from his hands. "But what about when something can't grow right? When it's broken?" Aimi smiled faintly, her fingers tracing the pattern of her tattoo where it curved over her wrist. "Even broken things can hold beauty, Naruto-kun. And even beauty must sometimes be sacrificed for the sake of the whole. What matters is that the decision is made with care." Her words lingered as they worked, settling into the back of Naruto's mind like seeds. For the first time, he felt a strange pull toward understanding, though he wasn't sure yet what it was he was meant to grasp. Aimi paused by a thorny bush that stood isolated in a patch of rich, black soil. Its twisted branches bristled with sharp thorns, gleaming faintly under the filtered light. Tiny buds crowned its tips, but no flowers bloomed. Naruto tilted his head, unimpressed. "Doesn't look like much to me," he muttered. She knelt beside the bush, brushing her fingers just above the thorns, careful not to touch them. "This is the twice-bloomed thorn. It blooms only once every 10 years, and when it does, its flowers are said to rival the beauty of the stars. Its thorns are sharp enough to pierce steel, but only the patient see its true gift." Naruto squatted beside her, staring at the bush with new curiosity. "So, it's about waiting for stuff to happen?" Aimi smiled faintly, shaking her head. "Not waiting, persevering. It survives storms, drought, and fire, enduring when others would wilt. Its beauty is earned, Naruto-kun, through its struggle." Further along, she stopped at a tree with a gnarled, twisted trunk that seemed more a cluster of roots growing upwards than a proper tree. Its bark was rough, its form awkward and ungraceful. Yet, nestled among its sparse leaves were clusters of golden fruit, glowing softly in the dappled light. "This," she said, her voice softer, reverent, "is the hidden promise tree." Naruto wrinkled his nose, poking at the trunk. "It looks like something out of a bad dream." Aimi chuckled, plucking one of the fruits and holding it out to him. "And yet, its fruit is sweeter than any you've tasted. Go on." He hesitated before taking a bite, his eyes widening as the flavor burst across his tongue, rich, honeyed, and tinged with a tangy warmth. "Whoa, this is amazing." "The tree hides its gift," Aimi explained, watching him closely. "Many overlook it because it doesn't fit their idea of beauty. But it teaches us to look deeper, to see potential in things others might dismiss." As they moved to another part of the garden, Naruto noticed a patch of weeds growing stubbornly in a corner. He opened his mouth to mention them, but Aimi spoke first. "You've been eyeing those weeds," she said, amusement in her tone. "Well, yeah," Naruto admitted. "You've got this amazing garden, and those don't belong here, do they?" Aimi crouched beside the patch, her hands brushing over the wild growth. These are patchwork briars. Most would rip them out on sight. But I allow them to grow in places like this. Why? He asked, frowning. Because even weeds have their purpose, she said simply. Their roots break the soil, preparing it for new growth. Their leaves provide shade for seedlings. And sometimes, what we call a weed is just a misunderstood flower waiting for the right moment to bloom. Aimi nodded, rising gracefully. Whether it's a thorny bush, a gnarled tree, or a patch of weeds, everything in this garden has a place and a purpose. Naruto followed her, his hands brushing over the plants as they passed. For the first time, he found himself wondering, not just about the garden, but about the people he had met, and the ones he might lead one day. Naruto trailed behind Aimi, watching her as she tended to a vibrant flower bed that seemed to ripple with color, the petals shifting hues subtly in the light. Despite his earlier skepticism, he couldn't help but feel captivated by the woman's calm grace and the way she spoke with such reverence for everything around her. Still, her cryptic lessons grated on him. You know, he began, folding his arms and frowning, you and my master have this thing for talking in riddles. You could just say stuff straight, but no, it's always, life's a garden, this, and persevere like a thornbush, that. He grumbled, though his tone was more teasing than serious. Aimi turned to him with a laugh, light and joyous, her voice carrying the same gentle warmth as the garden around them. You're not wrong, little gardener. Your master and I are cuttings from the same branch but grown in very different climates. She knelt by the flower bed, her hands moving delicately as she pruned a stray leaf. Kyoru's master taught him to explore always, to seek answers by walking new paths and embracing the unknown. It's why he wanders so far and why his lessons are often questions disguised as riddles. Naruto raised an eyebrow, watching her fingers work with practiced precision. And you? Did you learn from the same guy or what? Aimi shook her head, her smile's serene nut twisted at the end like she held the punchline to an unasked joke. My teachings come from a higher place. She paused, looking up from her work. I live by the word of my God, he who sits on wicker thrones. His voice speaks not in commands, but in symbols and metaphors. Each story I tell, each lesson I share, is an act of worship. My faith breathes through me as I breathe through it, in every moment, in every choice. Naruto blinked at her, unsure whether to be intrigued or overwhelmed. That's, a lot. So your God talks to you in riddles too? She chuckled again, rising to her feet and gesturing to the flower bed. Not riddles, Naruto, stories. Stories can take many forms. They can be told in words, in pictures, in the smallest of seedlings, or the mightiest of forests. This garden is a story, one I tend to every day. Each plant, each blossom, carries a message, a truth waiting to be uncovered. Naruto squatted near the flowers, his fingers brushing one of the petals that shifted from blue to violet under his touch. So, when you're pruning and planting, you're telling a story to your God? Yes, she said simply. And through these stories, I learn as much as I teach. Each cut must be precise, each seed placed with care. Nothing without purpose. Naruto frowned, his mind turning over her words. That sounds exhausting. Do you ever get it wrong? Of course, Aimi replied, her gaze steady. But that's part of the story too. Even mistakes carry lessons, and even failures can help something grow. Naruto sighed, scratching his head. Man, you and my master really are alike. You'd get along great if you weren't both so busy being weird. Aimi only laughed, the sound filling the garden like sunlight breaking through clouds. Perhaps, but weirdness, like weeds, has its purpose too. For once, Naruto had no reply. He simply watched her, feeling something shift within him, something he didn't fully understand but couldn't ignore. Momiji Residential District, Konohagakure. Anko Mitarashi is having a wonderful morning. The sunlight filters through the blinds of her small apartment in the Momiji district, casting slanted lines across a chaotic assortment of mismatched furniture and half-finished projects. Her place, as always, looks like a whirlwind hit it, scattered clothes draped over chairs, a half-empty sake bottle teetering on the edge of the coffee table, and a neglected pile of mission reports stacked precariously in a corner. But Anko couldn't care less. Her morning starts with her favorite luxury, waking up without a hangover despite getting hammered the night before. She stretches like a cat, yawning wide as the sunlight warms her skin. From her apartment, Nestled in the northeast section of the village near the Aburame compound and within earshot of the Forest of Death, she can hear the faint sounds of Konoha stirring to life. Birds chirping, distant voices of vendors setting up stalls, the occasional faint buzz of an Aburame's kakaichu in the air. It's all background noise to her. Anko swings her legs over the edge of the bed, grinning as her bare feet hit the cool floor. Ah, another day in paradise, she mutters to herself, scratching the back of her head. She pads over to the kitchenette, her purple hair a wild, untamed mess, and rummages through the cupboards for instant miso. Finding a single packet left, she tears it open and dumps it into a bowl, pouring boiling water over it without much ceremony. She slurps noisily, leaning against the counter as she gazes out the window at the dense greenery that surrounds the district. The Momiji district suits her. It's quiet enough for her liking, but close to the Forest of Death. A place that always felt more like home than any sanitized Konoha street. The proximity means fewer neighbors bother her, which is perfect because she doesn't want anyone knocking on her door while she's enjoying her rare time off. Speaking of time off, she chuckles to herself, remembering the little victory that secured her freedom for the rest of the week. Yesterday's interrogation at the T Division had been a masterpiece. The suspect broke faster than she expected, coughing up information so valuable that even the division head begrudgingly told her to take some time to herself. She grins at the memory, licking the last of the miso from her spoon. Still clad in her oversized t-shirt and shorts, Anko walks over to her couch, flopping down onto it with a content sigh. She grabs the remote, intending to flip through some old samurai dramas she has on tape. The bottle of sake from last night catches her eye, and she picks it up, swirling the last bit of liquid in the bottom. A cheeky smile spreads across her face. "Waste not, want not," she says, tipping it back and polishing it off. For a moment, she considers heading into the village and seeing if anyone's up for an early drink. But no, this was her week off, her time to relax. She'd earned this. No missions, no Anbu breathing down her neck, and no uptight shinobi expecting her to play by their rules. Anko Mitarashi was going to enjoy every second of this wonderful morning. Hokage's office. Konohagakure. The Hokage's office was a study in controlled chaos. Towering stacks of scrolls flanked his desk, each one neatly arranged yet hinting at the sheer weight of responsibility shouldered by the third. Behind the desk, the Hokage sat with his pipe in hand, his sharp eyes studying Naruto and Kimimaro, who stood before him like contrasts in a painting. Naruto's posture was loose but deliberate, his hands resting lightly on his hips. His vibrant presence filled the room, tempered by an air of quiet confidence rather. By his side, Kimimaro stood straight-backed and composed, his pale gaze unwavering, a calm and palpable loyalty emanating from him. "Well, Naruto," the Hokage began, a hint of warmth in his voice, "I've reviewed your results. To say the least, your performance was memorable." Naruto's brow arched, a faint smirk pulling at his lips. "Memorable, huh? That's one way to put it. I'm told it's significant event in this village if you can get a Nara to say, troublesome, twice in one breath." The Hokage chuckled softly, setting down his pipe. "I assure you those rumors were not started by anyone who joins Shikaku Dono on the council. As far as I understand, your dismantling of their clan formations has unsettled the trio. My son tells me that they have been inspired by your performance to improve themselves, finding a new appreciation for the subtler tools of the shinobi." Naruto leaned slightly against Kimimaro's shoulder, his tone light but measured. "It's all about adaptation, right? No one fights by the book when they're out in the field. Well, except maybe Shikamaru. But that's his thing." Kimimaro inclined his head ever so slightly, his tone as composed as ever. "Naruto-sama demonstrates what a shinobi should be, adaptable, precise, and resourceful. Even his unconventional methods reflect the essence of a true shinobi." Naruto straightened, shooting Kimimaro an amused glance. "Flattery, huh? I'll remember that next time I'm assigning you patrol duty." Kimimaro's lips twitched almost imperceptibly, a shadow of a smile. "I merely state the truth." The Hokage observed the exchange with an amused glint in his eye. "It seems you've inspired loyalty, Naruto. That's no small feat." Naruto shrugged, though the subtle warmth in his expression betrayed his appreciation. "It's mutual. Kimimaro's worth a dozen shinobi on his own. You won't hear me complaining about having him at my back." The Hokage nodded approvingly before reaching into a drawer and retrieving a folder. Sliding it across the desk, he gestured for Naruto to take it. Speaking of worth, here are your official test results, the Hokage said with a wry smile. Naruto opened the folder and began scanning the document. His eyes skimmed through the evaluations, his smirk growing until he reached the rank designation. The smirk faltered, replaced by a flicker of confusion. "Genin?" he asked, lifting his gaze to the Hokage. "After all that, you're putting me down as a genin?" "Not just any genin," the Hokage replied smoothly, gesturing toward the fine print. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he reread the details. The words Genin Reserve General jumped out at him, and his expression shifted into something between incredulity and amusement. "Genin Reserve General?" Naruto asked, setting the folder down. "You're going to have to explain this one, old man." The Hokage leaned back in his chair, a faintly mischievous smile tugging at his lips. "It's an old designation, dating back to the Warring States period. Essentially, it allows you to operate with the rank of genin but the responsibilities, and authority, of a much higher station. A clever way of keeping certain individuals under the radar, don't you think?" Naruto folded his arms, his voice dry but laced with humor. "Oh, brilliant. I'm sure the other villages will be shaking in their boots when they hear about the Leaf's hidden weapon designated as a genin." "Underestimation can be a valuable asset," the Hokage countered, his tone calm but firm. "It's a way to protect you and the village while allowing you the freedom to act as needed." Kimimaro, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke. "A prudent decision, Hokage-sama. Though I would caution against anyone underestimating Naruto-sama. Such folly has proven costly before." Naruto cast Kimimaro a sidelong glance, his lips quirking upward. "You really know how to sweet-talk a guy, huh?" Kimimaro tilted his head slightly, his expression inscrutable. "I speak only what I've observed, Naruto-sama." The Hokage chuckled, shaking his head. "It seems your reputation precedes you, Naruto. Wear the rank however you like, but don't forget, titles are just tools. It's the actions behind them that matter." Naruto picked up the folder again, studying it thoughtfully. "Guess I'll have to prove you right, huh?" "I have no doubt you will," the Hokage said, his gaze steady and filled with confidence, leaning back in his chair, tapping a scroll lightly against the edge of his desk. "Now, onto the real reason I called you here. I have a mission for you, Naruto." Naruto straightened slightly, his expression sharpening. "I'm listening." The Hokage unrolled the scroll, his face becoming more serious. "As of the last report, Team 7, led by Kakashi Hitaki, is in Nami no Kuni on a mission to protect the bridge builder Tazuna. The mission was originally classified as C rank but has escalated significantly." Naruto's brows furrowed. "Escalated how?" "Team 7 has encountered Zabuza Momochi," the Hokage replied, his voice even. "An A-rank Nukenin from Kirigakure. From the report sent by Uchiha Sasuke, Zabuza incapacitated Kakashi and seriously endangered the team. Though Kakashi has recovered, this mission has become far more dangerous than anticipated. Additionally, there are indications that the situation in Wave Country may be linked to broader regional tensions." Naruto folded his arms, processing the information. "Zabuza Momochi. He was one of the 7 swordsmen, right? Brutal reputation, but smart. If he's in Wave, there's more to this than just Gato throwing money around." "Precisely," the Hokage said, his gaze steady. "Gato, as you are aware, is a wealthy businessman with dubious ethics. His company, Gato Inc., has extensive shipping interests in the region. It is no discovered that he's been using Wave as a foothold, assembling a mercenary army to secure control over the shipping lanes and suppress resistance. Tazuna's bridge represents a threat to that control. Moreover, Momichi was retrieved by a Kirigakure Anbu operative after his apparent defeat. We suspect that the newly established regime under the 5th Mizukage might have its own stake in Wave's shipping lanes, supporting their reconstruction after years of civil war." Naruto leaned against the edge of the Hokage's desk, a thoughtful expression on his face. "So Wave's not just about Gato. It's a crossroads. Kiri's interest makes sense. They're still rebuilding, and securing shipping lanes would help the efforts in stabilizing their economy. But if they're sending Anbu, that's a lot of effort for one bridge and a few shipments. Either they're desperate, or they think there's something in Wave worth the risk." The Hokage nodded. "It's speculation, but sound. Your mission is to assist Team 7 in stabilizing the situation and, if necessary, extracting them from Wave if the danger becomes untenable. You'll also assess the presence of Kiri operatives and confirm whether they're acting under the Mizukage's orders or pursuing a separate agenda. Naruto stood upright, his expression calm but determined. Understood. And I assume Kimimaro is coming with me? Of course, the Hokage said with a small smile. I'd expect nothing less. I had also intended for one of your Anbu guards to join you. Naruto shook his head lightly. That won't be possible right now. The Hokage raised an eyebrow. Oh, and why is that? Naruto shrugged, a faintly amused look crossing his face. I've already got them working on something. One of them is probably still at headquarters if you want to recall him for questioning. I did not forbid reports to you about my objectives among the Anbu you assigned. The Hokage gave him a knowing look, his lips quirking upward. Dare I ask what you've sent them to do? Naruto smiled cryptically. You could ask, but I doubt the answer would help. Anbu loved their secrets, but they loved to gossip about missions even more. I'd bet there's already a buzz in the air. The Hokage laughed, shaking his head. So that's why there's a strange energy in my Anbu ranks today. I should have known you were behind it. Me? Naruto asked, his tone playfully innocent. I'm just following your example. Delegate, inspire, and let the rumors do the rest. The Hokage chuckled, flipping through a stack of files. After a moment, he paused, tapping one with his finger as though coming to a decision. In that case, I'll assign you a special Jonin to round out your team. They'll meet you and Kimimaro at the village gates. I think you'll find them interesting. Naruto tilted his head, curious but not pressing. Fine by me. Anything else I should know? Only that Zabuza's appearance means this mission will test you, the Hokage said. Be prepared for surprises, Naruto. And trust in your instincts. Naruto's lips quirked into a small smile. Always. Tazuna's house. Southern Tree Grove. Nami no Kuni. The soft rustling of leaves filled the air as Sasuke Uchiha focused intently on his task. The grove of trees behind Tazuna's house provided an ideal training ground, the filtered sunlight dancing across the forest floor and the quiet hum of the nearby river offering a sense of calm. But Sasuke's mind was anything but calm. Standing sideways on a thick tree trunk with his feet secured by chakra, Sasuke glared at his trembling legs. The advanced chakra control exercise required him to remain balanced while releasing a steady stream of chakra into his hands to maintain an intricate sequence of seals Kakashi had taught them. Nearby, Sakura stood upside down on a tree branch, the delicate spirals of water chakra emanating from her fingertips wrapping around a leaf she was trying to suspend midair. You're overthinking it again, Sasuke. Kakashi's calm voice came from his perch, seated on a nearby rock. His visible eye lazily scanned the training as if his injuries weren't still hindering him. His left arm was bandaged and immobile, resting in a sling. I'm not overthinking, Sasuke snapped, though he immediately regretted the sharpness in his tone. I'm concentrating. Kakashi's brow rose slightly, his amusement visible even through his mask. If you say so. Sasuke returned his focus to the tree, releasing a measured pulse of chakra to steady himself. Yet his thoughts continued to stray. His gaze flickered toward Tazuna's house, where Yakumo had been resting since they'd arrived. She still hadn't woken up. Kakashi had explained it the day after they carried her unconscious body into the house. Yakumo's Kekkei Genkei, a potent mastery of genjutsu tied to her yin chakra, gave her incredible abilities. But her strength came with a price, an immense strain on her mental pathways. It's like wielding an overly sharp weapon, Kakashi had said, his tone somber. Devastating in the right hands, but it cuts deep both ways. The explanation had stuck with Sasuke, though not in the way Kakashi likely intended. He couldn't help but see Yakumo's state as a glaring weakness. What good was power if it left you vulnerable the moment it was used? How could his only useful teammate, admittedly superior to him at one of the three tenets of a shinobi, pursue a course of battle so strenuous as to jeopardize her dream? It is not a matter of how, Uchiha, it is a matter of when. He clenched his fists, inadvertently releasing a burst of chakra that caused the bark beneath his feet to crack. Careful, Sasuke, Sakura called out, pausing her exercise to glance at him. Her water chakra slipped, and the leaf she'd been balancing fluttered to the ground. Focus on your own training, he muttered, pushing down the irritation in his voice. But even as he refocused, his thoughts shifted again, to what Kakashi had told them after Sasuke's report of the fight with Zabuza. The image of the masked Kiri Anbu collecting Zabuza's body had stuck in Sasuke's mind. It hadn't seemed right then, and Kakashi's analysis had only confirmed his suspicions. Kiri Hunter Nin are trained to destroy their target's body immediately, Kakashi had explained. Leaving with Zabuza intact? It's highly irregular. It's likely they're working together. That meant the Kiri Anbu, and possibly Zabuza himself, were still out there, watching, waiting for an opportunity. Sasuke's lips tightened as he sent another steady stream of chakra into his legs. He had no doubt that the Kiri Anbu was skilled. The precision of the Senbon strike that incapacitated Zabuza was proof enough of that. But if their paths crossed again, Sasuke would be ready. The creaking of the bridge under construction echoed faintly in the distance, a constant reminder of their mission's precarious timeline. If that old drunk, Tazuna, didn't hurry up and finish his damn bridge, they'd be stuck here even longer, vulnerable to whatever hostile might be waiting to strike. Sasuke's grip on the situation solidified in his mind. He wouldn't let himself falter, wouldn't let Yakumo's weakness or Kakashi's injuries compromise the team. And if the time came to face the Kiri Anbu, he'd make sure the fight ended on his terms. The quiet of the grove was broken by the faint rustling of leaves as a small figure padded through the undergrowth. Sasuke glanced down from his perch to see a small ninkin, a pug with a weathered face and tired gait, trotting toward Kakashi. A bound scroll dangled from the dog's mouth, its edges frayed as if it had seen a long journey. Kakashi raised a brow, lowering his book as the pug stopped at his feet. The ninkin unceremoniously dropped the scroll, then flopped onto its stomach with an audible sigh. "Your boss," the dog began in a surprisingly deep, gravelly voice, "made me sprint halfway through the Monkey Clan's jungle to fetch that message." He huffed, glaring half-heartedly at Kakashi. "Said you should be expecting some reinforcements soon enough." Kakashi's eye crinkled with a smile. "Good work, Pakun. I'll add an extra fish to your next meal." "Better make it 3, Pakun muttered, resting his head on his paws. From his position, Sasuke's curiosity piqued. He pushed off the tree, landing lightly on the ground before walking toward Kakashi. "What's the scroll about?" he asked, his tone as neutral as he could manage, though the faintest edge of suspicion colored his words. Kakashi hummed, crouching to pick up the scroll. "Let's see," he said, unbinding the seal with practiced ease. His visible eye scanned the contents quickly, moving down the page with an almost lazy rhythm, until he suddenly froze. Sasuke's sharp eyes caught the brief widening of Kakashi's visible eye, a flicker of shock that passed across the normally impassive face. It was subtle, but noticeable enough to send a chill through Sasuke. He clenched his fists instinctively. In the short time since they'd started working together, Sasuke had rarely seen Kakashi express anything beyond his usual irreverence or nonchalance. Even when Zabuza had ambushed them with his massive Zanbato, Kakashi's shout to "duck" had been delivered with calm urgency. This, however, was different. "What is it?" Sasuke asked, his voice coming out sharper than he intended. Kakashi didn't immediately respond. Instead, he let out a quiet laugh, one that was laced with something Sasuke couldn't quite place: relief, maybe, or a strange kind of anticipation. "Well, this is unexpected," Kakashi murmured, rolling the scroll back up with a faint smile. "The prince is coming." "The prince?" Sasuke echoed, confused but uneasy. His mind raced with possibilities. Was this some kind of codename? Reinforcements, certainly, but what kind of person would prompt such a reaction from Kakashi? Kakashi stood, tucking the scroll into his vest and turning back toward the house. "Looks like we're going to have some very interesting company," he said, his usual tone of casual amusement returning. Sasuke watched him for a moment, the unease lingering. If someone could catch Kakashi off guard, even in the smallest of ways, it meant they weren't ordinary. And if Kakashi's contentment was any indication, the reinforcements weren't just capable, they were someone Kakashi respected. For Sasuke, that meant only one thing. Whoever this prince was, they'd soon be part of his own path to strength. Whether they'd aid it, or challenge it, remained to be seen. Warakoku River Delta, southeastern fire country. Anko Mitarashi is having a terrible morning. The sun blazed high above her, beating down relentlessly as she sprinted along the bank of the Worokoku River. The light glinted off the rippling waters, too bright for her liking, forcing her to shield her eyes with one hand. She scowled at the horizon, her mood as sour as the sake she'd left unfinished back in her apartment. Not even an hour ago, she'd been lounging in her Momiji district home, savoring the start of her hard-earned week off. The dango was fresh, the sake was chilled, and her favorite samurai drama was just getting to the good part when that knock came. Some baby-faced Anbu had the gall to interrupt her second episode to deliver orders with all the charm of a soggy kunai pouch. Get mission ready. Meet your assigned team at the west gate. Now. No explanation, no clue what the mission was, and certainly no acknowledgement that she was technically on vacation. By the time she threw on her coat and headed out, she was already fantasizing about dunking the kid into a vat of dango sauce. And now, here she was, chasing after a blonde chatterbox and his eerily calm companion along the riverbank. Naruto Uzumaki, the Hokage's special golden child, led the way with endless energy, gesturing animatedly as he rambled on about Fire Country's history like a self-appointed tour guide. And this stretch of the river, Naruto was saying, gesturing toward the water, used to be a major battleground for the riverboat clans about 100 years ago. They'd fight over who got to dock where, who controlled the fishing rights, that kind of thing. It was chaos. Kimimaro, the pale and polite shadow trailing Naruto, nodded thoughtfully. And the disputes were resolved how, Naruto-sama? Naruto grinned. Oh, they weren't. Not at first, anyway. For years, it was all ambushes and boat raids. People even started building floating fortresses, big wooden barges armed with ballistae and everything. Imagine that. A fortress that could just sail away if it lost the battle. Kimimaro tilted his head slightly. Efficient, though perhaps impractical in prolonged conflicts. Exactly, Naruto said. It all came to a head when the daimyo finally stepped in and said, "Look, we can't have a bunch of fishmongers running a pirate fleet in the middle of the country." So, he organized the first river treaty, which laid out who could fish where, how docking rights were shared, and even set rules for festivals. That's where the floating fire festival we celebrate today started. Anko tuned out the rest, groaning internally as Naruto launched into a detailed explanation of how the treaty had turned into a yearly fishing competition to keep tensions low. His companion, Kimimaro, kept nodding along, occasionally asking questions that only encouraged the kid further. Did the treaty include provisions for the river festivals, or were those added later? Kimimaro asked. Later, Naruto said with a grin. Once the fighting stopped, people realized they could actually enjoy the river again. That's when they started the dragon boat races. You know, as a way to compete without trying to drown each other. I've read that the Uzumaki were really good at that. Something about their chakra control making them naturals at paddling. Anko sighed, her patience wearing thin. She didn't care about dragon boats, fishing rights, or chakra paddling. What she cared about was the fact that she was supposed to be on vacation right now, not sprinting through the woods listening to history lessons. Next time, she muttered under her breath, I'm barricading the door. The sun glinted mockingly off the river, and Anko tried to ignore the gnawing realization that this was only the beginning of her terrible morning. Guest house. Gato's manor. Nami no Kuni. The room was dimly lit, the faint glow of chakra radiating from Haku's hands as she knelt beside Zabuza, meticulously applying her healing jutsu. The faint hum of energy filled the silence, punctuated only by Zabuza's steady breaths and the occasional crackle of the fire in the corner of the cabin. Zabuza leaned back against the wall, his bandages and scars a testament to his narrow escape. That Kakashi Hitaki, he said, breaking the silence, he's the real deal. I hate to admit it, but the guy's earned his reputation. Fast, precise, damn sharp. He flexed his hand, testing his grip. But I'll take him next time. The copy ninja won't get the better of me twice. Haku didn't respond, her focus seemingly fixed on the chakra flowing from her hands. She made a small noise in the back of her throat, soft but deliberate. Zabuza's eyes narrowed, shifting to her. What's with you? He growled. Take the damn mask off already. Haku hesitated but eventually lifted her hands from her work, pulling the mask from her face. The idyllic features underneath were as calm and serene as a painted screen, but her eyes, sharp, glaring, locked onto Zabuza with silent accusation. What's that look for? Zabuza demanded, though there was an undercurrent of unease in his tone. He shifted, trying to brush it off. What, you think I'll get this hurt again next time I fight that scarecrow? Don't be ridiculous. Haku's glare didn't waver. Zabuza huffed. Is this about the rice crackers? I left you the last one before I left. You're welcome. Nothing. Or is it the snoring thing? You told me I stopped after you knocked me out with a senbon. His voice softened a fraction, but Haku remained unmoved. Finally, Zabuza sighed, his hand lifting to rest gently atop Haku's head. You know we can't help, he said, his voice gruff but quieter now. This is the mission. Haku pulled back sharply, her glare deepening as her voice finally broke free. This country is hanging on by a thread, she said, her tone trembling with suppressed emotion. The villagers are starving, afraid. And every night that beast comes back. Haku, Zabuza interrupted, his voice sterner now, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of regret. We can't do what we want to anymore. We have a cage again. She wouldn't be happy if I screwed up one of her first assignments to the new 7 swordsmen. Haku's fists clenched. And that beast? She spat, her voice low and trembling. Are we to sit by and watch it prowl every night, coming back with blood on its breath? Zabuza froze at her words, his expression tightening. After a long moment, he exhaled deeply, his voice quieter now. The Mizukage, told us that someone contacted her before this mission. Offered to help with the trading lanes as a favor for something she did during the Blood War. He glanced away, his face hardening. I don't like it either, but if Konoha is sticking its nose in, I'll take whatever help we can get. Haku's eyes burned with renewed anger. This is the new Mizukage's way? She asked, her voice cutting. Taking help from beasts and letting innocent blood be spilled? How is that any different from the bloody mist? Zabuza opened his mouth to reply. But Haku had already turned on her heel, storming out of the cabin and leaving frozen footprints in the wake of her turmoil. Damn it, Zabuza muttered under his breath, leaning back against the wall as the door slammed shut behind her. His hand moved to his ribs, wincing as he pressed against the still tender wounds. Kids, he grumbled, though his voice was low, almost resigned. Shiawase Tavern, Worokoku River, southeastern Hai no Kuni. The late afternoon sun cast golden hues across the rolling hills and the river below. Naruto raised a hand, signaling for the group to stop as they reached the crest of a bluff. Below them, nestled against the riverbank, was a small tavern aglow with lantern light. The warm sounds of laughter, clinking glasses, and lively conversation wafted up the hill, mingling with the gentle lap of water against the riverboats moored by the shore. Naruto turned to address his companions, a cheerful grin plastered across his face. Before he could speak, Anko finally snapped. Who the hell do you think you are? She barked, her voice cutting through the calm like a kunai. What the hell are we doing way the hell out here, and why the hell am I here instead of at home watching old samurai flicks, top off, blasted on cheap sake? Huh? Answer me, now. She punctuated her tirade with a sharp jab of her finger in Naruto's direction, her frustration boiling over after hours of pent-up irritation. Naruto threw his head back and laughed, the sound rolling out freely like the river below. I was wondering when you'd say something, he said, wiping a tear of mirth from his eye. It's almost impressive, really. You've been stewing silently for hours while sprinting at full speed. You could have asked all this at any time. Anko glared daggers at him, her lips pursed in a silent fume. Unbothered, Naruto gave her an easy smile and began ticking off answers on his fingers. First, who. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. He gestured to his companion. And this is Kimimaro Kagaya. Simple enough, right? Kimimaro nodded slightly, offering no more than his usual calm presence. Now, what? Naruto's grin turned coy, his tone deliberately vague. We're on a mission, naturally. Anko's glare intensified. And finally, why? Naruto spread his arms wide, gesturing to the glowing tavern below. We're stopping for the night. And because I'm a generous guy, I'll let you in on a little secret. This place has the best sake and gyoza on the whole river. At the mention of sake, Anko's demeanor shifted in an instant. Her eyes lit up, and her previous ire evaporated like mist in the morning sun. Why didn't you just say that? She said, her tone now upbeat and almost chipper. Gyoza's no dango, sure, but sake is sake wherever it's poured. Before Naruto could respond, Anko took off down the hill at a brisk pace, shouting over her shoulder, "Come on, slowpokes. Don't make me drink and eat it all by myself." Naruto chuckled, watching her rush toward the tavern like a shinobi on a mission. He glanced at Kimimaro, who had remained quiet through the whole exchange. "Guess we'd better catch up before she scares the staff." Kimimaro offered the faintest of smiles, and together, they followed Anko down toward the inviting glow of the Riverside Tavern. The atmosphere in the Riverside Tavern had shifted dramatically since they entered. When Naruto, Anko, and Kimimaro first stepped inside, the hum of conversation stuttered into silence. The wary stares of the patrons, fishermen, farmers, and riverboat captains lingered on them, their shinobi attire marking them as outsiders and, potentially, trouble. Even the tavern staff, bustling behind the counter, had paused, hands hovering mid-task. Kimimaro had felt their unease acutely. His white hair, piercing green eyes, and calm demeanor seemed to draw particular attention, and not the good kind. He could sense their whispered questions. Who were these strangers? What business did they have here? And why did they carry the unmistakable air of danger? Now, only a few hours later, the tavern was almost unrecognizable. Laughter boomed and chatter filled the air, mixing with the clinking of sake bottles and the occasional roar of approval. At the long table against the far wall, Anko Mitarashi was the center of attention. She was grinning wildly, her purple hair slightly disheveled, as she slammed her empty sake saucer down onto the wood. "That's 3 down," she crowed, laughing maniacally. "Who's next? Come on, don't let me think this town's full of lightweights." Several riverboat captains, seasoned farmers, and even a young blacksmith apprentice groaned in defeat around her, slumped over with flushed faces and watery eyes. Anko's own cheeks were pink, but her energy hadn't dimmed in the slightest. She grabbed a fresh bottle of sake, pouring herself another saucer with exaggerated flourish as the crowd around her cheered her on. Naruto, meanwhile, held court at another table, surrounded by housewives, children, and old fishermen. He spoke animatedly, his gestures wide and expressive as he regaled them with stories of his travels. Every so often, the group burst into laughter, the children's giggles rising above the din. Naruto himself was nursing his own saucer of sake, occasionally sipping but far more focused on entertaining his captivated audience. Kimimaro observed it all in quiet contemplation from his seat near the corner of the tavern. He had deliberately chosen a spot with a view of the entire room, ensuring he could monitor their surroundings without being drawn into the festivities. Despite his reserved nature, he hadn't escaped notice. Several local women, emboldened by the jovial atmosphere, had approached him throughout the evening, curious about the silent, striking figure in their midst. He had turned them down each time, politely but firmly, returning to his observations. This was Naruto's and Anko's stage, and Kimimaro saw no reason to join in the performance. Lifting his own saucer of sake, Kimimaro took a measured sip, his face remaining impassive as the liquid burned its way down. A faint frown tugged at his lips. "Tea is better," he murmured to himself, setting the saucer down and glancing at the rowdy scene again. Despite the chaos around him, Kimimaro felt an odd sense of ease. Naruto's infectious energy and Anko's unrestrained enthusiasm had transformed the once guarded room into a lively celebration. Whatever tension had lingered earlier was now gone, drowned in laughter and sake. Kimimaro shifted slightly in his seat, his eyes lingering on Naruto. "This is what he does," he thought. "He makes people forget their fears, even if only for a moment. No wonder people follow him." Another roar of laughter erupted from Anko's table, drawing Kimimaro's gaze. She was now arm-wrestling one of the riverboat captains, the table creaking under the strain. Kimimaro allowed himself the faintest of smiles before returning to his quiet watch, content to let the night unfold as it would. The cloudy sky gloomed above, casting dim shifting patterns on the ground as Anko, Naruto, and Kimimaro darted through the forest at a swift pace. Or rather, Naruto and Kimimaro darted, while Anko stumbled along behind, her steps heavy and her face betraying the regret of overindulgence. "Will you two slow down already?" Anko whined, clutching her forehead as if it might fall off at any moment. "Some of us weren't born with a second wind. Or, whatever superhuman energy you two freaks are running on. Who decided it was a good idea to leave at dawn, anyway?" Naruto didn't even look back, his voice cutting through the rhythm of their footsteps. "We don't have the luxury of time right now, Anko. If it weren't for the info I picked up at the tavern last night, we'd already be at the town in Wave by now, blind to what's going on there." Anko blinked, her pace slowing for a moment as she tried to process that. "Wait, you were gathering information? While gossiping with all those hens at the bar? How do you even remember what they were telling you? At one point, you looked like some royal, surrounded by his court." Kimimaro's flat voice interrupted before Naruto could respond. "Naruto-sama didn't consume anything close to the amount of alcohol you imbibed last night." Anko huffed, waving a dismissive hand. "Oh, don't start with me, albino. I mean no jest," Kimimaro said, his tone as steady as ever. "I was genuinely impressed by the volume of alcohol you consumed while remaining functional enough to race those riverboat captains. Truly, an inventive application of water walking techniques." Anko tripped over her own feet, catching herself just in time. "Wait, you mean I wasn't dreaming about water slides in the nude?" she whispered, her eyes wide with realization. Naruto's voice cut through their banter, unusually sharp. "Focus. We're almost there, and you need to hear this." The shift in his tone was enough to silence even Anko, who reluctantly pulled herself together as Naruto began to recount the details from the previous night. "Wave Country is in worse shape than I thought," Naruto began, his voice serious. "While you were doing your thing," he glanced at Anko briefly, "I was talking to the locals. The housewives said their husbands and sons are disappearing when they try to trade goods at the port. The old fisherman said their catch has been stolen by mercenaries and the children." His jaw tightened slightly. "They're scared to even play near the river anymore. Apparently, Gato's got this place under his thumb, and he's letting his thugs run wild. No one's standing up to him because they're afraid of what'll happen to their families." "And the beast?" Kimimaro asked, his steps never faltering. "Rumors," Naruto admitted, his tone still grave. "But enough people mentioned it for me to believe there's something to it. Some kind of creature prowling the town at night, leaving behind blood and fear. No one knows what it is or where it comes from, but they're terrified." Anko glanced at Naruto, a new glimmer of seriousness in her eyes. "And what do you think?" Naruto's brow furrowed. "I think if it's true, it's not something we can ignore. But first, we need to meet up with Kakashi-sensei and the others to figure out what's really going on." The three fell into silence as they entered the coastal forest of Wave Country. The air grew cooler, thick with the scent of salt and damp earth. Above them, the canopy swayed gently in the breeze, filtering the sunlight into dappled shadows. The faint sound of waves crashing against the shore in the distance reminded them that their destination was near, and that trouble was waiting. 3 years ago. Blood Gardens, land of hot springs. The hours had slipped by without Naruto even realizing it. He stood amid the greenery, dirt smeared across his hands and clothes, the faint hum of flowing rivers and rustling leaves filling the air. Yet despite the peace of the garden, an unease had begun to creep into him. No matter how long they worked, the sun hadn't shifted an inch in the sky. He tried to ignore it at first, chalking it up to some illusion or trick, but the steady warmth of sunlight on his back felt unnervingly real. Naruto glanced at Aimi, her graceful figure moving effortlessly between rows of plants, and bit his lip. He had so many questions, about the garden, the strange timelessness of it, about her. But one question burned hotter than the others. "Hey, Aimi," he began, brushing the back of his neck nervously as he watched her snip a stray vine with delicate precision. She hummed, not looking up, her soft voice carrying the same patience as always. "Your tattoos," Naruto blurted, his words tumbling out before he could think better of it. "Why do you have them? Are they, like, part of your religion or something?" Aimi paused mid-motion, her shears hovering over a cluster of leaves. Slowly, she turned to face him, her serene smile unfaltering. These?" she asked, gesturing to the intricate skeleton tattoo etched across her visible skin, its lines perfectly aligned with her own anatomy. "Yes and no." Naruto tilted his head, frowning. "What does that mean?" She set her shears down and moved closer, her steps as quiet as the breeze. "Just as my lord has 1,000 stories to tell, and just as every story has 1,000 ways to be heard, there are 1,000 ways to worship." Her smile turned wistful, and she brushed her fingers lightly over her forearm, where the black ink of the tattoo seemed almost to shimmer. Some choose to worship in ways that would seem monstrous and cruel, and some, whimsical and strange. Others. She hesitated, her eyes growing distant. Others do not choose at all. Naruto's frown deepened. Wait, so you didn't choose to get those? No, she said softly, her voice as gentle as ever, but with an edge of something darker, pain, perhaps, or regret. They were given to me, not as an act of kindness, but as a demand for devotion. Naruto's stomach twisted, horror creeping into his expression. That's messed up. And you still follow this god of yours? Why? After everything done to you in his name? Aime's smile returned, small but steady, as she knelt beside him. Lord Jashin is not a kind god, she said simply. He is greedy, insatiable, and devours all worship the same, caring only that it is done. But these marks, she ran her fingers over the black lines tracing her hand, allow me to see things others cannot. The living and the dead, the cycles of life that most overlook. And though they make me a target of fear and misunderstanding, they also remind me of the truths my lord has taught me. Naruto blinked at her, confused. What truths? That pain and fear are part of life? Aime chuckled softly, shaking her head. No, Naruto. That even scars, no matter how they're earned, can have purpose. These marks, as much as I despised them at first, have given me the strength to nurture, to guide, and to endure. They are not so different from the lessons we've learned in this garden. She gestured to the thorny bush Naruto had pruned earlier, its blooms just beginning to unfurl. The gardener must accept that thorns will prick their fingers as they work. That strength often comes from struggle, and beauty from pain. These truths are my devotion. Naruto stared at her, his mind spinning. He wanted to say something, to tell her that she didn't deserve what had been done to her, but the words caught in his throat. Instead, he simply asked, doesn't it make you angry? That this Jashin doesn't care about you, only your worship? Aime's expression softened further, her eyes holding a quiet sadness. At times, yes. But anger is like a weed, Naruto. It has its purpose, but if left unchecked, it will choke everything else. I choose to let it grow only where it can serve. Naruto swallowed hard, her words settling deep within him. He didn't fully understand her faith or her choices, but he couldn't deny the strength in her presence. The way she carried herself with unwavering grace despite everything she'd endured. And for a long time after, he wondered how far the lessons she was teaching him will go beyond the boundaries of this strange, timeless garden. The Festival of Perseverance was unlike anything Naruto had ever experienced. The still lake village, nestled in the heart of Aim no Kuni, seemed to exude a solemn dignity, even amidst the lively festival. The air was cool and damp, carrying a faint mist that softened the glow of the paper lanterns strung along the narrow, stone-paved streets. Each lantern bore the symbol of the still lake, an intricate depiction of ripples spreading outward from a single point, as if to remind everyone that even the smallest act could echo far into the world. The villagers moved through the festival with a quiet determination that seemed ingrained in their very being. Their expressions were reserved, their smiles faint but genuine. Vendors called out softly to passers-by, offering delicacies like steamed dumplings stuffed with lotus root and spiced fish cakes wrapped in translucent rice paper. The aromas of sizzling skewers and warm rice wine mingled with the faint scent of damp stone and lake water, creating a heady, grounding atmosphere. The village itself was a testament to Aim no Kuni's history and resilience. Many of the buildings were constructed of dark stone and reinforced with heavy timbers, their roofs sloped steeply to withstand the relentless rains that fell just beyond the village's curious dry boundary. Intricate carvings of swirling clouds and flowing water adorned the doorways and lintels, each one a silent homage to the region's relationship with the elements. At the village center, a massive stone archway marked the path leading down to the still lake. Beneath it, hundreds of votive candles floated in shallow basins, their flickering flames reflecting the hopes and prayers of the villagers. Naruto's festival yukata was a striking contrast to the subdued tones of the villagers' attire. It was a deep navy blue, with golden thread tracing the patterns of leaping koi fish along the hem and sleeves. The koi seemed to swim upward, defying the currents, their scales shimmering in the lantern light. The yukata's sash was a bold crimson, tied neatly at his waist, and a small embroidered whirlpool marked the back, just between his shoulder blades. The fabric was simple but well made, the sort of garment meant to honor a special occasion without veering into ostentation. Naruto tugged at the sleeves awkwardly, unused to the loose, flowing fit, but his discomfort was soon forgotten as the festival's wonders drew his attention. Performers clad in dark, flowing robes moved through the crowd, their faces obscured by white masks etched with mournful expressions. They danced in slow, deliberate movements, each step a story of struggle and survival. Their performance, accompanied by the haunting melody of bamboo flutes and the steady thrum of hand drums, painted the history of the Still Lake Temple's defense. At the lake's edge, the atmosphere shifted. The still lake stretched out like a sheet of black glass, so perfectly still that the stars above seemed to rest upon its surface. The temple in the distance, built on a small island in the lake's center, appeared almost ethereal. Its high, arched roofs and delicate spires were outlined in dim golden light, as if the structure itself glowed faintly from within. A hush fell over the gathered festival-goers as they waited for the night's central event. Naruto found himself both awed and unsettled by the atmosphere. There was a weight to the air, an unspoken reverence that demanded respect. He glanced at his master, Kyoru, who stood beside him in his usual unassuming attire, arms crossed and a faint smile playing on his lips. Naruto's gaze lingered on the shimmering surface of the still lake, its silence unnervingly profound. Kyoru, still standing beside him with his arms crossed, let out a low chuckle, his faint smile deepening as he noticed Naruto's fixation. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Kyoru said, his tone carrying a note of wistful nostalgia. "But there's more to this place than what you see. The still lake is a testament to endurance, just like the people who call this village home." Naruto glanced up at his master, intrigued by the weight in Kyoru's voice. "What do you mean? It's just a lake, isn't it?" Kyoru shook his head slowly, his expression turning thoughtful. "A long time ago, this lake wasn't just a lake. It was a sanctuary, a sacred place where monks gathered to pray to Sujin, the water deity, and Seryu, the heavenly beast of the east. The monks believed these deities were the keepers of balance, protecting the region from the ceaseless rain and floods that plagued the surrounding lands." As Kyoru spoke, his eyes seemed to reflect the lake's stillness, drawing Naruto into the tale. The monks built the temple on the lake's island as a place of devotion, and their prayers were said to keep the waters calm. The temple became a beacon of spiritual strength, attracting pilgrims from all over the land of rain and beyond. But that also made it a target. Naruto frowned, his brow furrowing. "A target? By who?" "The old army of Aim's forgotten king," Kyoru replied, his voice growing quieter, as if speaking the words could disturb the lake's peace. "The king sought to expand his dominion and believed that controlling the temple would grant him divine favor. He sent his forces to take the village, to drive out the monks and claim the temple for himself." Naruto clenched his fists, already imagining the destruction that must have followed. "So, what happened?" Kyoru's smile returned, faint but unyielding. "The monks didn't fight back with swords or spears. They endured. For 7 days and 7 nights, they withstood the army's assault. The villagers, inspired by their faith, joined the monks, fortifying the village and helping however they could. The army grew more desperate, pushing harder with every passing day. And on the 7th night, just when it seemed the monks would finally fall." Kyoru's gaze drifted to the temple, glowing faintly on the distant island. A mythic beast emerged from the temple, its form luminous and otherworldly. Some say it was a guardian sent by Sujin, others believe it was Seryu himself. Whatever it was, it banished the army in a single night, scattering their forces like leaves in a storm. The monks survived, and the temple remained untouched. Naruto's eyes widened as he imagined the scene. Kyoru leaned closer to Naruto, lowering his voice. "You see, little prince, perseverance isn't about never falling. It's about standing up again, no matter how many times you're knocked down. Even when the odds are against you. Even when it feels impossible. That's what the monks taught this place. And that's why this lake is still, even when the world around it never stops raining." The crowd gathered at the lake's edge was a sea of muted colors and subdued expressions, the quiet hum of anticipation weaving through the air. Lanterns cast a soft glow over the scene, their flickering light reflecting on the still surface of the lake. Naruto found himself swept up in the throng, his breath caught in his throat as something began to stir from the distant temple. The temple doors creaked open, their ancient wood groaning under the weight of history. From within, a soft, ethereal light emerged, growing brighter with each passing second. Slowly, a creature stepped into view, its form both majestic and unassuming. It looked like young, with a lithe, deer-like body covered in a silvery sheen, with faint, intricate patterns glowing faintly on its skin. Its mane shimmered like moonlight, and delicate antlers curled gracefully from its head, glowing faintly as if they held the stars themselves. It stepped onto the water, its hooves leaving ripples that dissipated almost as quickly as they formed. The crowd fell silent, the air heavy with reverence and tension. Naruto's eyes widened in awe. The creature's presence was otherworldly, its innocence palpable. But then, to his utter shock, the atmosphere shifted. A man in the crowd hurled a rock. It arced through the air toward the creature, but the glowing figure tilted its head slightly, and the projectile missed, landing harmlessly in the water. Another villager followed, this time with a sharpened stick. Then another, and another. Naruto froze, his amazement turning to horror as the villagers began pelting the creature with stones, arrows, and other makeshift weapons. Despite their aggression, not a single strike landed. The creature moved with uncanny grace, its movements fluid and deliberate, as if it anticipated every attack before it was made. "What the hell are they doing?" Naruto exclaimed, turning to Kyoru, his fists clenched. "Why are they attacking it? It's done nothing wrong." Kyoru stood with his arms crossed, his expression as calm as the lake. "This is their ritual," he said simply. "Ritual?" Naruto's voice rose, his anger bubbling to the surface. "This isn't a ritual, it's cruelty. Why would they attack something so beautiful?" Kyoru's faint smile faded, replaced by a somber look. "I said the monks survived, and the temple remained. I didn't say either remained in control of this village for long." He gestured to the crowd. The army that once invaded this place became the army of the new daimyo after the Seven Nation War and the Jade Proclamation nearly 6 centuries ago. These people, he swept his hand across the gathered villagers, are their descendants, not the monks. Naruto stared at him, stunned. "What does that have to do with this?" Kyoru sighed, his gaze returning to the lake. "Their ritual isn't about cruelty, Naruto. It's about humility. The villagers throw their anger, their pain, their sins, everything they wish to purge, at that creature. And it evades them, every time. It reminds them of their limitations, of the futility of violence. It's a way of honoring the temple's perseverance and humbling themselves in the process." Naruto's fists trembled at his sides, his emotions warring within him. He turned back to the lake, watching the creature weave through the attacks with a grace that bordered on divine. The villagers grew more frantic, their throws wilder, their frustration mounting. "That doesn't make it right," Naruto muttered, his voice low but firm. Kyoru glanced at him, a faint smile tugging at his lips once more. "Maybe not, but sometimes, helping people means letting them figure things out for themselves." The soft glow of the creature illuminated Naruto's stunned expression as he stood at the edge of the lake. He could see its fragile, trembling form against the dark background of the night sky reflected on the mirror pools, its warmth seeping through the fabric of his festival yukata. The crowd's angry cries and accusations roared around him, but Naruto's focus remained on the small, shivering being in his arms. "This is wrong," Naruto thought, his jaw tightening as he turned to face the villagers. Their faces were contorted with frustration and outrage, their voices rising like a storm crashing against the stillness of the lake. His resolve hardened, and before he could second-guess himself, he leapt. Naruto's sandals barely made a sound as they landed on the lake's surface, his chakra spreading beneath his feet to steady him. He crouched low, shielding the creature with his body. The shimmering being buried its face in his yukata, its small antlers catching the moonlight as if pleading for protection. The crowd gasped at his audacity, their anger spiking. "Get back here, boy," one villager barked, brandishing a stone. "That thing is part of the ritual. You're ruining everything." But Naruto didn't move. His fiery gaze met theirs, a silent challenge that stopped several in their tracks. Others, less deterred, waded into the lake, their steps clumsy and incoordinated as they splashed through the still waters. Ripples fanned out around them, shattering the mirror-like surface that had reflected the moon and stars so perfectly moments before. The creature whimpered, pressing closer to Naruto. Its glowing patterns dimmed, its tiny body trembling as the villagers advanced, their shouts echoing across the lake. "Stop!" Naruto yelled, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Can't you see you're scaring it? What's wrong with you people? The crowd ignored him, their determination undeterred. Naruto's protective instincts flared, his hands tightening around the creature as he prepared to defend it. But before he could act, the creature stirred. Its trembling ceased, and it raised its head to lick Naruto's cheek, its touch both soothing and resolute. Then, with a graceful leap, it slipped from his arms and landed on the water in front of him, standing between him and the approaching villagers. The crowd froze, their angry shouts tapering off into murmurs of uncertainty. The creature's glow brightened, casting a soft, calming light across the lake. As the ripples from the villagers splashing neared it, they stilled, fading into nothingness. The once disrupted surface of the lake returned to its pristine stillness, as if the creature's mere presence demanded tranquility. The villagers stared, their hostility melting away as the creature regarded them with wide, luminous eyes. It stood tall despite its small size, an unspoken challenge in its serene demeanor. The silence stretched, broken only by the soft lapping of water against the villagers' legs. One by one, their expressions shifted, from anger to confusion, and finally, to shame. The hands clutching stones and sticks fell to their sides, their makeshift weapons forgotten. On the shore, Kyoru watched the scene unfold with his arms crossed, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He stepped forward, his voice calm, and even as he addressed the crowd. "Do you see now?" he asked, his tone gentle but firm. "This is not a creature of vengeance or malice. It seeks only peace, yet you greet it with hostility. Why?" The villagers averted their eyes, their silence speaking volumes. Kyoru's gaze shifted to Naruto, who stood behind the creature with a mixture of awe and determination on his face. "Sometimes," Kyoru said, his voice carrying across the lake, "it takes something unexpected to remind people of what truly matters." The creature turned back to Naruto, its glow softening as it approached him once more. It nuzzled against his leg, then leapt lightly onto the shore, vanishing into the shadows of the temple. The villagers slowly retreated, their anger replaced by quiet reflection. Naruto stood there for a moment, staring after the creature before turning to Kyoru, who now stood beside him. "That was," Naruto began, struggling to find the words. "A lesson," Kyoru finished for him, his faint smile returning. "And perhaps, a little bit of hope." Tazuna's home. Nami no Kuni. The group entered Tazuna's modest home, the warmth of the interior contrasting sharply with the cool, damp air outside. Naruto barely paused, exchanging quick words with Kakashi before following him out the back door. Sasuke noted the determined expression on Naruto's face as he left, a far cry from the loud and mischievous child he remembered from years ago. Sasuke crossed his arms, leaning against a wall as he observed the new arrivals. He couldn't help but feel the memories stir. Naruto at the clan summits, a younger version of himself seated quietly alongside his father. Naruto had been a constant disruption, a whirlwind of chaos in disheveled formal robes. The Hokage always close behind him, patiently redirecting his energy. What Sasuke remembered most about the other clan heir, however, was his father's cautionary words about the Uzumaki's burden. While most people whispered in fear or awe of the tailed beasts, Naruto wore the burden openly, his defiant attitude making it clear he'd refused to let it define him. Sasuke hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now, as he watched Naruto move with such purpose, he couldn't help but wonder how much carrying the weight of a Jinchuriki had shaped him. "So he's the prince," Kakashi-sensei mentioned, Sasuke mused, recalling the title Kakashi had offhandedly dropped. How strong has he become? The question burned at the edge of his thoughts, feeding his curiosity and competitive streak. Meanwhile, Sakura was awkwardly attempting to greet the newcomers, her voice faltering slightly in front of Anko's boisterous energy. "Relax, Pinky," Anko said, throwing herself onto a chair with dramatic flair. "We're not gonna bite." "Well," she added with a mischievous grin, "I won't speak for my composed friend here." She gestured toward Kimimaro, who stood silently near the door, his posture straight and composed, though his slight frown betrayed his frustration at being left behind. Kimimaro's gaze flicked toward Sasuke, assessing him briefly before he turned his attention back to the room. It wasn't lost on Sasuke. There was something unsettling about him, the way his presence felt calm but unyielding, like a coiled spring waiting for purpose. "Hey, kid," Anko said, her voice cutting into Sasuke's thoughts. She pointed a lazy finger in his direction. "What's with the broody stare?" Not used to having guests? Sasuke met her teasing tone with a flat glare. I don't waste time on pointless chatter. Oh, a tough guy, huh? Anko laughed, clearly entertained. Don't worry, I'll warm you up. Sakura, startled by Anko's loudness, flinched slightly, and Anko caught the movement immediately. Ah, don't tell me I'm scaring you, little cherry blossom. I'm actually super nice. Right, Kimimaro? Kimimaro's only response was a barely perceptible tilt of his head, his attention clearly elsewhere. The door creaked open, and Tsunami entered, balancing a tray of tea. Her warm smile lit the room as she moved gracefully to set the tray on the table. Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Anko whistled, her grin widening as she leaned forward. Tazuna never mentioned his daughter was a beauty. Sasuke felt his face heat slightly as he straightened up. Tsunami-san, thank you for the tea, he began, but Kimimaro's voice interrupted, smooth and steady. The aroma is exceptional, Tsunami-san, Kimimaro said with a slight bow of his head. Your hospitality is appreciated. Tsunami flushed at the compliment, her hands fluttering nervously. Oh, it's nothing. Please, enjoy. Sasuke frowned, unsure if he was more annoyed by Kimimaro's interruption or by the fact that his own words now seemed inadequate. Sakura, meanwhile, had shifted to stand closer to Sasuke, her posture stiff as she tried to make sense of the energy in the room. Anko reached for a cup of tea, taking a loud sip. Not bad. You're not just a pretty face, huh? Tsunami gave a polite laugh, clearly unsure how to respond, but the atmosphere began to feel lighter despite the awkwardness. Sasuke stole a glance toward the door Naruto had disappeared through, his thoughts returning to his teammate and the weight of whatever conversation he was having with Kakashi. What are you up to, Naruto? He wondered. The conversation in Tazuna's house was abruptly interrupted by a familiar voice, light and slightly teasing. Tsunami-san, would you mind preparing a cup of tea for me as well? Sasuke and Sakura turned sharply toward the opposite wall from the door they had been watching, startled to see Naruto standing there next to an open window, Kakashi leaning casually against the frame beside him. Naruto's arms were folded, his posture relaxed but his presence commanding. Tsunami blinked in surprise, momentarily startled but quickly recovering with a warm smile. Oh, of course. I'll need to start a new pot, but it won't take long. Kimimaro stepped away from the wall, his calm demeanor never wavering. If you don't mind, Tsunami-san, he said, his voice as composed as ever, I'd like to observe your process. I find tea preparation a fascinating art. Naruto chuckled softly, his tone teasing but not unkind. You and your tea, Kimimaro. One day, I'm going to write a book about your obsession. Kimimaro gave Naruto a sidelong glance, the faintest hint of a smile touching his lips. You'd need to find the discipline to finish it first, Naruto-sama. Naruto laughed, a sound that carried an odd mix of amusement and familiarity. He turned his gaze toward the rest of the room, his eyes landing on Sakura first. Sakura, clearly nervous, took a step forward and bowed slightly. Uzumaki-san, I'm Haruno Sakura. I don't think we ever met when you were in the village. Naruto smiled kindly, shaking his head. Just Naruto is fine. And no, I don't think we did. But it's good to meet you now, Sakura. Sakura nodded quickly, still visibly shy under Naruto's calm, self-assured presence. Then Naruto's eyes shifted to Sasuke, and the room seemed to still slightly. Sasuke, who had been watching Naruto carefully, straightened. His dark eyes bore into Naruto's, his expression guarded and slightly confrontational. Uzumaki, Sasuke said curtly, his tone formal and his gaze unwavering. Naruto met Sasuke's glare with a small, knowing smile. It's been a while, Sasuke. His voice softened and his expression grew more sincere. I never got the chance to give my condolences. I'm sorry for your loss. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly, the words catching him off guard. It had been years since anyone had mentioned the Uchiha massacre in such a personal way. Most of the condolences he had received were perfunctory or framed as a loss to the village rather than a tragedy for him. Naruto's words were different, direct and unvarnished, and they struck a chord that Sasuke hadn't realized was still so raw. For a moment, Sasuke didn't respond, his mind flickering back to memories of his family and the hollow emptiness that followed their loss. When he finally spoke, his voice was measured but lacked its earlier edge. Thank you. Naruto gave a small nod, his gaze steady but free of pity, as if acknowledging the weight of Sasuke's grief without trying to diminish or dissect it. The room hung in a moment of quiet tension before Kakashi, ever the one to break a heavy mood, clapped a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Well," Kakashi said, his tone light and conversational, "if we're all done with the heartfelt reunion, we should get back to discussing the mission." Naruto smirked faintly, stepping further into the room. "Of course. Can't keep everyone waiting." As Naruto took a seat, Sasuke found himself watching him closely, more questions than answers swirling in his mind. Seaside path. Nami no Kuni. Naruto and Kimimaro walked side by side along the narrow dirt path that wound through a grove of tall seaside trees. Their bark carried a faint bluish hue, shimmering slightly when the breeze shifted the shadows of their swaying leaves. The air was fresh and tinged with the salt of the nearby sea, crisp enough to cut through the tension Naruto often carried without realizing it. He took a deep breath, letting the scent fill his lungs as his eyes occasionally drifted through the gaps in the trees toward the ocean beyond. The waves shimmered with a silvery light, and their rhythmic crashing against the distant shore was a soothing counterpoint to the steady crunch of their footsteps. Kimimaro, walking with his usual precise and upright posture, was speaking in his measured, almost reverent tone. Yet, for Kimimaro, it was practically effusive. The balance of flavors in Tsunami Dono's tea was exceptional, Naruto-sama. The way she allowed the leaves to steep for precisely the right amount of time, maintaining the integrity of the aroma while drawing out the full-bodied taste, it was masterful. And the care she put into selecting the blend. Naruto glanced at him, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "You know, Kimi, it's kind of scary how passionate you are about tea. I mean, I think you just talked more in 5 minutes than you did last week." Kimimaro paused mid-sentence, his pale green eyes catching Naruto's as he registered the teasing remark. He drew himself up slightly, his ever-composed expression faltering just enough to reveal a flicker of embarrassment. "I apologize for my outburst, Naruto-sama. I allowed myself to get carried away." Naruto barked a laugh, shaking his head as he turned his full attention back to Kimimaro while still striding ahead on the path. "Outburst? My ever-stoic friend, if that was an outburst, then Anko's a priestess of propriety." He clapped a hand on Kimimaro's shoulder, his grin widening. "Trust me, your enthusiasm about tea is nothing compared to Anko when the word dango gets mentioned. She starts planning festivals in her head." Kimimaro's lips twitched into a faint smile, his version of a hearty laugh. His gaze softened slightly as he returned to walking beside Naruto, his composure quickly reasserting itself. After a moment of quiet, he tilted his head slightly and asked, "Naruto-sama, may I question something regarding our current course of action?" Naruto nodded, gesturing casually for him to continue. "Go ahead." Kimimaro's tone was thoughtful but carried a trace of hesitance. "The decision to remain here, in Wave, with Team 7. Given the uncertainty of the threat and the vulnerable state of the villagers, wouldn't it be more prudent to retreat and regroup, ensuring the safety of our allies?" Naruto's expression shifted, his usual teasing demeanor giving way to a calm, measured seriousness. His gaze flicked toward the sea again, as though the horizon might offer some insight before returning to Kimimaro. He nodded slowly, acknowledging the validity of Kimimaro's question. "There's logic in what you're saying, Kimimaro," Naruto admitted, his tone measured. "Evacuating might seem like the safest move, and you're right to bring it up. But the risks of leaving outweigh the risks of staying." Kimimaro tilted his head slightly, waiting for Naruto to elaborate. "Zabuza is formidable," Naruto continued, his expression thoughtful. "One of the 7 swordsmen of the mist isn't someone you take lightly, and there's a good chance that Hunter Nin who killed him is working with him. If that's true, we're probably dealing with 2 skilled combatants. But," he trailed off for a moment, his gaze distant. "The fight with Zabuza was over a week ago. That's long enough for him to recover to a meaningful degree, but there hasn't been a single hostile move toward Team 7 or the bridge builder since then. That tells me 2 things. 1, they're either regrouping or planning something bigger, and 2, if there were more combatants on Zabuza's level, we'd have seen them by now. The likelihood of an additional threat on that scale is low." Kimimaro considered this in silence, his pale green eyes scanning Naruto's face as if weighing every word. After a moment, he asked, "And the rumors of the beast lurking in the village at night?" What of that, Naruto-sama? Naruto's expression darkened, his light-hearted demeanor replaced by a grim seriousness. That's what concerns me the most, he said, his voice quieter. The idea of a beast stalking the village, it reminds me of something terrible. He didn't elaborate, leaving Kimimaro to wonder at the cryptic remark. But the weight in Naruto's tone was enough to suggest the memory wasn't a pleasant one. Naruto sighed and continued, his focus shifting back to the larger picture. Then there's the mission itself. Leaving now, abandoning the original parameters, would mean more than just a tactical retreat. It would mean leaving this village to rot under Gato's thumb. These people already feel abandoned. They need to see someone standing up to the ones making their lives miserable. If we leave, we're telling them they're not worth saving. As they walked, the idyllic and serene quality of the forest began to change. The vibrant blues of the tree bark faded into duller, grayer tones, and the fresh sea breeze carried hints of decay and stagnant water. The path grew rougher, leading them into the port village of Wave, where the signs of Gato's stranglehold were evident. Dilapidated buildings leaned against one another like weary drunks, and the few villagers visible in the dim streets moved with hunched shoulders and wary eyes. Naruto's voice was quieter now, though no less resolute. "This place has gotten worse than I imagined," he murmured. "What I heard at the tavern near the river wasn't even the half of it. Gato's bled them dry, and they've got nothing left to fight with. That's why staying matters, Kimi. They need hope, and sometimes hope starts with just seeing someone stand up and say, 'No more.'" Kimimaro glanced at him, his tone thoughtful. "You're concerned with the morale of the people, Naruto-sama. Their belief in their own ability to resist." Naruto nodded. "Exactly. It's about what you show people they can do. If they see us fighting for them, maybe they'll believe they can fight for themselves." They reached the outskirts of the village proper, the air heavy with a sense of despair. Naruto took a deep breath, shaking off the weight of the moment as he shot Kimimaro a small grin. "All right, enough heavy talk for now. Let's find someone who knows what's going on around here before you start waxing poetic about the tea leaves again." Kimimaro's lips quirked into the faintest smile, and he inclined his head. "As you say, Naruto-sama." With that, the two moved deeper into the struggling village, their steps purposeful as they began their search. Tazuna's home. Nami no Kuni. Sasuke's hands moved through the motions of his kata with precision, his kunai flashing in the dim morning light as it traced deliberate arcs in the air. Across the small training yard, Sakura mirrored his movements, albeit with less fluidity, her brow furrowed in concentration. Kakashi leaned against a tree nearby, his nose buried in his ever-present orange book, seemingly paying no attention at all. Yet, Sasuke knew better. Kakashi never truly let his guard down, a fact that only added to Sasuke's growing irritation. "Why are we still here, doing this?" he thought, driving the blade forward in a sharp thrust. His muscles strained against the controlled movements, his frustration bleeding into each strike. Naruto and the Kagaya are out there gathering intelligence, doing something meaningful. And me? Stuck here doing basic drills under Kakashi's watch. He shot a glance at his sensei, his expression carefully neutral. Kakashi was noticeably more chipper than usual, his energy level shifted since Naruto's arrival. It was subtle, but Sasuke caught it. The faint lift in his voice, the slight crinkle at the edges of his visible eye, even the relaxed posture he took against the tree. It was maddening. Worse still, Kakashi had decided to summon his pug companion, Pakun, who was now perched comfortably on a low branch nearby, engaging in what Sasuke could only describe as the most bizarre conversation he'd ever heard. "I'm just saying," Kakashi began, flipping a page in his book, "now that Naruto's back, the possibilities are endless. Think of all the things we can do. Introduce him to the sacred texts." He waggled his book pointedly. "Clear out those pesky bandit clans in the Western Plains. Maybe even a few high-profile assassinations, foreign royals, rogue ronin, you name it." Pakun yawned, scratching behind one ear. "You're getting ahead of yourself, Kakashi. Don't forget he's still technically on a mission. Gato first, then all the extracurriculars." Sasuke's sweat dropped, pausing mid-kata. What kind of teacher talks about assassination with this much enthusiasm? At least Anko wasn't here. Sasuke allowed himself a small moment of gratitude for that fact. She'd been sent out to conduct surveillance, and her absence meant a reprieve from her teasing and relentless energy. The memory of her cackling as she tried to coax a reaction out of him the night before made his scowl deepen. But even without her, the day felt off balance. Kakashi and Naruto had spoken privately the evening before, their hushed conversation ending with Kakashi giving Naruto the go-ahead to scout the port village. Sasuke had been left out of the loop entirely, a fact that rankled. Why do they defer to him? Sasuke wondered, kunai in hand as he adjusted his stance. Kakashi's a jonin, and Anko, she's a special jonin, at least. Yet they both treat Naruto like he's above them. He thought back to the previous evening. Naruto had this strange way of interacting with people, as though he could slip past their defenses with ease. Sasuke had watched Sakura, usually so hesitant and reserved, light up under Naruto's attention. He'd managed to make her laugh, a genuine, unguarded laugh, after pulling a harmless prank with Anko. Kakashi, too, had been different. Last night at dinner, he'd shown more positive emotion in those few hours than in all the time Sasuke had been on Team 7. The way his sensei had bantered with Naruto, their conversation flown like an easy rhythm, had left Sasuke with an uncomfortable pang of envy. Even Tsunami, so composed and graceful, had seemed charmed. She'd blushed prettily when Naruto or Kimimaro complimented her tea preparation. Kimimaro's colorful commentary had been the source of most of the praise, but Naruto had smiled warmly, his presence commanding attention without effort. Then there was the moment that had stuck with Sasuke most of all. When Naruto had turned to him, offering those soft-spoken condolences. It's been a while, Sasuke. I never got the chance to give my condolences. I am sorry for your loss. Sasuke's fingers tightened around the kunai. Naruto's voice had held none of the hollow platitudes Sasuke was used to. It had been earnest, understanding. He's the last of his clan, too. The realization hit him harder than he'd expected. For all of Naruto's boisterous energy, there was a weight beneath it, a depth Sasuke hadn't considered before. Maybe that's why people follow him, he thought, his blade cutting cleanly through the air. Maybe he understands what it means to lose everything, and still find a way to lead. Sasuke finished the final movement of his kata, exhaling sharply. The thought lingered as he straightened, glancing toward the path Naruto had taken that morning. But that doesn't mean I have to like it. Port Town. Nami no Kuni. The streets of the port town stretched before them like a bleak labyrinth, every corner steeped in a misery that was palpable. Naruto walked in silence, his usual vibrant energy muted by the oppressive weight of the scene around him. His eyes, sharp and observant, darted from one dismal sight to the next. Empty lines stretched between buildings where lanterns and colored flags once would have danced in the ocean breeze, now left barren and sagging under the weight of neglect. Kimimaro followed a step behind, his pale gaze flickering to Naruto. He was not used to seeing his lord in such a subdued state, but it did not surprise him. Naruto-sama carries the weight of strangers' suffering as though it were his own. He always has. They passed a fisherman, his face weathered and drawn, engaged in a hushed conversation with a desperate woman. She held out a small handful of coins, her voice trembling as she pleaded for fish. The fisherman shook his head, his own sorrow evident as he explained that the embargoed tax Gato had imposed on local commerce left him no choice but to raise his prices. Naruto stopped, watching as the fisherman hesitated, then reached into his basket and pulled out a handful of fish scraps. Here, the fisherman said softly, averting his eyes. You can boil these into a stock. It's all I can do. The woman accepted the scraps, bowing her head in gratitude even as tears welled in her eyes. Thank you, she whispered. The fisherman nodded, his expression tinged with shame, and turned back to his stall. Naruto exhaled quietly, his hands clenching and unclenching at his sides. Kimimaro, observing him closely, could see the storm brewing beneath his calm exterior. He feels this so deeply, Kimimaro thought, his own heart stirring with respect and sadness. It's why people follow him, why I follow him. He can't turn away, no matter how heavy it becomes. The two followed the woman from a distance as she clutched the scraps to her chest, her steps hurried and uneven. She ducked into a narrow alley, the weight of the meager food she carried far heavier than it should have been. Suddenly, a man stepped out of the shadows, his broad frame blocking her path. A strip of cloth tied to his upper arm bore Gato's corporate symbol, marking him as one of the mercenaries terrorizing the town. Where have you been? The man demanded, his voice sharp and condescending. His crossbow dangled from one hand, the other gesturing aggressively toward the woman. "What are you carrying there?" The woman shrank back, clutching the scraps tighter. "Just food," she stammered. "For my children. Please." The mercenary snatched the bundle from her arms and inspected it with an exaggerated sneer. "Scraps? This is garbage." He tossed the pieces to the ground, grinding them under his boot. The woman dropped to her knees, tears streaming down her face. "Please, I need those. Your brats can starve for all I care," the mercenary spat, raising his hand as if to strike her. Before the blow could land, the man froze mid-swing. His eyes rolled back, and he crumpled forward in a heap. Behind him, Naruto and Kimimaro stood in the shadowed alley. Naruto lowered his hand, his fingers still tingling faintly with chakra, and stepped forward with a kind, reassuring smile. "Are you all right?" Naruto asked gently, extending a hand to help the woman to her feet. She stared at him, her eyes wide and uncertain, but she took his hand. "Why, yes. Thank you." Naruto reached into his pouch and pulled out a small pack of shinobi rations. "Here," he said, pressing it into her trembling hands. "These don't taste great, but they've got everything your kids need to stay healthy. Vitamins, minerals, you name it." The woman hesitated, looking from the rations to Naruto's warm, genuine expression. Finally, she nodded, clutching the food tightly. "Thank you," she said again, her voice choked with emotion. Naruto stepped aside, gesturing for her to go. She gave him one last grateful glance before hurrying down the alley, her figure quickly swallowed by the gloom. Turning away from where the woman disappeared, Naruto caught Kimimaro's eyes for a moment before bending down to jab at the unconscious thug's throat. Leaving the man to slowly choke on a crushed windpipe, Naruto adjusted his cloak as he stepped out of the alley, motioning for Kimimaro to follow. "Let's keep moving," he said quietly, his voice steady but carrying an undercurrent of determination. Kimimaro matched his pace, falling in stride beside him. After a few moments, he glanced at Naruto. "Do you have an idea of where to go, Naruto-sama?" Naruto's eyes swept the streets ahead, taking in the hunched figures of villagers trudging through their bleak routines. His expression was thoughtful, but there was an edge of frustration. "The people here," he began, choosing his words carefully, "they're too broken to concern themselves with anything but their immediate worries." "That's understandable, but it doesn't help us." Kimimaro tilted his head slightly, his pale brow furrowing. "Then who do we talk to?" Naruto turned to him with a brief, knowing smile, his blue eyes flickering with faint amusement. "We talk to the ones who still have questions," he replied cryptically. Kimimaro raised an eyebrow in silent inquiry. Naruto chuckled softly, his expression lightening for a moment. "We talk to the kids," he clarified. "Children haven't been worn down the same way. They notice things adults overlook, and they still ask questions." Kimimaro nodded slowly, processing the logic. "And where do we find them?" Naruto's gaze drifted toward the southeast. "I overheard someone mention an orphanage in that district," he said, gesturing subtly. "If there's anywhere kids might still have hope, or curiosity, it's there." Kimimaro glanced in the direction Naruto indicated, his sharp eyes scanning the shadowed rooftops and uneven streets. "An orphanage," he repeated thoughtfully. Naruto nodded, his smile fading as his tone turned serious again. "Let's see what they know." Without another word, he started down the path, his stride purposeful and his presence as calm and steady as the tide. The air in the modest dining hall of the orphanage was alive with laughter and shouts, a rare vitality in the downtrodden port town. Naruto sat cross-legged in the middle of the room, surrounded by children who clambered over him like spider monkeys. One boy perched on his shoulders, tugging at his headband with a gleeful grin, while a little girl dangled from his arm, giggling as she swung back and forth. Despite the weight of their collective presence, Naruto's posture remained steady, his expression warm but his sharp eyes scanning the room. Around them, the other orphans were eagerly scarfing down shinobi rations, their small hands tearing open vacuum-sealed packages of rice cakes, dried fish, and nutrient-dense biscuits. A few of the older children had discovered the self-heating pouches of curry stew and miso soup, marveling at how the meal warmed itself with a quick tug of a cord. These military rations, designed for efficiency and durability, were a small feast for the malnourished children, and their joy filled the room. Near the doorway, the matron of the orphanage, An older woman with a kind face etched with deep lines of worry and care, watched the scene with a beaming smile. Her hands clasped before her, she looked as though a great weight had been momentarily lifted from her shoulders. Naruto tilted his head to listen as a young boy, no older than 6, babbled excitedly about hiding from a patrol of Gato's mercenaries in a rain barrel. His words tumbled over themselves in a mix of fear and pride, and Naruto nodded, his tone soft and encouraging. "That was really smart," he said, his voice carrying just enough awe to make the boy puff up with pride. "But how often do those patrols come through?" The boy thought for a moment, his small face scrunched in concentration. "A lot," he finally said, waving his hands vaguely. An older girl sitting nearby clarified, her voice steady despite its high pitch. "They come every day, but not here as much. They go to the big markets and the docks mostly. This part of town isn't important to them." Naruto nodded, filing the information away as he glanced at Kimimaro, who stood near the edge of the room, silently observing the interaction with his usual composed demeanor. "And what about big ships?" Naruto asked, turning his attention back to the children. "When do you see those?" A boy with messy hair and a smudge of dirt on his cheek spoke up. "Every second Friday. Big ones, like castles on the water. They bring huge boxes, and men yell a lot." "Second Friday," Naruto repeated, his voice thoughtful. He rubbed the chin of the boy on his shoulder, who squirmed with a laugh. "You kids are sharp. Anything else you've noticed?" The room quieted slightly, a change in the energy as the children exchanged uneasy glances. A shy girl with pigtails hesitated before whispering, "The beast." Naruto's gaze sharpened, but his tone remained gentle. "The beast? What do you mean?" The girl hugged her knees, her voice trembling. "It comes at night. My mama said to hide, but she didn't come back for me." Her eyes filled with tears, and Naruto reached out, his hand warm and steady on her small shoulder. "Hey," he said softly, "you're really brave for telling me. I promise, we'll figure this out." The matron stepped forward, her voice quiet but firm. "The beast has taken more than just her parents. Many of these children are here because of it." Naruto nodded solemnly, the weight of the story settling over him. He glanced at Kimimaro, who met his gaze with a subtle nod of understanding. "Thank you for telling me," Naruto said to the children, his smile returning, though it carried a hint of steel beneath its warmth. "You're helping more than you know." The room began to buzz again as the children returned to their meals and games, their trust in Naruto's quiet assurance evident. As he rose, dislodging his small passengers with gentle movements, he exchanged a meaningful look with Kimimaro. They had what they needed, for now. The sound of the orphanage door creaking open drew the children's attention, and almost immediately, an excited chorus erupted. "Nei-chan!" Several of the children cried, scrambling over each other to reach the figure standing in the doorway. Hiku stood there, a basket of foraged herbs and flowers in one arm, visibly startled by the onslaught of small bodies wrapping around her legs and tugging at her clothes. Her gentle features softened into a warm smile, and she crouched down to greet the children, brushing her free hand over their heads. "You're all so lively today," she said softly, her melodic voice filled with affection. "What's the occasion?" As her gaze swept the room, she froze briefly, her dark eyes locking onto Naruto and Kimimaro standing amidst the sea of orphans. Her gaze flicked to the metal plate on Naruto's headband, the etched symbol of Konoha unmistakable. For a fleeting moment, her expression tensed before she quickly composed herself, straightening gracefully. The matron approached with an apologetic smile. "Ah, Yu-chan, forgive me for not mentioning earlier, we've had some unexpected visitors today. These young men," she gestured toward Naruto and Kimimaro, "are travelers who offered to provide a meal for the children. A true blessing, isn't it?" Haku's eyes darted back to the children happily munching on shinobi rations, and she nodded slowly. "It's very generous of you," she said cautiously, her gaze shifting between Naruto and Kimimaro. Naruto, who had been watching her intently, took a step forward, his hand outstretched. "Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki," he said with an easy grin. "Nice to meet you." Hiku hesitated for a moment before placing her hand in his. Her grip was delicate but firm. "You," she said, her voice steady but guarded. "Just you." "Well, Yu-chan," Naruto said, his grin widening slightly at her alias, "it seems like these kids really adore you. You must come here often." Hiku pulled her hand back and folded it with the other, glancing at the children who were tugging at her clothes and asking her about the flowers in her basket. "I try to help where I can," she replied softly. "They don't deserve to suffer like this." "They really don't," Naruto agreed, his tone more serious. "It's good that someone's looking out for them." The matron interjected with a smile. "Yu-chan here has been a godsend. She and her uncle arrived in the village not long ago. Poor man's bedridden, bad injury, you see, but Yu-chan has been helping out here whenever she can." Bless her heart. Haku nodded politely, but her posture remained slightly stiff. "My uncle needs rest, so I come here to stay busy and do what I can. The children are kind enough to welcome me." Naruto tilted his head, his sharp eyes catching the subtle nuances in her demeanor. "That's really admirable," he said genuinely. "It's not easy to step into a place like this and make a difference." Haku's guarded expression softened slightly. "It's the least I can do." Kimimaro, who had been observing silently, finally spoke. "Do you stay far from here?" "Not far," Haku replied, her tone carefully neutral. "Just outside the village, in an old cottage." Naruto smiled again, his voice taking on a more casual tone. "It's nice to meet someone else who cares about people who don't have anyone else to rely on. We've only just arrived, but it's good to see there are folks like you here, Yu-chan." Haku glanced at him, startled by the sincerity in his voice, and for the first time, a small, genuine smile touched her lips. "Thank you," she said quietly. The children, sensing the shift in atmosphere, began pulling Haku toward the table, showing her the rations and exclaiming about how full they felt. Naruto stepped back, watching the scene with a thoughtful expression. The matron looked out the window, her expression shifting to concern as she noticed the heavy gray clouds gathering above. "Oh dear, it's going to rain soon. Children, we need to gather the laundry from the lines before it gets soaked." Her exclamation immediately energized the children, who jumped up with loud cheers, eager to help. They darted toward the door, the energy from their meal fueling their enthusiasm. Wait, not all at once," the matron called, laughing as the children surged past her. She turned to Naruto, Kimimaro, and Haku, smiling warmly. "You three have done enough today. Stay here and rest. We'll handle this." Naruto nodded with his usual grin. "Thanks, ma'am. We'll hold down the fort." The matron ushered the last of the children outside, closing the door behind her. The sounds of laughter and excited shouts faded slightly as the group moved toward the laundry lines outside. The room fell into an almost eerie silence. Without warning, Naruto's hand shot out, and a kunai whizzed through the air, aimed directly at Haku. Her eyes widened in surprise, but her reaction was instantaneous. She exhaled sharply, releasing a blast of freezing air that enveloped the kunai mid-flight. The blade, encased in ice, clattered harmlessly to the ground. Haku stared at the weapon, her body tense. Slowly, her gaze lifted to Naruto, confusion and wariness mingling in her expression. How? Naruto's demeanor had shifted entirely. The warmth and easygoing nature he had shown moments before were gone, replaced by a sharp, calculating presence. His blue eyes bore into hers, cold and unrelenting. "I knew something was off the moment I got here," he began, his voice calm but edged with steel. "The kids here, they're downtrodden, sure, but none of them showed signs of long-term malnutrition. That doesn't happen in a place like this unless someone's intervening. Either someone's feeding them, which I doubted given I could feel some of their ribs when they climbed on me, or someone's using healing chakra to stave off the worst effects of deficiency." He took a step forward, and Haku instinctively shifted back, her hand brushing against the table for support. "Then you showed up," Naruto continued, his tone growing sharper. "Outsider, calloused hands, graceful movements, everything about you screams shinobi." Haku swallowed hard, a bead of sweat slipping down her temple. Her eyes darted toward the window, where the children's laughter still echoed faintly. She clenched her fists, her mind racing as she weighed her options. Fighting here, so close to the children, was unthinkable. The pressure in the room shifted. It was as though the air had thickened, and an oppressive, suffocating aura bore down on her. Haku's knees trembled under the weight of Naruto's killing intent, and she had to grip the edge of the table to stay upright. The intensity of it was unlike anything she'd ever felt, dense and crushing, more focused than even Zabuza's. Naruto's voice cut through the haze like a blade. "Are the kids part of your objective?" "No," Haku stammered, her voice trembling. "They're not. For a long moment, the killing intent hung in the air, suffocating and unrelenting. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it vanished. Naruto's expression softened into a sharp, almost predatory smile. Good. As long as that doesn't change, you don't have to fear me in this building. Haku exhaled shakily, the relief almost making her legs give out. Naruto stepped back, the edge in his presence dulling slightly. But remember this, he said, his tone low and ominous. The next time we meet, one of us might not walk away. With that, he turned away, giving her a moment to compose herself. Haku stood frozen, her mind reeling, as the faint sound of rain began to tap against the window. Tazuna's home. Nami no Kuni. Rain pattered steadily on the roof of Tazuna's house, creating a soothing rhythm that contrasted with the focused grunts and movements of Sasuke as he trained in the open yard. Kakashi sat on the covered porch, dry and comfortable, with his usual book resting in his lap. Through the open window behind him, the sounds of Tazuna's family preparing dinner floated out, a stark reminder of the relative warmth inside compared to Sasuke's relentless efforts under the downpour. Kakashi's gaze shifted to the road leading up to the house as Naruto and Kimimaro approached, their cloaks slick with rain. Kimimaro moved with his usual composed grace, while Naruto trudged slightly ahead, his posture stiff and his expression stormier than the weather. Anything interesting? Kakashi asked casually, snapping his book shut and letting it rest on his knee. Naruto grunted in response, his head tilted down to avoid the droplets running off his hood. Kimimaro gave a curt nod. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed slightly, puzzled by Naruto's unusually curt demeanor. His gaze shifted to Kimimaro, silently asking for an explanation. Before Kimimaro could speak, Naruto glanced up, his gaze flicking to the yard. "What's Sasuke doing, Inu ni?" he asked, his voice tinged with faint interest poking through irritation like the remnant iron on a rusted red kunai. Kakashi leaned back against a post, glancing at Sasuke as he drove himself through another sequence of strikes and dodges, heedless of the rain soaking him. "He refuses to come in. Says he wants to keep training." Naruto made a low humming noise and walked past Kakashi, heading straight toward Sasuke. Kakashi watched him go, then turned his attention back to Kimimaro, arching a brow in quiet inquiry. Kimimaro straightened slightly, his tone even as he spoke. Naruto-sama was dissatisfied with the state of the people living in the port. They are suffering greatly under Gato's control, and the sight of it left him unsettled. Kakashi nodded slowly, filing the information away. His voice was calm but carried a subtle edge of concern. "And what else?" Kimimaro's gaze turned distant for a moment, as though replaying the events in his mind. "We believe we encountered a partner of Zabuza, a kunoichi. From her appearance and abilities, it is likely she is a member of the Yuki clan." The rain seemed to grow louder in the pause that followed. Kakashi's eye narrowed. "A member of the Yuki clan?" he asked, his voice betraying a faint trace of surprise. Kimimaro shrugged slightly, his expression neutral. "She resembled the Yuki clan members I encountered when I was very young. She also used ice ninjutsu without any visible hand seals." Kakashi tilted his head slightly, his thoughts churning behind his placid demeanor. "That's rare," he murmured, more to himself than to Kimimaro. The Kagaya offered no further elaboration, his gaze momentarily flicking to where Naruto was now standing a few feet from Sasuke, his presence imposing even through the rain. Rain continued to pour, slicking the ground and creating a misty haze that softened the lines of Tazuna's yard. Kakashi, sitting on the porch, leaned against the wooden post, his lazy posture a sharp contrast to the sharp attention in his single visible eye. His gaze followed Naruto as he strode through the rain towards Sasuke, the water running off his cloak in rivulets. Kimimaro stood quietly nearby, his posture straight and his hand behind his back, like a sentry watching over his lord. Naruto stopped a few feet from Sasuke, who was mid-punch, his soaked shirt clinging to his form as he practiced relentlessly. Sasuke slowed, glancing over his shoulder with a frown. "What do you want?" Sasuke asked, his voice clipped and his stance defensive. Naruto shrugged, hands stuffed into his cloak pockets. "You've been out here for hours. Thought you might want a change of pace." "I don't need distractions," Sasuke shot back, turning back to his practice. Naruto tilted his head, his expression unreadable. "Is that what you think this is? A distraction? Or maybe an opportunity to get stronger? That made Sasuke pause. He turned fully to Naruto, his dark eyes narrowing. Stronger? He repeated, the word a challenge in itself. Naruto smirked faintly. I can teach you something. Sasuke's brow twitched. Teach me? You? The kid who used to shout to clan heads about how he was never to be a shinobi. And yet, Naruto replied, stepping closer, here I am, offering to show you something you don't know. What does that say, Sasuke? The jab hit its mark, and Sasuke's jaw tightened. He looked Naruto up and down, noting the confidence in his stance, the calm intensity in his eyes, and the way his presence seemed heavier than before. Different. Fine, Sasuke said, rolling his shoulders and slipping into a ready stance. Show me what you've got. Naruto grinned, shrugging off his cloak and tossing it to the ground. Try to keep up. The two circled each other in the rain, Sasuke's eyes narrowing to points as he readied his stance. Sasuke struck first, his movements fast and precise, but Naruto flowed around the attacks like water, his body weaving effortlessly through Sasuke's strikes. Each time Sasuke left an opening, Naruto's fingers or palm would tap lightly against vulnerable points. The ribs, the wrist, the back of the knee. Kakashi observed from the porch, his eyes narrowing in thought. Naruto's movements were refined, sharp, and entirely unlike the brawler Kakashi remembered from his previous post when he was Anbu. Each motion was calculated, each step intentional. Sasuke gritted his teeth as frustration built. Every time he thought he'd caught onto Naruto's pattern, his opponent shifted, slipping through his guard like smoke. Focus, he told himself, forcing the frustration aside. His eyes sharpened as he honed in on Naruto's subtle movements, catching the tiniest tells, his stance, the shift of weight in his feet, the twitch of a muscle. Slowly, Sasuke began to close the gap, his strikes landing closer, his counters becoming faster. Naruto, noticing the change, let out a low chuckle. Not bad, Sasuke. You're learning. But how will you handle this? There was a shift in Naruto's presence, subtle but undeniable. Kakashi's brow furrowed as an unshakable instinct tugged at him. His honed shinobi senses screamed that something was off, as if Naruto's very presence in the yard didn't match the physical image before him. Sasuke darted forward, his dark eyes tracking Naruto perfectly, or so he thought. He swore he saw Naruto tense to strike high, but instead, a sweeping leg nearly caught him low. He blocked instinctively, but then froze for a brief instant as Naruto's eyes locked with his, stunning him with an intangible weight in his gaze. That hesitation was all Naruto needed to slip past his guard and land a light tap on Sasuke's shoulder. What? Sasuke stumbled back, bewildered. He could see Naruto in front of him, clear as day, and yet it felt as though Naruto wasn't entirely there. His strikes came from impossible angles, his presence was simultaneously overwhelming and faint, and the rhythm of his movements was utterly unreadable. Sasuke's frustration grew, but so did his determination. I'll figure it out, he thought fiercely. I'll get through. Naruto's grin widened, the sharpness of it cutting through the rain. Come on, Sasuke. You've got more in you than that. Rain continued to fall in steady sheets, masking the occasional grunt or shuffle of feet as Naruto and Sasuke exchanged blows in the yard. Naruto's movements defied logic. Each strike and dodge felt illusory, as though his physical self wasn't entirely aligned with reality. Sasuke's dark eyes narrowed furiously, tracking Naruto's body, but what his eyes reported and what his instincts screamed didn't match. His strikes faltered by the barest fractions, and in those openings, Naruto effortlessly countered. Kakashi leaned forward slightly from his spot on the covered porch, his keen eyes studying Naruto's every step. His mind worked furiously to decode the technique, trying to quash the part of him that wants to watch with the spar through Obito's gift. It's not just feints, he thought. His movements aren't random, but they're slippery. It's like he's controlling something I can't see. Beside him, Kimimaro stood stoic, his gaze locked on his lord. He seemed on the verge of offering an explanation when a faint voice interrupted. He's manipulating yin chakra. Kakashi and Kimimaro turned sharply toward the voice. Standing unsteadily in the open window was Yakumo Kurama, her frail frame supported by Sakura, who had one arm firmly around her waist. Yakumo's pale skin and disheveled hair gave her the appearance of someone barely clinging to consciousness, but her golden brown eyes burned with clarity. Yakumo, Kakashi said, concern lacing his tone. You shouldn't be out here. You strained yourself enough dealing with Zabuza. I'd bet you're seconds away from collapsing again. Yakumo offered a faint, wry smile, brushing damp hair out of her face. You're probably right. Pushing back against that bloody demon's chakra was taxing, to say the least. She winced but kept her gaze fixed on Naruto. But how could I sleep through that? The way he's using his chakra, it's deafening to me. Sakura, still supporting Yakumo, glanced at the others apologetically. She insisted, Sakura murmured, though she blushed when the group's attention briefly fell on her. Yakumo straightened slightly, the motion shaky but resolute. To someone like me, from the Kurama clan, the technique he's using is unmistakable. He's shaping, moving, and hiding his yin chakra with precision. Maybe even better than my father. Kakashi hummed thoughtfully, his visible eye narrowing. Yin chakra? Yakumo nodded, her expression serious despite her weakened state. Yin chakra is pure willpower. It's the essence of the mind, devoid of physicality. Genjutsu relies on it almost exclusively, imposing one's will on another, manipulating perceptions and creating illusions. It's subtle, versatile, and powerful. But for taijutsu, she trailed off, her brow furrowing as she struggled to find the words. Chakra used to enhance the body's strength is physical. It lacks yin because its sole purpose is to empower muscles and bones. What Naruto is doing? Yakumo shook her head, her voice tinged with awe. No one's ever thought to use yin chakra in this way. It's like he's weaving illusions into his very presence, creating openings and confusion even in a direct physical fight. Sakura hesitated, her cheeks flushing as she found herself the center of attention. But if yin chakra isn't meant for physical enhancement, she ventured, then how is he using it so effectively in taijutsu? Yakumo's brow creased. I don't know, she admitted. It's as if he's rewriting the rules as he goes. As Yakumo finished speaking, a sharp motion from the yard drew their attention. Naruto suddenly darted forward, faster than Sasuke could react. In one fluid motion, he flicked Sasuke lightly on the forehead, sending him stumbling back a step. Just as Naruto stopped his movements, Yakumo suddenly pitched forwards, having held on to consciousness only so long as her chakra was feeling a similar technique to her own. Naruto smirked, his expression equal parts teasing and satisfied. Well, Sasuke? Learned enough for one day? Sasuke, breathing hard and visibly drenched, glared at Naruto before wiping rain from his eyes. His frustration wavered, giving way to begrudging acceptance. I'm hungry, he muttered. Naruto's grin widened, and he clapped Sasuke on the shoulder. Good, let's eat. The two begin working their way back to the rain-battered home, following the panicked sound of Sasuke's pink-haired teammate as his other teammate laid in her arms boneless. The cozy warmth of Tezuna's living room contrasted with the cold rain still drumming against the windows. The scent of Tsunami's cooking lingered in the air as the group of ninja lounged around, their bodies comfortably heavy from the hearty meal. Naruto, sitting cross-legged on the floor with his back against the couch, leaned forward eagerly toward Tezuna, who sat in an armchair nursing a cup of tea. So, is this bridge your own design, or are you basing it off another one? Naruto asked, his voice animated. Tezuna chuckled at the boy's enthusiasm, a spark of pride lighting in his eyes. From scratch, of course. What kind of builder would I be if I just copied someone else's work? You're not the worst of the brats they sent to protect me, I'll give you that. Sakura stiffened, her chopsticks pausing midair, while Sasuke glared daggers at the old man. What's that supposed to mean? Sakura asked, her voice edged with indignation. Tezuna waved her off with a carefree laugh, unconcerned. However, the mood shifted palpably when Kimimaro turned his head toward Tezuna, his red-rimmed eyes narrowing, his very presence darkening the room. Tezuna's easy grin faltered as a bead of sweat formed on his temple. Kimimaro, Naruto said calmly, raising a hand in front of his loyal protector. Relax, I didn't take offense. Kimimaro's tension ebbed almost instantly, but his eyes remained locked on Tezuna a moment longer before returning to an unreadable calm. Kakashi, lounging against the wall with his usual slouch, decided to step in. Tezuna, let's not forget why a team of genin is even here. You lied to Konoha about the scope of this mission to save some money while knowing it was more dangerous than a standard C-rank mission. The room fell silent for a beat. Tazuna's face went blank for a moment, then he threw his head back and laughed heartily, the sound booming through the space. "No regrets," he declared, his voice filled with mischief. "If I hadn't lied, I wouldn't have the best of Konoha protecting me." Naruto's wide grin spread across his face. He found himself appreciating the old man's guile and sense of humor, even if it had put them in a precarious situation. "You're something else, old man." Tazuna looked at Naruto thoughtfully, setting his cup down. "You remind me a bit of myself when I was younger, you know? Let me tell you a little something about my past. I apprenticed under my grandfather when I was just a boy. He was one of the best bridge builders in the Land of Water. Most of the bridges between the isles in those parts? His work." Naruto's eyes widened, leaning forward even more. "Impressive." Tazuna chuckled again, his tone softening as he delved into the memory. "One time, my grandfather took me with him to the Uchi no Sujin, the capital of water country. I was just a kid, and I got to watch him build the imperial bridge that only Mizu no Kuni's royal family uses. It connects the palace island to the mainland." His gaze became distant, a hint of wistfulness creeping in. "The daimyo himself let my grandfather name it. Told him to name it after one of his treasures." "So, what did he name it?" Naruto asked, hanging on every word. "The Great Tazuna Bridge," Tazuna said with a proud smile, leaning back in his chair. At that moment, Tsunami entered the room to gather the empty plates and bowls. She glanced at her father and let out a musical laugh. "And are you going to tell them the whole story, Dad?" she teased. Tazuna grumbled under his breath as Tsunami continued, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "The daimyo respected my great-grandpa's wishes for about a week before he renamed the bridge after his favorite mistress. So, if anyone in the capital even remembers the name, Tazuna, it's probably only for that single week." Naruto laughed happily, while Sasuke allowed the barest hint of a smirk to tug at his lips. Even Sakura giggled at the absurdity, while Tazuna sat back, grumbling good-naturedly. "Ungrateful kids, all of you." Still chuckling, Naruto straightened up. "So you took nothing from your grandfather's previous work to base the bridge on?" Tazuna gave Naruto a sharp look, then smiled. "Am I using the lessons he taught? Sure. Am I using the dozens of blueprints he toiled over himself? Of course not. My grandfather never built the same bridge twice, and he never taught me to do so either. Each bridge is unique, just like the places they connect. This one isn't just for wave. It's for the future. And the future deserves nothing less than my very best." Naruto's grin widened, a glint of admiration in his eyes as he watched the old man speak with such passion. "That's pretty cool," he said simply, his tone genuine. Tazuna leaned back in his chair, resting his hands on his belly with a satisfied sigh. He looked at Naruto with an approving smile. "You're a good kid, you know that? Not many your age would sit and listen to an old man ramble about bridges in the past." Naruto rubbed the back of his head, a sheepish grin on his face. "It's interesting, old man. You've got some cool stories." Tazuna's grin turned cheeky. "If you think that's good, just wait till I've had some sake. That's when the real stories come out." Before Naruto could respond, the door to the room burst open with a loud bang. "Did someone say sake?" Anko's boisterous voice filled the space as she strode in with a wild cheer, her trench coat billowing dramatically behind her. Sakura yelped in surprise, nearly dropping the cup she was holding, while Tsunami jumped slightly, her hand instinctively going to her chest. Naruto, meanwhile, let out an exaggerated groan and palmed his face. "Not again," he muttered. Kimimaro, standing calmly near the doorway, muttered just loud enough for those close to hear, "She's like a hungry dog who barks at the mere mention of food or drink." Anko's sharp ears caught the remark, and she turned to him with an impish grin. "Careful, Bone Boy. You're already down one arm. Don't tempt me to chew on what's left." Kimimaro's expression didn't change, but the faintest furrow appeared in his brow as he regarded her in silence. Anko, clearly satisfied with herself, turned her attention to Kakashi, her grin widening. "And you, Cyclops, how's the view from that one eye of yours? Must be tough keeping up with these brats." Kakashi let out a long-suffering sigh, his visible eye closing briefly. "And here I was hoping you might have mellowed out since the last time I saw you. Guess I should have known better." "Mellowing out is for old farts like you, Kakashi," Anko shot back, placing her hands on her hips with a merry laugh. Then, with a dramatic flourish, she spun to face Tsunami, her grin shifting into a deliberately over-the-top seductive smile. "Tsunami-chan," she purred, drawing out the syllables. "Please tell me you've got some leftovers from that amazing dinner of yours. A kunoichi like me needs her fuel, you know." Tsunami blinked, her cheeks flushing faintly as she tried to recover from the whirlwind energy Anko had brought into the room. I think there's still some soup and rice in the kitchen. Help yourself." Anko clapped her hands together in mock delight. "You're an angel, Tsunami-chan. I'll owe you one. Maybe I'll even let you braid my hair." She winked and headed for the kitchen with a jaunty stride, humming to herself. As she passed by Naruto, her hand brushed against his shoulder, quick as a flicker of lightning. Naruto felt a small weight press into his palm and instinctively closed his hand around it without looking. A scroll. He glanced up at Anko, who didn't break stride but threw him a sly smirk over her shoulder as she exited the room. Naruto frowned slightly but said nothing, slipping the scroll into his jacket as Tazuna chuckled, raising his cup toward him. "Well, if nothing else, she's livelier than most. Keeps the night interesting." Naruto forced a grin, though his mind was now elsewhere. "Yeah, interesting." The house was quiet, the faint creak of wood and the soft hum of the night wind the only sounds breaking the stillness. Naruto sat cross-legged on the floor in the small room, a single candle casting flickering shadows across the walls. In his hands, he held the scroll Anko had slipped him earlier. Unrolling it carefully, his eyes scanned the contents. The notes were detailed, almost obsessively so. Routes and patrol timings were laid out with precision, weaponry listed alongside brief descriptions of the guards, and a roughly sketched map took up the bottom half of the parchment. It wasn't polished, but the attention to detail spoke volumes. Naruto let out a low whistle, impressed. "Loud and brash, huh?" he muttered under his breath. "You wouldn't guess she could pull off something like this." He tapped the map lightly with a finger, his lips quirking into a grin. Her summons must have done a lot of the work. Snakes are perfect for slipping into places people don't notice. Rolling the scroll back up, Naruto tucked it into his jacket and stood. He crossed the room to a small chest in the corner and pulled out a black mask, slipping it over his face so only his blue eyes showed through. Reaching for a black hooded cloak, he draped it over his shoulders, the fabric blending him seamlessly into the dim light. Naruto glanced out the window, his sharp gaze taking in the moonlit yard. Satisfied that no one was nearby, he pushed the window open silently. A cool breeze swept into the room, ruffling his cloak as he climbed onto the sill. Outside Gato's manor grounds, Nami no Kuni, Naruto crouched low in the dense undergrowth outside the manor grounds, his sharp eyes scanning the area for the gaps in the patrol routes. The guards, though numerous, moved with the predictable rhythm of men who thought themselves unassailable. The manor's towering walls loomed ahead, but Naruto's attention was on the sewer grates embedded at the base of the perimeter. A faint smile tugged at his lips. The wealthy always overlooked the unseemly parts of their grand estates. You can gild the house all you want, but the rot always starts where no one's looking. Pressing his palm against the earth, Naruto channeled a precise trickle of chakra into the soil. A soft vibration rippled outward, mapping the immediate area beneath the surface. When the feedback confirmed what he suspected, an old maintenance tunnel connecting to the sewers, he moved swiftly, pulling a kunai to pry loose the rusted grate. It groaned softly in protest, and Naruto froze, listening for any sign that the sound had been noticed. Satisfied the guards hadn't heard, he slipped inside. The air in the tunnel was damp and stale, carrying the faint stench of decay. Naruto wrinkled his nose but pressed on, his movements fluid and deliberate. A little grime is nothing, he thought, especially if it means avoiding a fight I don't need. He moved with practiced ease, his footsteps silent even on the slick stone beneath him. At regular intervals, he paused to create subtle markers with water chakra-infused ink, ensuring he could retrace his steps if needed. The tunnel sloped upward, and soon enough, he found another grate leading into the manor's basement. A deft twist of his fingers and a pulse of chakra loosened the bolts without a sound. Slipping into the basement, Naruto was immediately struck by the excess around him. Even the storage spaces were lined with polished wood and brass fixtures. Shelves were stacked with crates stamped with foreign seals, their contents ranging from silk and spices to weapons and illicit goods. The dichotomy of wealth and corruption made his stomach turn. Wealth as armor. Status as a shield, they're just brittle lies people tell themselves. He weaved through the maze of goods, avoiding the faint light spilling through cracks in the ceiling. A narrow stairway led up toward the main manor, and he climbed it without hesitation, his chakras subtly suppressing the creak of the old wood beneath his sandals. Emerging into the main hall, Naruto found himself surrounded by opulence. Plush rugs absorbed the sound of his movements, and ornate tapestries lined the walls, depicting scenes of trade and prosperity that felt hollow in the context of what lay below. He passed a side corridor and caught a glimpse of a ledger room, its shelves lined with scrolls and books. This place is a masquerade, a palace built on the backs of people it grinds into the dirt. Naruto's thoughts lingered on Fire Country's royals, a stark contrast to this ostentatious display. They were expected to lead by example, their strength and character forged on the battlefield. Even the Fire Lord used to spar with the Hokage in their youth. That's what it means to have true power, not this hollow display of wealth and excess. Moving deeper into the manor, Naruto activated his sensory abilities, letting the faint pulses of chakra guide him past guards and staff. He avoided the main corridors, opting instead for service passages and concealed stairwells meant for the household's lower ranks. The irony of using paths designed to keep servants out of sight wasn't lost on him. Even the way this place is built screams arrogance, he mused. They don't see the cracks in their own foundation. But I do. Naruto slipped into a side room, its dim light casting long shadows across ledgers and documents strewn across a wide desk. The scent of ink and parchment filled the air as he approached, scanning the scattered papers for anything unusual. His fingers hovered over a partially unrolled map, its surface marked with trade routes and coded notes. His gut told him he was getting close. But close to what, exactly? That was the question he had yet to answer. Something's off here, something bigger than just smuggling and bribes. Naruto's hand stilled as he heard faint footsteps echoing from the hall. He melted into the shadows near the doorway, his body still and breath controlled. A guard passed by, muttering to himself about the night shift's tedium. Naruto waited until the sound faded before slipping out of the room and further into the labyrinth of wealth and secrets. There was more to uncover, and he wasn't leaving until he found it. Naruto moved silently through the dimly lit corridors, his senses heightened as he entered a large room lined with racks of weapons. The polished steel of swords, spears, and kunai reflected the faint glow of a lantern hung near the entrance. The air smelled of oil and iron, a testament to the meticulous maintenance of the equipment. He paused at the doorway, letting his gaze sweep over the neatly organized chaos. He smirked, the corner of his mouth tugging upward. An armory for mercenaries? How quaint. For thugs and pirates, they do love pretending they're soldiers. Stepping into the room, Naruto made no sound, his movements precise and calculated. He let his eyes wander over the racks and crates, taking mental inventory of what was available. Blades sharpened to a deadly edge, crossbows with bolts stacked in neat bundles, even a crate of explosive tags. He almost laughed at the irony. Naruto let his fingers drift over a rack of kunai, his expression neutral but his mind focused. His chakra pulsed subtly, a faint ripple of energy that would go unnoticed to all but the most adept sensor. Weapons are only as good as the people wielding them, he thought, his smirk deepening. And these people aren't nearly as good as they think. Satisfied with his work, though no evidence of what he'd done remained visible, Naruto turned on his heel and left the armory, slipping back into the shadowy corridors of the manor. The next room Naruto entered was larger, its walls adorned with heavy curtains and shelves overflowing with scrolls and ledgers. A massive desk dominated the center of the space, its surface cluttered with papers, an inkwell, and a few pens scattered haphazardly. The faint smell of varnish lingered in the air. Naruto moved toward the desk, his footsteps silent on the thick rug. A quick scan of the room confirmed no traps or seals, and he set to work. Reaching into a pouch on his belt, he withdrew a thin tool that glinted faintly in the dim light. A few precise movements later, the desk's lock clicked open without a sound. He sifted through the papers, his fingers moving quickly but carefully, leaving no sign of disturbance. Most of the documents detailed Gato's operations, smuggling routes, accounts of bribes paid to officials, and blackmail schemes. He skimmed through them, his interest minimal. One page caught his eye briefly, a contract outlining a deal between Gato and Dodo Kazuhana. The mention of chakra-rich metals from Tetsu no Kuni being shipped to Snow Country drew a quiet hum from him. Dodo, huh? Not surprising. Birds of a feather, I guess. Setting the document aside, Naruto continued his search until he found something far more concerning. A mission directive bearing the seal of the Hidden Mist Village. His eyes narrowed. The bloody mist. Of course, they'd have their hand in this mess. Can't resist stirring the pot wherever they go. But it wasn't the last document that caused his breath to catch. His gaze fell on a piece of parchment partially hidden beneath the others. The broken wax seal, red, shaped in a circle with a triangle inside, sent a jolt through him. His hand hovered over the page, his heart pounding as his mind raced. That can't be. Before the thought could fully form, a sharp spike of intent hit him. Naruto's instincts screamed, and he barely had time to channel water chakra to his side before something massive and unseen slammed into him. The force of the blow sent him hurtling sideways, crashing through the polished wood panels of the wall and into another room. Naruto hit the ground hard, the air forced from his lungs, but he rolled to his feet in a single motion, his stance low and guarded. His water chakra dispersed around him in thin tendrils, ready to respond to whatever had attacked. The room was silent for a moment, the dust of the shattered walls swirling in the faint light. Naruto's sharp eyes scanned the space, his pulse steadying as he prepared for what was coming next. The dust settled just enough for Naruto to get a clear look at his attacker. What emerged from the shadows sent a chill down his spine. It stood on 4 powerful legs, each ending in clawed paws that scraped against the floor with an audible grind. Its body seemed carved from obsidian, patterns of deep crimson and gold swirling across its sinewy muscles like living flames, evoking the intricate designs of an ancient tattoo. The mane framing its head was a riot of jagged edges, a cascade of fiery orange and gold that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. Its fanged maw parted in a low growl, revealing rows of teeth that looked more like shards of broken stone than bone. Glowing, pale green eyes burned with an eerie malice, unblinking and intent on him. That's no ordinary beast, Naruto thought, his muscles tensing. The creature moved with an unsettling fluidity, circling him like a predator sizing up its prey. Naruto caught the faint metallic scent of its breath and tightened his guard. Shouts of alarm echoed from the distance, breaking the compound's eerie silence. Naruto smirked bitterly. Well, so much for sneaking around. The beast lunged without warning, the floor cracking beneath its powerful legs as it launched itself at him. Naruto barely sidestepped, feeling the rush of air as a massive paw swiped past his head. He countered with a sharp gust of wind chakra, aimed at the creature's side, but the blast merely glanced off its dense frame, causing it to snarl in annoyance rather than pain. Naruto moved quickly, weaving through the room with fluid agility, his feet barely touching the ground. A flick of his hand sent a concentrated jet of water toward the beast, aiming for its glowing eyes. The water struck true, but the creature shook its head, seemingly unfazed. It charged again, faster this time, forcing Naruto to roll to the side, narrowly avoiding its crushing jaws. As he rose to his feet, he channeled chakra into his palm, releasing a cutting arc of wind that struck the beast's flank. The force staggered it for a moment, but it recovered almost instantly, its glowing eyes locking onto him with even greater intensity. The beast moved with unnatural speed, closing the distance before Naruto could react. He twisted at the last moment, the beast's claws tearing through the fabric of his sleeve but missing his flesh by a hair's breadth. He landed awkwardly, rolling into a crouch as his breath came faster. I can't keep this up. It's too strong, too fast. Naruto's hand flicked to his kunai pouch, but he stopped short, his mind working rapidly. Suddenly, an idea formed. He exhaled slowly and forced himself to relax, his presence shrinking until it was as if he'd vanished entirely. The beast skidded to a halt, its glowing eyes darting around the room in confusion. It sniffed the air, growling low, but there was no scent to track, no sound to follow. Naruto moved silently, stepping just within arm's reach of the creature. Gathering wind chakra into his palm, he thrust his hand forward with a sharp exhale. A focused blast of compressed air erupted from his hand, slamming into the beast's center with explosive force. The creature roared as it was hurled backward, crashing into a decorative pond at the heart of the compound's garden. Naruto didn't waste a moment. He sprinted to the edge of the pond, his hands weaving through seals with practiced precision. Raiden! Reiko Renden, he called, slamming his palm to the ground. A web of lightning exploded across the water, surging through the pond and enveloping the beast in a crackling cage of electricity. Its roar of pain echoed across the compound as it thrashed against the current, the water amplifying the jutsu's effect. Naruto didn't wait to see if the beast would recover. He darted back into the shadows, his footsteps light and swift as he made his escape. The air hung heavy with smoke and the metallic tang of blood, the once lush valley in the land of grass transformed into a wasteland. Jagged craters marred the ground, and trees that had stood for centuries lay shattered, their splintered remains jutting from the earth like broken bones. A dull, eerie silence had settled, broken only by the distant crackle of dying fires and the occasional groan of shifting debris. Fu lay slumped against the remains of a tree, her chest heaving with every labored breath. Blood trickled from a dozen cuts, staining her torn tan cloak. Her vibrant green hair, usually so full of life, was plastered to her sweat-drenched face, and her wings, beautiful, ethereal constructs of luminescent green chakra, flickered faintly before dissolving entirely. Her left arm hung limp, dislocated at the shoulder, and her legs felt as though they had been crushed beneath a mountain. She let out a strained, bitter laugh, the sound barely audible. Foolish, she thought. Foolish to believe I could outrun them. Foolish to think I could win. Memories of the battle swirled in her mind, vivid and fragmented. Her Chimere no Jutsu had lit up the battlefield, chakra wings granting her speed and agility far beyond the norm. She had danced through the chaos, her movements a blur of green light as she evaded and countered relentless attacks. Her swarms of glowing insects had surged across the field, their chittering hum a constant, dissonant melody that had confounded her enemies and given her fleeting moments of advantage. But it hadn't been enough. Not against this. The crushing force of her opponent's demon creations had overwhelmed her defenses. Each strike had landed with devastating precision, stripping away her strength piece by piece. Her chakra reserves had dwindled too quickly, and the seven tails, though lending its power, had not been able to bridge the gap. Fu grimaced as she shifted slightly, pain lancing through her body. She tried to summon her chakra, even the faintest flicker, but there was nothing left to give. Her connection to her tailed beast felt distant, a quiet hum where there should have been a roar. A shadow passed over her, and she froze, her heart pounding in her chest. She couldn't move, couldn't fight, couldn't even cry out. Whatever had pursued her here, whatever had shattered her defenses so completely, it was still out there. Watching, waiting, tears pricked at her eyes, but she blinked them away. She wouldn't cry. Not now. Not here. If this was the end, she would meet it with whatever shred of defiance she had left. Fu's breaths came in ragged gasps as she lay in the shattered remains of her battlefield. But deep within her, the ember of defiance flared. Even now, broken and bloodied, she refused to submit. Gathering the last vestiges of her chakra, she drew on the seven tails' power one final time. Vibrant green wings of chakra erupted from her back, casting an eerie glow across the valley. With a surge of adrenaline and fury, she propelled herself skyward, her flight a streak of light against the darkened sky. The wind howled past her, her vision blurred by speed and pain. For a fleeting moment, she dared to hope. She dared to think she might escape, might find some haven beyond the reach of her predator. Then it appeared. Above her, silhouetted against the moon, loomed a monstrous Oni. Its skin was the color of dried blood, adorned with swirling black tattoos etched like scars. Its face was a twisted mask of rage, fanged teeth bared beneath a grotesque snarl, and horns curved menacingly from its forehead. In its clawed hand, it held a spiked kanabo, the weapon as massive and brutal as the creature itself. Fu's heart stopped, the monstrous figure paralyzing her with its presence. In one swift motion, the Ona's enormous hand reached out, palm striking her mid-flight. The world slowed to a crawl as the force of the blow reverberated through her body. The earth below raced toward her, and with a deafening crash, she slammed into the ground. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the valley, a crater splitting forth where she landed. Fu groaned weakly, her vision swimming as pain consumed her. Her wings flickered and faded, leaving her splayed helplessly at the bottom of the crater. She forced her eyes open, searching for her attacker. The Oni was gone, or so it seemed. The sharp flash of agony in her ribs forced her to close her eyes again, choking back a cry. When she reopened them, a man now stood over her. His pale violet hair shimmered under the dim moonlight, and his piercing amber eyes regarded her with chilling indifference. He wore a loose ceremonial kimono, looking as if belonging to a priest, its simple elegance at odds with the carnage around him. From his neck hung a pendant, a circle enclosing an upside-down triangle. He bent at the waist, tilting his head as he examined her like one might an insect pinned to a board. Behind him, the Oni loomed once more, its towering form now unmistakably bound to the man. Tattooed across his exposed skin were intricate depictions of ancient myths, dragons twisting through storm clouds, spirits wailing in torment, and scenes of hellish fire and destruction. The tattoos seemed alive, writhing subtly with each of his movements. Fu spat blood and managed to rasp, "The mad priest of the land of hot springs, the living abyss." The man, the named mad priest, let out a faint hum, his tone devoid of emotion. "I do not remember your name," he said, voice smooth and eerily calm. "It does not matter. Your name, your existence, they are insignificant. You are nothing more than the seven-tailed demon beast." Fu's eyes burned with anger, her fists clenching weakly. "Why? Why did you do it? Why did you kill them all? Why did you burn my village to the ground?" The priest tilted his head further, as if the question itself perplexed him. "I did not cut down the village hidden beneath the waterfalls," he said, almost lazily. "My lord did. He did it because he wanted to. He did it because my god demanded it." His amber eyes glinted, the slightest hint of fanaticism creeping into his measured tone. "My god does not care if his chosen knows his name, only that the deed is done. My lord, though unbaptized by the holy veil of blood, is the only creature capable of hearing the voice of Jashin." Fu's trembling fingers clawed at the dirt beneath her as the priest straightened. He made a small gesture with his hand, and the Oni behind him lumbered forward. Its massive hand reached down and closed around Fu's head, completely encompassing her face. She struggled against the unyielding grip, her hands feebly pulling at the creature's fingers, but her strength was gone. The Oni lifted her effortlessly as the priest turned and began walking out of the crater. The demon followed, carrying Fu like a broken doll, her muffled screams and desperate struggles fading into the night. As the demon lumbered up the jagged slope of the crater, its massive form moved with unnatural ease despite the uneven terrain. Fu hung in its grip, her head throbbing as she struggled to maintain focus. Her body screamed in protest, but she managed to twist her neck just enough to catch glimpses of her surroundings. Ahead of them, the priest walked with measured precision, his loose kimono fluttering lightly with the night breeze. After a short distance, the group stopped. Fu's heart, battered and defiant, skipped a beat as she caught sight of the figure the priest approached. The man sat serenely on a fallen log, his eyes closed as though in meditation. His vibrant red hair glowed faintly under the moonlight, cascading over his shoulders and the deep crimson houri draped across him. The priest's body moved with the fluidity of worship as he dropped into a deep bow, pressing his forehead to the ground. His voice carried reverence and certainty as he said, "The demon has been captured, my lord." The man's eyes slowly opened. Crimson irises pierced the gloom, sharp pupils contracting like a predator focusing on its prey. Fu's breath hitched, her body going rigid in the Ona's grip. It wasn't fear, it was something deeper, something primal. Her heart felt as if it had forgotten how to beat, and her blood, so often a raging river of strength, stilled to a deathly calm. Those eyes, Fu thought, her struggles ceasing entirely. They're not the eyes of a man. They're not the eyes of a beast. Not even the eyes of a god. Her gaze was transfixed on the figure, the weight of his presence crushing her like the crater's walls. Those are the eyes of the storm, of an unforgiving tsunami, of a volcano at the height of its wrath. The man regarded her for a moment, his gaze unreadable and impenetrable. Then he exhaled softly, the faintest hint of irritation coloring his otherwise calm demeanor. "The beast made me wait a full year for this." His tone was measured, deep and resonant, each word like the echo of thunder. His eyes narrowed slightly as he added, almost to himself, "It had better prove itself apt enough to warm my blood." The priest's head remained bowed, his voice unwavering. Thy will be done. The Oni shifted slightly, drawing closer to the red-haired man. Fu, her strength long since depleted, could do nothing but watch, her body limp. Her thoughts screamed at her to resist, to fight, but her body refused to obey. The priest rose from his bow and stepped toward her. He lifted the sleeve of his kimono, exposing his pale forearm. Intricate tattoos began at his wrist and extended upward, detailing a complex tapestry of kanji and symbols. Fu's gaze was drawn to the kanji on his palm. The number 1, etched with unsettling precision. He raised his hand toward her stomach, his movements deliberate and almost ritualistic. From the corner of her eye, she caught the tattoos on his arm shifting, moving as if alive. Sickly green shapes began to emerge from under his skin, their grotesque forms materializing with sharp, piercing motions. Spiders, their bodies glowing faintly with an unnatural hue, crawled free from his flesh. Fu's body trembled involuntarily as the spiders skittered from his arm to his hand, their legs clicking faintly against his skin. Her stomach churned as they began their descent toward her, each one carrying the weight of her impending doom. The spiders crawled in an unnervingly deliberate circle over Fu's stomach, their legs clicking faintly against her skin. She could barely process what was happening, her body heavy and her vision swimming. Then, as one, the spiders paused, their small bodies quivering in eerie synchronization. Without warning, they bit down. Fu screamed, a raw, primal sound that echoed through the valley. Pain surged through her like a wave of molten fire, her back arching involuntarily against the Ona's unyielding grip. The priest stepped back, his expression detached, watching the spectacle with a cold, clinical apathy. Straining against the agony, Fu managed to lower her gaze. What she saw drained the last vestiges of color from her face. Sickly green lines snaked out from the bites, traveling beneath her skin like living veins of poison. The lines moved with purpose, forming shapes and patterns that filled her with a mounting sense of dread. These weren't unfamiliar symbols, these were the seals, her seals, the ones that had bound the 7 tails inside her since she was a child. No, 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 she whispered hoarsely, her voice trembling. Her head felt like it was filled with sand, her limbs like lead weights, but she forced herself to lift her gaze. The figure in red still sat serenely on the fallen log, watching with detached amusement. Gathering the last of her strength, Fu met his gaze. I thought, she rasped, her voice barely above a whisper. I thought you wanted a fight. If you tear through my seal, if the demon gets out. Her voice broke, but she pressed on, her desperation forcing the words out. It won't just be me dying, it'll be everyone here. The man in red tilted his head, his crimson eyes glinting with a peculiar humor. Then, unexpectedly, he chuckled, a low, rich sound that rolled like distant thunder. A fight, you say? You misunderstand me, little moth. His tone was almost warm, but it carried an undercurrent of something dark, something sharp. It was never you that I wanted. His gaze sharpened, and his next words came with a weight that seemed to crush the very air around them. I have no interest in half-born pups with defective fangs. No, the one I want. His lips curled into a predatory grin. Is Chome of the waterfalls. The beast. The predator. That is the prey I seek. Fu's heart pounded as his words sank in, dread spreading through her like the poison seeping from the spider's bites. She tried to cry out, to summon her last reserves of defiance, but another wave of pain silenced her. A sharp crackling sound cut through the air, and she felt it before she saw it, a green fracture, glowing and jagged, spreading across the seals on her stomach. No, she screamed, the word torn from her throat as the crack seemed to spread through reality itself. The seals began to twist and warp, the green fractures crawling outward, creeping over her body like a living web. Her skin burned as though she were being branded from the inside out. The man in red stood, his haori shifting with his movement like the sea before a storm. His grin widened, and his voice carried a note of anticipation as he murmured, "Let's see if the moth can break free of its cocoon." Tazuna's home. Nami no Kuni. The door to Tazuna's modest home creaked open, and Naruto slipped inside. His movements were deliberate, his breaths measured, though his face betrayed exhaustion. He had pushed himself to the brink, not just physically but mentally. The faint scent of blood and damp earth clung to him, mingling with the salt of sweat and the metallic tang of tension. Kakashi was seated near the hearth, cradling a steaming cup of tea in his hand, his lone visible eye reflecting the firelight. He looked up, his usual laid-back demeanor hard to read, but his sharp gaze took in every detail. Naruto's bruised knuckles, the faint tear in his sleeve, and the grim set of his jaw. The silence stretched, heavy and expectant. "Back so soon?" Kakashi asked finally, his voice low and calm. Naruto stepped closer, ignoring the weariness threatening to drag him down. "I found what I was looking for," he said, his voice tight, almost clipped. "But we've got a serious problem." Kakashi straightened subtly, setting the cup aside. He hadn't seen Naruto in 7 years before this mission, and while the young man's growth was evident, there was something different now. A weight in his voice that hadn't been there even a few days ago. "What happened?" Kakashi asked, his tone sharper than usual. Naruto hesitated, his fists clenching at his sides. "I went to Gato's manor," he began, his voice low but steady. "I was trying to figure out if Kirigakure's involved in this mess, maybe pulling Zabuza's strings. I slipped past the guards, got into his office, and found some documents. But then it attacked me." Kakashi's eye narrowed. "What attacked you?" "A beast," Naruto said, the word hanging heavily in the room. "A bastardized demon Komeinu. It was wrong. Its body was twisted, dripping shadows like black tar. I fought it in the office, then again in the manor gardens. It's not like any summon or jutsu I've seen before. It wasn't just using chakra, it was something else. Something darker." Kakashi leaned forward slightly, his fingers steepling as he listened. "You're sure it wasn't a summon?" Naruto shook his head, his expression grim. "It wasn't. I know what it is. That thing is one of his creations." The emphasis on the word, his, made Kakashi pause. His mind immediately turned to the worst possibilities, but he let Naruto continue. "Shinru Myoza," Naruto said, his voice dropping to a near whisper, as if speaking the name too loudly would summon the man himself. "The living abyss. That thing I fought, it was one of his demons, etched into his skin and unleashed on Gato's orders." Kakashi's breath hitched imperceptibly, his normally unreadable expression faltering for a moment. He leaned back, one hand rubbing his temple as the weight of Naruto's words sank in. "Myoza," he repeated. The name alone carried a gravity that silenced the room. Naruto paced, his frustration barely contained. "I thought he might be involved when I first heard about the attacks on the villagers. But seeing that creature, it's proof. If his creations are here, it means Myoza's paying attention to Wave. And if he's involved, this is more than just Zabuza or Gato. This is something we're not prepared for." Kakashi's sharp mind worked quickly, connecting threads and analyzing the implications. If Myoza's creatures are here, it doesn't necessarily mean he is. He could have sent someone else, an acolyte, maybe. "That's what I'm hoping," Naruto said, though his voice was laced with doubt. "But even if he's not here, it doesn't change the fact that one of the Yonko is watching this place. That thing wasn't just here to kill, it was gathering something, feeding. The mad priest's techniques don't run on chakra alone. They need sacrifices. Blood." The room was quiet for a long moment, the firelight casting shifting shadows on the walls. Kakashi finally broke the silence, his voice carefully neutral. "What do you suggest we do?" Naruto stopped pacing and looked directly at him, his blue eyes dark with resolve. "You and your team should leave. Take Anko and Tazuna's family with you. This isn't your fight anymore." "And what about you?" Kakashi asked, his tone deceptively calm, though there was an edge to it. "I'm staying," Naruto said firmly. "I can't walk away from this, not when I know who's behind it. If Myoza's paying attention, there's a reason, and I need to figure out what it is." Kakashi studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. "You've grown, Naruto," he said finally. "But you're still just one person. Don't let your pride get in the way of making smart decisions." "This isn't about pride," Naruto shot back. "It's about responsibility. I can't abandon these people. Not now." Kakashi sighed, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. "This isn't a decision I can make alone. We'll talk to the others in the morning. For now, get some rest. You'll need it." Naruto hesitated, then gave a reluctant nod. "Fine. But I'm telling you now, Kakashi, if they stay, it won't just be Zabuza they're up against. It'll be something far worse." As Naruto left the room, Kakashi leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames. For the first time in a long while, he He felt the cold grip of uncertainty creeping into his thoughts. The silence that followed was heavy, broken only by the faint creak of wood as Naruto shifted his weight. His fists clenched at his sides, and his voice, when he spoke again, was quieter but carried an edge that demanded attention. "It's not just the beast," Naruto said, the words seeming to cost him. "It's what it means. That thing isn't just some stray summon. It's a warning, a signal that someone like Myoza has turned his attention here." Kakashi stepped in, his voice calm but carrying an underlying gravity. "He is a devout servant of one of the 10, no." Sakura frowned, her brow furrowing. "The Tenna? I've never heard of them." Anko, who had been sitting with her legs crossed and her usual air of aloof confidence, let out a low whistle, shaking her head. "Figures you wouldn't have. Most shinobi never do, not unless they're unlucky enough to cross paths with someone who serves one of them. They're legends," Kakashi explained, his tone measured. "The Tenna, collectively known as the Yonko, are the 4 greatest, most terrible beings in the elemental nations. Each one stands at the pinnacle of power, ruling their domains with influence and terror. Their mere presence on the battlefield shifting the course of the world's history. They aren't just warlords or generals, they're forces of nature." Sasuke's frown deepened, skepticism flickering across his face. "And we're supposed to believe they're stronger than the cage?" Kakashi turned his gaze towards Sasuke, his eye hard. "Stronger doesn't even begin to cover it. Each of them could bring a nation to its knees, alone. The measure of their might is on the scale of whole armies, of tailed demons and heavenly beasts. Moreover, their power isn't just in brute force, though they have plenty of that. It's in the systems they've built, the cults and armies that follow them, and the fear they inspire." Anko leaned back, a rare grim look on her face. "And of the 4, the worst of them all is him. The red beast who holds the world." Sakura hesitated, her voice softer this time. What does that mean?" Naruto, who had remained silent during Kakashi's explanation, finally spoke, his tone uncharacteristically grim. "It means exactly what it sounds like. The Red Emperor is the strongest creature alive. A cruel, lethargic monster who holds the world between his jaws. He doesn't care about borders or politics. He's above all of that. He spends his time deciding whether to zealously guard his prize, or to crush it between his teeth." The tension in the room grew sharper, the weight of Naruto's words sinking in. Yakumo, who had been quiet until now, broke the silence. "And this Myoza? He's connected to this Red Emperor?" Kakashi nodded. "Shinru Myoza is the Red Emperor's right hand, his great lieutenant. Known as the Tenno's living abyss, Myoza is a devout follower of a dark god, a god who grants his followers twisted power. Every demon etched into Myoza's skin tells a story of blood and conquest, and each can be unleashed as a weapon." Sasuke's jaw tightened, his voice low. "So you're saying that beast, it's one of his creations?" Naruto nodded, his eyes shadowed. "It's a fragment of what he's capable of. And if it's here, it means Myoza, or someone close to him, is paying attention to Wave. That's why I'm giving you all the chance to walk away." The room remained silent after Naruto's words, the weight of his statement settling heavily over the group. Sakura glanced around, her hands clenched tightly in her lap. The soft morning light, which had seemed so warm moments ago, now felt cold and distant. Sakura's voice broke the silence, trembling but resolute. "If we walk away, what happens to Tezuna's family? To the villagers? They don't have the choice to run. They'll be left with no one to protect them." Yakumo shifted uneasily, her fingers brushing over the edge of her chair. "But if this Myoza is involved, can we even protect them? We're talking about something far beyond any normal mission." Sasuke frowned, his dark eyes narrowed as he leaned forward. "You still haven't answered my question, Naruto. Why does this beast scare you so much? If you fought it and survived, what's got you rattled?" Naruto let out a slow breath, his gaze steady but shadowed by grim memories. "Because it's not about fighting it. That thing, it doesn't stop. It doesn't feel. It's a living weapon, powered by something darker than chakra. And it's only a piece of what Myoza can do." Kakashi stepped in, his tone soft but carrying authority. "Myoza is no ordinary man. He's the infernal priest of the blood god. His power doesn't come from chakra in the way ours does. It's something older and more sinister. The demons carved into his skin are more than techniques. They're manifestations of sacrifice, each one a testament to destruction he's unleashed." Anko whistled low, her sharp grin reappearing, though it lacked its usual levity. Sounds like a real charmer. Just the type you hope doesn't show up at the party. Naruto nodded. That's why I don't think he's here. If Myoza himself were in Wave, this entire village would already be a pile of ash. The beast I fought, it's being sustained remotely. That's why the villagers are being attacked every night. Whoever's controlling it is using their blood to keep it going. The room was silent again, each shinobi lost in their thoughts. The enormity of what they were facing felt suffocating, the idea of even indirect involvement by a tenant casting a long shadow over their mission. Sasuke broke the silence, his voice calm but resolute. If we leave now, it doesn't change what's happening here. If anything, it makes things worse. I'm staying Uchiha, do not give up. Sakura looked at him, her expression conflicted but firm. Me too. We can't just abandon these people. If we leave, they'll have no chance. Yakumo hesitated, her hands twisting together. I'm scared, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. But running away won't change that. I'll stay. Anko's laugh was sharp and sudden, breaking the tension. Like I was ever gonna run, she said, leaning back and throwing her hands behind her head. Come on, you're all acting like we've already lost. Let's just make sure we don't. Kakashi smiled faintly, the curve of his eye softening. Good, he said simply, his tone light but laced with pride. I sent Pakun with a report to the Hokage. He's my fastest summon and an excellent swimmer. Reinforcements may take time, but I trust you all to hold the line until then. Naruto exhaled slowly, some of the tension leaving his frame. Good, because this isn't going to be easy. Myoza's techniques aren't just about power, they're about terror. Every demon he summons is a story of bloodshed. The beast I fought in Gato's fortress? It was one of his weaker ones. Even still, it's built to overwhelm, to break the will of anyone who stands against it. Anko's grin returned, more genuine this time. Then it sounds like we just need to make sure our wills don't break. Right, kids? Despite the lingering unease, her words drew small smiles from the others. Kakashi eyed them all, his gaze lingering on Naruto for a moment. This is a choice that will shape all of you as shinobi. And it's one I believe you're ready to make. Naruto's eyes swept over the group, his voice steady but carrying a newfound determination. Then let's not waste time. If we're staying, we're fighting. And if we're fighting, we need to be ready. The room filled with a quiet resolve as the team prepared themselves for the battles to come, the weight of their decision heavy but unshakable. The fire crackled softly as Naruto approached Yakumo, who sat apart from the others, her sketchbook resting idly on her lap. She was staring into the distance, her expression calm but her posture tight, like a bowstring drawn but not yet released. Naruto settled himself beside her, silent for a moment, his gaze following hers into the darkened horizon. You're quieter than I expected, he said, his voice carrying a teasing warmth but with an undertone of seriousness. For someone with the power to make the world speak her language. Yakumo glanced at him, her brow furrowing. What are you talking about? Naruto grinned faintly, leaning back on his hands. Just thinking out loud, I guess. Kurama Haim tends to leave me with plenty to think about. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Don't call me that, just Yakumo. He nodded, the smile never leaving his face. Alright, Yakumo-chan, no need to get all thorny about it. She scoffed, folding her arms. You're deflecting. Fine, let's talk about something else. Like that technique you were using earlier when you were sparring with Sasuke. Naruto tilted his head, his expression feigning confusion. Technique? I think you might be seeing things. Yakumo's eyes narrowed further. Don't play games with me. You were moving your intent through your chakra, bending it, shaping it like a blade or a rope. It wasn't just chakra control, it was something deeper. I've only ever seen anything like that with my clan's bloodline techniques. Naruto hummed, his gaze shifting to the flames. Interesting observation. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong. What do you think? Yakumo frowned. I think you're trying to avoid answering. Smart, Naruto said, a hint of admiration in his tone. I like that about you, Yakumo. Always looking for the truth hidden behind the curtain. A good habit to have. She wasn't buying it. You keep dancing around the question, but I'll figure it out eventually. Naruto chuckled softly, the sound more thoughtful than amused. Maybe, maybe not, but for now, tell me about your curtain. What's it like to hold a mirror up to reality and see it change? Yakumo hesitated, caught off guard by the sudden shift. You're talking about my clan's genjutsu. Maybe, he said, his eyes still fixed on the fire. Or maybe I'm talking about you. She sighed, deciding to humor him. Our genjutsu isn't just illusions. It's more than that. We can shape perceptions so strongly that they might as well be real. My clan calls it the gift of Kurama. Naruto's gaze flicked to her, his expression genuinely curious now. And the cost? She tensed slightly, her fingers brushing the edge of her sketchbook. Control. The illusions are powerful, but if they get away from you, they can become dangerous. To everyone, including the user. Naruto nodded, his expression sobering. A blade that cuts both ways. Must be a heavy thing to carry. It is, she admitted, her voice quieter now. When we fought Momochi, I overused it. I pushed too far, and now I'm paying for it. The chakra pathways in my brain are twisted. Nothing I can't recover from, but still. He watched her for a moment, his face unreadable, before finally speaking. A lesson learned, then. Sometimes the blade needs rest to stay sharp. Yakumo eyed him suspiciously, unsure if he was mocking her or not. You speak in riddles more than you answer questions. Naruto smiled, faint and knowing. Maybe I just like seeing how people untangle knots. She rolled her eyes. Well, untangle this for me. How did you do what you did against Sasuke? His grin widened, but there was a strange weight behind it. Some answers aren't meant to be told. They're meant to be earned. Yakumo opened her mouth to argue but stopped, recognizing the shift in his tone. He wasn't teasing her anymore, not completely, at least. You're impossible, you know that? Maybe, he said lightly, rising to his feet. But so are you, Yakumo-chan. And that's not a bad thing. Naruto paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on Yakumo as if weighing how much to say. Finally, he exhaled softly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Everyone has their part to play right now, he began, his tone calm but firm. Kimimaro volunteered to keep watch over Tezuna's family and make sure Tezuna gets to the worksite safely when it's time. He's got this quiet efficiency about him, doesn't he? Like a blade that only moves when it needs to. Yakumo tilted her head slightly, intrigued but still skeptical. Naruto continued, his voice gaining an edge of humor. Anko-sensei's been busy scouting the village, but she's promised to take Sakura under her wing when she's not out and about. Something about toughening her up, her words, not mine. Tsunami's gonna keep making tea, which, let's be honest, is probably the most important job of all. Yakumo snorted softly at that, though she said nothing. Naruto's expression brightened, a spark of mischief flashing in his eyes. Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke? Training, of course. And I might teach Sasuke a trick or two while I'm at it. Gotta keep him on his toes, you know? The hint of amusement in his voice was infectious, and Yakumo found herself smirking despite herself. She raised an eyebrow. And what about those clones you've been sending into the village every day? Don't think I haven't noticed. Naruto's expression shifted, the humor dimming slightly as a flicker of something more somber crossed his face. He didn't answer right away, and when he did, it was with a faint smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. They're doing something equally as important, he said quietly, his tone leaving no room for further questions. Yakumo frowned but decided to let it drop. Something in the way he said it told her she wouldn't get a straight answer, no matter how much she pressed. And me? She asked after a moment. What's my task in all this? Naruto's smile returned, this time lighter, as he gestured toward her. You rest up, Yakumo. The world's gonna throw a lot more knots at us soon enough, and I need you sharp for when it does. Yakumo huffed, folding her arms. You're really enjoying being all cryptic and mysterious, aren't you? Maybe, Naruto said, turning to walk away, his hands slipping into his pockets. But you'll thank me for it someday. Yakumo watched him go, her brow furrowed in thought. For all his riddles and half-answers, Naruto had a way of making her feel like she mattered in the grand scheme of things. A feeling she wasn't entirely used to. Gato's guest house. Nami no Kuni. The dim light of their hideout flickered against the damp stone walls, casting long shadows that danced like restless ghosts. Zabuza sat on an upturned crate, his massive blade resting against the wall behind him. His bandages had been removed, his body lean and scarred but fully recovered from his clash with Kakashi. He flexed his fingers absent-mindedly, testing his grip as if reacquainting himself with the sensation of holding his weapon. The bridge builder's been dragging his feet, Zabuza began, his gravelly voice cutting through the stillness. His sharp eyes, shaded under his wild hair, were fixed on a crude map of the bridge and its surrounding area. Small crews, small tasks, always under that Kagaya brat's watch. He's cautious, smarter than I gave him credit for. He leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees, and a wicked grin spread across his face. But it doesn't matter. He's not building that bridge fast enough to make a difference. It's just enough to keep hope alive for those fools in the village. When we hit them, that hope will shatter. No more bridge, no more resistance. We'll crush them, take what we're owed, and get out of this miserable country. Zabuza glanced at Haku, who stood a few steps away, silent and still as a shadow. Her porcelain face betrayed no emotion, her dark eyes fixed on the map but distant. Zabuza waved a hand in front of her, his grin fading into a scowl. You listening, Haku? Now that I'm back in action, we can stop playing games. No more holding back. Kakashi and his brats won't stand a chance this time. Haku inclined her head slightly, the motion graceful and precise, but said nothing. Her hands were folded neatly in front of her, her posture demure yet resolute. Zabuza studied her for a moment, his scowl deepening. What's with you? You've been quiet ever since that fight. It's not like you. The room seemed colder as Zabuza's scowl deepened, his sharp gaze boring into Haku. She didn't flinch but held his gaze for a moment longer than usual, her calm demeanor masking the storm within. Slowly, she let out a breath and finally broke her silence. Master, Haku began, her voice soft but steady, tinged with something uncharacteristically vulnerable. I will follow your orders. You know I always will. But, she hesitated, her hands tightening in front of her. I am disgusted with these orders. And I am disgusted with the Mizukage for giving them. Zabuza raised an eyebrow, his expression hardening. He opened his mouth to retort, but Haku continued, her words gaining weight with every syllable. This village will be bled dry under that tyrant Gato's thumb after we leave. The people here, they'll starve, or worse. That beast, that monstrosity devouring them piece by piece will finish what Gato started. And we'll have been a part of that. She paused, her dark eyes flickering with emotion, though her voice remained measured. When we were wandering the land, without a home or purpose, I thought we were searching for something. Something that could wash away the tragedy and brutality of the bloody mist. A place where we could finally leave all of that behind. Zabuza's fingers twitched as if gripping an invisible blade, but he didn't interrupt. Haku's gaze dropped to the ground as her voice softened. I'm questioning if that's still true. If we're still searching for something better, or if we've just become like the blood-soaked warriors of the past. The ones who took and took until there was nothing left. The room fell silent, the crackling of the dim light the only sound. Zabuza stared at Haku, his expression unreadable. For a moment, it seemed as though the air between them would shatter under the weight of her words. Finally, Zabuza stood, the scrape of his chair against the stone floor sharp in the stillness. He moved toward her, his heavy footfalls echoing. When he stopped in front of her, he tilted her chin up with two rough fingers, forcing her to meet his gaze. Haku, he said, his voice low and gruff, don't forget where we come from. We don't get the luxury of dreaming about better places. Not people like us. If you want a clean world, you're in the wrong line of work. His grip tightened slightly, but there was no malice in it, only a harsh, unyielding truth. We survive. That's what matters. This world's built on blood and power, and if we don't take our share, someone else will crush us. That's the reality. Haku didn't look away, her dark eyes searching his face. She nodded slowly, the faintest flicker of sadness crossing her features. Yes, master. I understand. Zabuza released her and turned away, moving back toward his sword. Good. Then remember this. What we're doing to survive. Let the villagers deal with their own monsters. They're not our problem. Haku remained still, her hands tightening again at her sides. She didn't argue, but as Zabuza picked up his blade and began sharpening it, her expression remained clouded, her thoughts heavy with doubt and the memory of a certain blonde-haired boy whose determination had shaken her to her core. Tazuna's home, Nami no Kuni. The evening air was heavy with the scent of salt from the nearby sea, mingling with the earthy aroma of the dense forest surrounding Tazuna's house. Naruto sat under the overhang outside, leaning back against a wooden post with his hands behind his head. His face was relaxed, but his eyes betrayed his restless thoughts. Training with Sasuke had been grueling, the sparring session leaving both of them drenched in sweat and exhaustion. Kakashi emerged from the shadows, his steps silent. He carried an air of calm, but there was a weight in his posture that Naruto noticed immediately. The older ninja sat down cross-legged beside him, pulling his hite up slightly to rub his forehead. Naruto broke the silence first, his voice quiet. "You're not here to enjoy the night air, are you?" Kakashi gave him a faint eye smile but didn't respond immediately. Instead, he glanced out toward the horizon, where the bridge would stand tall if it were completed. "I just heard from Pakun," he finally said, his voice unusually somber. "He came back much earlier than I expected." Naruto straightened, his casual demeanor fading. "Why? What happened?" Kakashi let out a long sigh. "The sea surrounding the dog summon realm has turned hostile. The banded water summoning clans have established a blockade, stopping any passage between realms. Pakun said it's unlike anything he's seen before. The waters are crawling with things. Communication with Konoha has been cut off." Naruto's jaw tightened, his fists clenching unconsciously. "So we're on our own." "Seems that way," Kakashi replied, his voice even but heavy. "No reinforcements. No backup. Just us." Naruto leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, his mind racing. "What about Tazuna? Has he noticed anything unusual?" Kakashi shook his head. "Tazuna hasn't reduced his construction crews because of danger. It's resources. He's barely able to get what he needs to keep progress going at all, let alone at the pace he originally planned." Naruto frowned, his eyes narrowing. "Then we make sure he gets what he needs." Kakashi tilted his head slightly, curious. "What are you thinking?" Naruto sat up straighter, his voice gaining an edge of determination. "While I was in Gato's manor, I found something interesting. Materials are being shipped from Tetsu no Kuni to Yuki no Kuni, and they're passing through Wave. They'll arrive tomorrow night." Kakashi's visible eye widened slightly. "You want to intercept the shipment?" "Not just intercept it," Naruto said, a small smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Replace it. We'll swap the cargo with gravity-sealed empty boxes to make it look like nothing's missing." "The real materials? We hide them somewhere Tazuna can access them safely. And then?" Kakashi asked, his tone laced with intrigue. "We tell Tazuna to gather his entire workforce and start finishing the bridge after the weekend," Naruto explained. "Once the work ramps up, Gato's goons, and whatever ninja he's hired, will have no choice but to come out in the open. Including Zabuza and that beast." Kakashi considered the plan, his visible eye narrowing in thought. "It's bold, risky. If they realize the shipment was tampered with before it's too late, they'll come down on us hard." "They'll come down on us no matter what," Naruto said, his voice steady and resolute. "But this way, we force their hand. We get the materials Tazuna needs, we make progress on the bridge, and we get closer to finishing this mission." Kakashi leaned back slightly, his gaze thoughtful. "You've thought this through." "I don't see another option," Naruto admitted. "We can't wait for help that isn't coming. If we're going to survive this, we have to take the fight to them." After a long moment, Kakashi's eye curved in a faint smile. "All right, Naruto, let's do it, but we'll need to move carefully. If this goes wrong, we'll be facing more than just Zabuza and his pet." Naruto nodded, the fire in his eyes burning brighter. "Careful's my middle name, Inu ni." Kakashi chuckled softly. "Let's not test that theory too much." The two sat in silence for a moment, the weight of their decision settling between them. Above them, the stars began to blink into view, their faint light a reminder of the daunting task ahead. The sun was beginning its slow descent, casting long shadows over the clearing where Naruto and Sasuke stood. The sounds of the forest surrounded them, rustling leaves, the occasional chirp of a bird, and the faint whisper of the ocean breeze. Naruto rolled his shoulders, loosening up after their earlier sparring session, and turned to Sasuke, whose shirt was damp with sweat but whose eyes burned with determination. "All right, that's enough taijutsu for now," Naruto said, wiping his brow. "Let's move on to something more subtle." Sasuke frowned, crossing his arms. "Subtle? What are you talking about?" Naruto grinned, but there was a glint of seriousness in his eyes. "It's time I taught you about using your presence as a weapon." Sasuke raised an eyebrow, skepticism clear on his face. "Presence? That sounds like something you'd tell someone to make them feel better about losing." Naruto's grin widened. "You'd think that, but it's real, and it's powerful. It's about more than just chakra or brute strength. It's about imposing your will on the battlefield, making the world move the way you want it to. Sasuke's skepticism faded slightly, replaced by a flicker of curiosity. Go on. Naruto stepped closer, his expression shifting into something more instructive. This isn't something you'll see in any academy textbook. It's about controlling the space around you, not just physically but mentally. It's what lets you dominate before the first punch is thrown. He crouched slightly, drawing a line in the dirt with his finger. Your clan, the Uchiha, have a natural affinity for this. The Sharingan isn't just about seeing, it's about controlling perception. That's tied to what I'm going to show you. Naruto stood and gestured for Sasuke to focus. Now, close your eyes. What? How am I supposed to learn anything with my eyes closed? Sasuke asked, but he complied grudgingly. Your eyes can lie to you, Naruto said, his voice taking on a deeper, more focused tone. What I'm teaching you starts with something deeper. I want you to reach out. Not with chakra, not with your senses, but with your intent. Imagine the space around you. Feel it. Sasuke frowned, his brow furrowing as he concentrated. This feels vague. It always does at first, Naruto said, his tone patient. Think about when you're fighting. There's a moment, just a heartbeat, where you know what your opponent's going to do. It's not because you saw it or heard it. It's because you imposed your will on that moment. You made it yours. Sasuke's breathing slowed, his expression turning more focused as he tried to follow Naruto's guidance. Good, Naruto said softly, his voice steady. Now, project that will. Make the air around you heavy. Make it yours. For a moment, there was nothing. Then Sasuke's brow twitched, and the air around him seemed to shift subtly. Naruto's grin returned, but this time it was tinged with pride. There it is, Naruto said. You're starting to get it. Sasuke opened his eyes, looking at Naruto with a mixture of surprise and satisfaction. It felt strange, like I was stretching something that wasn't there. That's your presence, Naruto said, clapping him on the shoulder. And when you unlock your Sharingan, this is going to make you unstoppable. You'll see every little motion, and with this, you'll be able to act before they even move. Sasuke smirked, his usual confidence returning. I can see why you're so good at taunting people during fights. This is just another way to mess with someone's head. Naruto laughed. Exactly. But it's not just for taunting. It's for controlling the battlefield. Making sure you're the one calling the shots. Sasuke looked at Naruto thoughtfully. You didn't learn this in Konoha, did you? Naruto's smile dimmed slightly, a shadow crossing his face. No, I learned it from someone who… Well, let's just say they weren't exactly the academy type. Before Sasuke could press further, Naruto clapped his hands. Alright, enough talk. Let's see if you can use this in a real fight. You ready? Sasuke's smirk widened, and he slid into a fighting stance. Always. As the two began their training once more, the clearing was filled with the sound of movement and the occasional clash of kunai, but underneath it all was a new layer of understanding. For Sasuke, it wasn't just about winning anymore, it was about mastering himself and the space around him. And for Naruto, it was about passing on what he had learned, shaping the young Uchiha heir into someone who could one day rival him, or maybe even surpass him. Helping people means letting them figure things out for themselves, right Shisho? Naruto and Yakumo stood at the edge of the training ground, observing Sasuke as he sparred with a second Naruto. A water clone that moved fluidly, mirroring its creator's sharp precision and adaptability. The clash of kunai echoed through the clearing, and while Sasuke pressed forward with impressive determination, the clone effortlessly evaded, always a step ahead. Yakumo crossed her arms, her skeptical expression firmly in place. I don't see what's so special about him, she muttered. He was top of the academy, sure, but compared to actual strong ninja? He's nothing. He just relies on his clan's techniques and styles, and even those he can't really use properly without unlocking his bloodline. Naruto laughed softly, the sound warm and unbothered. You're being harsh, Yakumo. Too harsh. Yakumo raised an eyebrow. Am I? He's barely holding his own against your clone. Naruto smirked, his gaze fixed on the match in front of them. Maybe, but you're forgetting one important thing. And that is? Kakashi, Naruto said simply, his voice light but with a touch of admiration. You're underestimating how much Kakashi's been teaching him, and all of you. Yakumo frowned, her skepticism unwavering. Kakashi-sensei barely does anything. Half the time, he just gives us random chores or makes us do exercises that feel like a waste of time. Naruto shook his head, still smiling. You'd think that, wouldn't you? But that's because you don't see the big picture yet. Inu ni, he caught himself and corrected, Kakashi, has a way of teaching that's not like what you'd expect from a normal jonin. Yakumo tilted her head, her curiosity piqued despite herself. Go on. Naruto leaned casually against a tree, watching as Sasuke launched a flurry of strikes at the clone, only to be countered and forced back. Kakashi isn't just training you to be genin. He's preparing you for what's coming, the kinds of missions and fights that won't give you a second chance. His methods, even the ones that seem lazy or random, are all about building adaptability and teamwork. That's what makes him one of the best. Yakumo scoffed lightly. You're giving him a lot of credit for someone who reads smut during training. Naruto grinned. You think that's all he's doing? Let me ask you this. Has he ever done something like making you balance cups of water on your heads while climbing trees blindfolded? Yakumo rolled her eyes. Of course. It was ridiculous. Ridiculous, huh? Naruto said, chuckling. That's straight out of Anbu training. You think it was just about balance? He was teaching you to maintain focus under pressure, to trust your instincts, and to strengthen your connection to your chakra network. Yakumo blinked, her skepticism faltering for the first time. Wait, that was an Anbu exercise? Naruto nodded. A toned-down version, yeah. And what about this? Have you had to write mission reports in reverse order and then decode them later? Yakumo frowned, recalling the frustrating task. What was the point of that? Memory training and cipher work, Naruto said. Anbu operatives have to be able to recall critical details under duress and work with complex codes. He's giving you a taste of that, even if you don't realize it. Yakumo stared at him, her expression caught between doubt and amazement. How do you know all this? Naruto's smile softened, his gaze distant for a moment. Kakashi's a legend in Anbu. He trained recruits, led missions, and survived things most ninja wouldn't even dream of. He's lost a lot. Most of his teams never made it back. Yakumo's breath hitched slightly at the weight in Naruto's tone. That's awful. It is, Naruto agreed quietly. And that's why he's so driven to protect you. You, Sasuke, and Sakura, you're not just students to him. He's doing everything he can to make sure you survive, even if it means pushing you in ways you don't understand yet. Yakumo looked back at Sasuke, who was now holding his ground against the clone with increasing confidence. I never thought about it that way. Naruto's grin returned, softer this time. You're all lucky to have him. Even if you don't see it yet, Kakashi's setting you up to be the kind of ninja who can handle anything. They stood in silence for a moment, watching as Sasuke landed a decisive strike against the clone, dispelling it in a burst of water. The real Naruto clapped lightly, his approval clear. See? He's already growing, Naruto said. And with Kakashi's guidance, and a little help from me, he'll be unstoppable. Yakumo said nothing, but her gaze lingered on Sasuke, her skepticism tempered by something that looked a lot like respect. The quiet hum of the clearing was broken only by the sound of shurikens slicing through the air. Sakura stood with her shoulders squared, her breath coming in controlled bursts as she focused on her target. Anko loomed nearby, her sharp eyes tracking every movement with a mix of scrutiny and satisfaction. Not bad, Anko said, her tone cutting through the silence like a blade. But, not bad, doesn't mean much in a fight. Again, Sakura nodded, her determination visible in the tight set of her jaw. She reset her stance, drew another shuriken, and let it fly. This time, the projectile struck closer to the center of the target. Anko raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of approval crossing her face before it was quickly masked. Better. But you're not just here to play darts. You're here to survive, to make sure your team survives. So stop treating this like practice and start treating it like life or death. Anko's words hit hard, and Sakura felt the weight of them settle in her chest. She adjusted her grip on the remaining shuriken in her hand and tried to channel the fierce energy she saw in Anko. Tried to imagine herself in a real fight, with real stakes. Don't hesitate, Anko continued, stepping closer. You've got brains, Sakura, and that's a good start. But brains won't save you if your body can't keep up. Every throw, every strike, it needs to be decisive. Intentional. Now show me you've got it in you. Sakura took a deep breath, visualized her target, and let the shuriken fly. It struck dead center, the satisfying thud echoing in the clearing. Anko's grin widened, sharp and approving. There we go. Now you're getting it. The two continued for hours, with Anko pushing Sakura through a grueling mix of drills and creative combat exercises. Each task forced Sakura to think on her feet, adapt quickly, and trust her instincts. As the session went on, Sakura began to notice things about herself she hadn't before: her natural precision, her ability to analyze a situation mid-action, and the surprising strength she could summon when she stopped second-guessing herself. By the time they paused for a break, Sakura was drenched in sweat but felt an unfamiliar spark of pride in her chest. Anko tossed her a canteen of water and smirked. "You're not there yet," Anko said, her voice lighter than before, "but you've got potential. Keep pushing yourself, and you might just surprise everyone. Even me." Sakura smiled, the exhaustion in her body overshadowed by a growing determination. "Thank you, Anko-sensei. I won't let you down." The quiet hum of the night surrounded the orphanage, the gentle light spilling from its windows a stark contrast to the shadows beyond. Inside, the laughter of children filled the air, accompanied by the clatter of bowls and muffled chatter. Outside, beneath the soft glow of the moon, Naruto stood with the matron, his water clone holding its form with practiced ease. The matron bowed deeply, her hands trembling slightly as they pressed together. "Bless you, truly, for all that you've done. These children. Without the meals you've been providing, I don't know how we would have managed." Her voice was heavy with gratitude, yet tinged with a quiet exhaustion that had become second nature. Naruto waved off her thanks, stepping forward and placing a hand lightly on her shoulder. "Matron, it's not me they should thank. Without you, they'd truly have nothing. You're the one holding this place together. You're strong, stronger than you realize." She looked up at him, her tired eyes glistening, though a small, incredulous chuckle escaped her lips. "Strong? Me? I can barely keep my knees from giving out some days. How could you possibly call this strength?" Naruto smiled, his expression gentle but unwavering. "Strength takes a lot of forms," he said, his voice steady. "Some people think it's about power or winning fights. But the truth? The kind of strength that lasts, that leaves a legacy worth remembering, is kindness." The matron blinked, silent for a moment as she processed his words. "Kindness," Naruto continued, "is strength not because of the good it does for others, though that's a part of it, but because of the storms it weathers. Every wave, every struggle that tries to chip away at it, to make you stop caring, stop giving. And yet here you are, standing firm, day after day." The matron's eyes filled with tears, though her lips curved into a soft, bittersweet smile. She wiped her cheek with the corner of her apron, murmuring, "I never thought of it that way." Naruto's gaze drifted to the window, watching the children laughing as they shared their meal. "You won't have to brace the waves for much longer," he said, his voice quieter now, as though speaking more to himself than to her. "One way or another, we'll make sure the water's calm." The matron followed his gaze, her expression softening as the sound of the children's laughter reached them. "I hope you're right," she whispered, a thread of hope weaving through her words. Naruto gave her shoulder a reassuring squeeze before letting go, his smile unwavering. "You've held the line longer than anyone had the right to expect. That's strength, and that's what's going to carry these kids into a better tomorrow." The matron nodded, her tears falling freely now but without shame. "Thank you," she said again, her voice barely above a whisper. Naruto inclined his head slightly before turning, his clone walking into the night, disappearing like a ripple in the water, leaving behind a faint mist in the moonlight. The night air was cool, and the soft crackle of the fire provided a soothing rhythm to the otherwise silent gathering. The group sat in a loose circle, their shadows flickering against the walls of Tezuna's home. Though unspoken, the weight of the coming day loomed heavily, thickening the quiet between them. Naruto poked at the fire with a stick, watching the embers rise and disappear into the night sky. "You know," he began casually, his voice carrying a softness that cut through the stillness, "there's a story I heard once, about the sea." The others glanced his way, curiosity sparking amid the tension. Sasuke, leaning against a wooden beam with his arms crossed, raised an eyebrow. "A story?" Naruto grinned faintly. "Yeah, about a sea that wasn't just water. They said it was alive. The tides were its breath, and storms were its anger." "Alive?" Sakura echoed, leaning slightly forward. "That's different." Not just alive, Naruto said, shifting to face the group, the firelight dancing in his eyes. It was a protector. When people tried to cross it with ill intent, the waves would rise and pull them under. And those who showed respect? It guided them, kept them safe. Anko smirked from her spot on a log, her arms draped over her knees. Sounds like the kind of thing someone made up to keep people out of their fishing grounds. Naruto chuckled. Maybe, but the stories went deeper than that. There was an island, hidden by the sea. They called it the Lost Isle. Yakumo, who had been silent, furrowed her brow. The Lost Isle? Naruto nodded, his tone dropping, drawing them in. An island that only appeared under the light of a full moon. They said it was a place of trial, where warriors learned to fight in harmony with the sea. But it wasn't a place for just anyone. If you weren't worthy, the sea would drag you down. Sakura shivered slightly. That's unsettling. Naruto's grin softened into something contemplative. The point wasn't to scare people. It was about respect. The sea wasn't just some mindless force. It was powerful, unpredictable, and, if you treated it right, maybe even fair. The group fell silent, the fire crackling softly. Tazuna, who had been quietly listening, stroked his beard. Makes you think, doesn't it? That something so vast might care about who you are and what you're doing. Or it makes it worse, Sasuke muttered, staring into the fire. A force that big, with its own will? That's not comforting. Naruto laughed quietly. Depends on how you look at it. The stories said the sea chose sides. It protected those who fought for something bigger than themselves, family, home, the people they cared about. He paused, his gaze distant. If you fought for something like that, it wouldn't let you drown. The words lingered, the weight of their meaning settling over the group. For a moment, the tension in the air eased, replaced by a quiet sense of connection, as if the unseen forces of the world had paused to listen. Well, Anko said with a wry smile, breaking the silence, if this mystical sea wants to lend us a hand tomorrow, I'm all for it. A soft chuckle rippled through the group, the heaviness lifting slightly. Yet as the firelight flickered on, casting long shadows into the night, the unspoken reality of what lay ahead lingered at the edge of their thoughts, waiting. Kakashi leaned against the wall just outside the circle of firelight, his lone visible eye half-lidded as if he were merely watching the flames dance. But his thoughts were far away, drawn back to years long past by the story Naruto had just told. It wasn't just any story. It was an old myth of Uzushio, the Isle of the Uzumaki. A tale Kushina had once told him during a rare quiet moment between missions, her voice filled with the pride and warmth that had always made her seem larger than life. She'd spoken of the sea's trials and the warriors who learned to listen to its will, weaving the story as if it were her birthright to tell it. And now, her son had taken up the mantle, passing it on with the same conviction. Kushina nay, Kakashi thought wistfully, you'd be so proud of him. The faintest smile touched his lips, though it didn't quite reach his eye. Naruto was so different now from the boy Kakashi had once watched over from the shadows. Back then, Naruto had been a small, fragile thing, though he never let anyone see it. He'd slapped on a grin so bright it almost blinded anyone who looked too closely, using it like a shield to hide the loneliness that ate at him. The Anbu had seen the truth, of course. They'd been there, standing guard in silence, as Naruto tried to fill the gaping void left by parents he'd never known and villagers who refused to see him as anything more than the Kyuubi's vessel. Kakashi remembered those days all too well, when the boy would sit on the swing outside the academy after being ignored or sneered at by children and adults alike. He'd swing his legs and hum, as if he didn't have a care in the world, but his small fists would clench the ropes until his knuckles turned white. And now, look at him. That lonely little boy had grown into someone who could command attention with just his voice. Someone who could make even Sasuke pause and listen. Still, Kakashi knew Kushina would flay him alive if she knew what Naruto was planning. Taking on one of Kiri's legendary swordsmen and a creature tied to Shinru Myoza. Someone even Daimyo feared? Kushina would have stormed through the afterlife just to give Kakashi a piece of her mind. His smile turned rueful. And Minato-sensei? He'd probably just sigh and ask if there really wasn't another way. There was no one more understanding of impossible odds than the fourth Hokage. Naruto's voice drifted over to him, his tone light but carrying an undertone of conviction that reminded Kakashi so much of Minato it was almost painful. The boy, no, the young man, had come so far. more than most ever would. He wasn't just a Jinchuriki or the little prince of the low places, as the Anbu had quietly nicknamed him when he used to slip out of their sight to wander Konoha's streets. He was something more now. A protector, a storyteller, and, Kakashi thought, his gaze flicking briefly to the fire where Naruto's shadow stretched long and unwavering, a lightning rod. The long Hapu Valley, land of grass. The valley was a ruin of devastation. Once vibrant and alive, the landscape had been reduced to a scarred wasteland of shattered trees and jagged earth. The air hung heavy with the residue of chakra, flickering remnants of green and blue light dancing upward like embers from a dying fire. At the heart of the destruction lay the massive, crumpled form of the seven-tailed beetle, Chome. The beast's body was motionless, its brilliant wings torn and limp, their glow dimmed to a faint shimmer. A jagged wound tore through its massive frame, an unhealable gash that bled chakra in slow, fading streams. As its life force ebbed away, its form began to dissolve into chakra fragments, scattering like leaves in a storm and vanishing into the overcast sky. Myoza stood nearby, his hands folded within the sleeves of his ceremonial kimono. His pale violet hair clung to his face as he gazed at the dissolving beast with reverence. "Magnificent," he said softly, his voice filled with awe. "A beast of such power, brought low before you, my lord. None could match your might. The seven tails will not return for decades, perhaps centuries." His voice dipped into a fervent tone. The world itself trembles at the will of Jashin, channeled through his chosen. The man in red reclined against a shattered boulder, his crimson hair damp with sweat, his haori smeared with blood. His eyes, sharp and unyielding, flicked toward Myoza with an edge of irritation. "I humor your devotions, Myoza," he said, his voice low and cold. "You have your uses, and so I allow you this indulgence. But do not insult me with tales of forgotten devils or imagined favor. My strength is my own. Speak again of being chosen, and I will remind you what it means to become meat." Myoza lowered his head, his expression blank but his tone deferential. "As you command, my lord." The man in red turned his gaze back to the dissolving remains of Chome, his bloodlust ebbing into a dull, unsatisfied calm. "That's it," he muttered, his voice tinged with disappointment. He leaned back, letting the tension drain from his frame, though his crimson eyes remained alert, scanning the fading lights of the beast's chakra. "A year of waiting, and this is what it offers me. I thought it would be stronger. I thought it would be more alive." Myoza inclined his head slightly. "The seven tails was formidable, but even it could not withstand you. Its defeat was inevitable, as all things are before your might." The man in red's gaze hardened. Perhaps the hunt was more satisfying than the prey. He let the thought hang in the air before dismissing it with a wave of his hand. Or perhaps the beasts of this world are nothing more than paper tigers. His voice dropped, weighted with disdain. "No matter. It's done. Let it fade." The remains of the seven tails were now no more than glimmers in the air, the scarred valley growing silent once again. Myoza bowed deeply. "Thy will be done." The man in red pushed himself to his feet with deliberate ease, his movements slow but deliberate, as if the weight of the fight had left him utterly unaffected. The intricate tattoos on his exposed skin caught the dimming light, the dark ink twisted and alive with symbolism, alike to the convulsing demons on the mad priest's flesh but different enough in kind to be apparently unrelated. "Enough," he said flatly, stepping forward. "Let the moth rest, and let the beetle sleep. There are other storms on the horizon." The valley remained eerily quiet, the remnants of Chome's essence dissipating into nothingness as the man in red gazed at the scarred earth before him. Myoza stood a short distance away, his head bowed, the ends of his ceremonial kimono fluttering faintly in the breeze. He cleared his throat softly, his voice breaking the stillness. "My lord," he began, "I took the liberty of sending one of my lesser creatures to the land of waves. It is under the guidance of the youngest of your acolytes." He paused, his tone measured but reverent. "I also have reason to believe that the boy is in the region." The man in red's expression did not change immediately, but the shift in the atmosphere was palpable. His crimson eyes flicked toward Myoza with a slow, deliberate intensity. "The boy," he said, the words dragging as if the sound of them was bitter. His voice, though quiet, cut through the air like a blade. Myoza hesitated, his deference unwavering. "Yes, my lord. I thought it prudent to bring this to your attention, given his unique importance." I assumed it might interest you. The man in red exhaled sharply, his displeasure manifesting in a slight narrowing of his eyes. It is poor taste, priest, to remind me of a feast stolen just after I've carved a lesser meal. He rose slowly, his movements fluid but carrying an undercurrent of restrained power. His gaze hardened as he muttered, Kyoru the Yurei. The name left his lips like venom, his voice laced with disdain. Myoza remained still, reflecting on speaking out of turn and lowering his head further. The phantom has denied you a fitting prey, my lord. A grave insult that will not go unanswered. The man in red clenched his fists momentarily before releasing the tension, his body relaxing as his displeasure gave way to apathy. He waved a hand dismissively. Do what you will. Myoza straightened slightly, his amber eyes glinting. From beneath his sleeve, he extended his right hand, revealing the faintly glowing kanji for 11 etched on his inner wrist. The priest's lips moved silently, an inaudible incantation passing from him to the one bound by the mark. The glowing ink pulsed once, then faded. The boy will be dealt with, Myoza said, his voice soft yet cold. And the port village in Wave will be purged as a reminder of the futility of resistance. The 11th will see it done. The man in red offered no response, his focus drifting. The intensity in his eyes dulled, his eyelids drooping as though the weight of the world, or perhaps his boredom with it, had claimed him. He lowered himself back against the fractured boulder, reclining amidst the devastation he had wrought as though it were the most natural place to rest. Myoza watched as the man's breathing steadied, his consciousness slipping away into the veil of sleep. For a moment, the priest's expression betrayed something, admiration, fear, or perhaps something darker, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. He turned his gaze back to the dissolving remnants of Chome. Thy will be done, he murmured to himself, his voice reverent yet distant. The valley, now a graveyard of destruction, grew silent once more. The man in red slept, unmoved by the ruin he had left behind, while Myoza stood sentinel, his eyes fixed on the horizon. That's all for my now. If you enjoy then please like, share and do comments.